Tonight's story begins with Ice. He's the king of the corporate world, rich, ruthless, and emotionally untouchable. No one crosses him. No one gets close. Until she walks into his office, she's smart, bold, and definitely not impressed by his billions or his brooding stares. She's not here to fall in line, and that makes her irresistible. What starts as tension becomes temptation. What begins as a job becomes a battlefield of attraction. But the closer they get, the more dangerous it becomes to keep emotions out of it, especially when the cold-hearted king starts to fall. So sit back, press play, and get ready for a workplace romance that will leave you breathless.
Chapter 1. Coal. I lean on the hotel balcony's railing, my forearms braced on top, my hands hanging loosely. A mild breeze cools my sweat-damp skin, which, along with the rumpled sheets of the king-size bed behind me, bears testament to the activity that's occupied me for the last few hours. This high up, the normal sounds of New York City, music, shouts, the occasional siren, the honking of car horns, are muted, much like the stars, which can barely be seen through the haze of illumination cast by the sprawling urban jungle below. From here, I can see King Plaza, the 53-story office tower which houses the global headquarters of the King Group. The lights glimmering in the windows reveal that many of our people are still at work, even this late on a Friday night. A glow from the corner of the highest floor shows that Roman, my older brother by 5 years, 36 to my 31, is there too. Hardly a surprise.
Hey.
A low feminine voice purrs behind me. Soft breasts press against my shirtless back as slender arms wrap around my chest.
How about you come back to bed, so I can take your mind off whatever it's on?
I don't bother turning. I thought you'd gone. The tension in Jessica's body says she isn't happy with what I've said, but she persists, trailing her fingers down my stomach toward the waistband of my black boxer briefs I'd pulled on after I climbed out of the bed 15 minutes ago. My dick twitches, but I've already come twice tonight, which means I can easily ignore my biological reaction to being touched by a naked woman. And it annoys me she's still here, because she knows how this works. I keep my eyes on King Plaza. I'll call you next time I need a date. Jessica curls her fingers, her nails pricking my skin.
You're an asshole.
Her tone has cooled, but she's holding back the anger she's so obviously feeling. I'm used to it. Since I'm one of the richest men in the country, people tend to disguise their true emotions around me. Although in Jessica's case, she has her own wealth. What keeps her from unleashing her anger on me is that she likes how I fuck her a little too much to piss me off. Her arms drop from around me and she steps back. That's when I finally turn and take her in. Aside from the pout on her face, she's completely naked and apparently unconcerned about being exposed on the balcony. This is one of the sub-penthouse suites hotel management keeps permanently available for the King family. One benefit of being the owners, so we're high up. But the paparazzi still occasionally manage to get a photo of one of us up here, sometimes alone, sometimes not. I'm sure Jessica won't have a problem if she gets her photo in a tabloid or two, even if her father would be less than impressed. She's gorgeous in a way only money can make you, every inch polished, styled, and enhanced to perfection. At this stage, I'm not even sure her personality is real. Not that I'm complaining. She made a very pretty picture as my date to the awards ceremony tonight, and an even prettier picture bouncing on my dick for the last couple of hours. We're done now, though, and having her here is grating on my nerves. I need her gone. When I step forward, she must think I'm responding to the doe-eyed expression she's given me, because a satisfied smirk curls her plump lips. It disappears when I reach for the tumbler of whiskey on the table behind her. I have to get some work done. A frown mars her perfect face for a split second before she gives a casual shrug and a fake smile.
Sure. I'll go back downstairs and find someone else who wants to keep the party going.
If it's an effort to make me jealous, she should know better. I'm not the type. I can't imagine why anyone is, and that goes for men and women. Maybe that means there's something intrinsic missing from my psyche, some fundamental aspect of human nature that I don't quite grasp. Or maybe jealousy is something that some people are simply more prone to than others. You should. The night's still young. I move past her, see her red lace thong hanging over a lamp, and hand it to her. I'm not a complete asshole. Jessica finally realizes I'm not about to change my mind. She takes her panties and slides them up her long legs. Her movements are jerky, but she quickly makes them smooth and seductive when she catches me watching. I might not want her to stay, but that doesn't mean I won't enjoy the show. She's soon dressed and combing her fingers through her long blonde hair as I walk her to the door. I open it for her, and she breezes past me, her perfume diluted from our long night, but still strong enough to tickle the back of my nose. She pivots when she reaches the hallway leading to the private elevator.
Call me next time you need a date or anything.
I nod. I will. Once she's gone, I shut the door, stretch, crack my neck, and make my way to the shower. After stepping into the hot spray, I rinse the sweat and Jessica's perfume off me. My mind moves to the meeting with my father and brothers tomorrow. We're expanding our empire even more. After months of pre-development work, we've just publicly announced our latest project. We're known globally for our large-scale commercial developments and luxury hotels. And now we're moving into the more competitive mid-range accommodation sector. As Chief Investment Officer for the King Group, it's something I've been pushing for over the last couple of years. As I step out of the shower, my phone rings. It's Roman. I answer it with one hand while I snag a towel with my other. To what do I owe this pleasure? I rub the towel over my wet hair while I wait to see what the emergency is. There must be something wrong. I can't imagine why he'd call me otherwise, since we mostly limit our contact to the office. Dad's been arrested, he says without preamble. His voice is cold and unaffected as it always is these days. It takes a second for the meaning of his words to sink in. I stop toweling off. What the fuck for? My mind immediately goes to a DUI. Dad does like a drink or 10, but he has a driver. Why would he be behind the wheel? Insider trading. Shock courses through me. What the hell? Dad has always been a risk taker, in business and in his personal life. I know that all too well. Insider trading, though? That's a whole new level of illegal. I've spoken to the lawyers. Allegedly, he's been using information from one of his government contacts to buy and sell stocks and putting the profits into a bank in the Caymans. He's been taken into custody and is being held until his bail hearing tomorrow, but the lawyers say it'll most likely be denied since they'll consider him a flight risk. Not surprising, considering he owns a fleet of private jets. Did he do it? He's pleading innocent, but if you're asking my opinion, let's just say I wouldn't put it past him. Fuck. I throw the towel into the hamper. We need to manage the situation before it goes public. Exactly. Roman lets out a harsh breath. The SEC will be investigating, and the King Group is going to be under a microscope until they can determine if Dad used company funds and if anyone else was involved. I'll get in touch with Tate after this, and I want you both to come to the office straight away. We need to call an emergency board meeting. The three of us have majority shares, so we can take control and limit the damage, but we have to act now. I make my way out of the bathroom and locate my clothes, putting the phone on speaker as I dress. My mind works over the implications. The King Group will be under fire, and the press will be all over us. Our reputation will take a serious hit, and our share value could plummet unless we get ahead of this. We'll get the lawyers to file the paperwork to make a change of leadership official, Roman continues. I'll take over as CEO, and I need you to step into my position as COO. I plan to remove Peters and put Tate in his place as Chief Marketing Officer so we can manage the narrative going forward. Makes sense? I say as I button my shirt. The next few weeks will be critical in ensuring the stability of the company and maintaining investor confidence once news of Dad's arrest becomes public. The lawyers are already on their way, so get your ass over here ASAP and be prepared for a long night. We need to make sure everything is in place by tomorrow morning. He hangs up without another word. I stare at myself in the mirror as I shrug on the suit jacket I'd stripped off and thrown over the back of a chair only a few hours ago. Getting the company past this unscathed will require me and my brothers to work together more closely than we have in a long time. Considering how strained the relationship between the three of us has become over the years, I only hope we can manage it. I grab my phone and head toward the door. It's time to put our differences aside and focus on protecting the company, whatever the cost. The King Group is the only thing that matters, and at this stage, our shared dedication to it is all that's holding this family together.
Chapter 2. Delilah. My fork clatters onto my plate. What are you saying? Paul winces, his dark eyes darting around the intimate restaurant to make sure I haven't drawn anyone's attention. When he realizes no one is looking, he reaches across the table and clasps my hand.
I like you, Delilah, a lot. But things have changed, and I just don't feel as if we're in a position to progress our relationship.
By things have changed, do you mean because I'm on your team now? Because you told me nothing would change when you took over as project manager. He sits back in his chair.
And I didn't think it would. In fact, I thought it would be a good thing because we could spend more time together. It hasn't turned out that way, though. I see how hard you work, Delilah, and I know how driven you are. But even though we're working side by side every day, our relationship hasn't moved forward the way I wanted it to.
Is it because we haven't had sex yet? I say in a low voice that wobbles only a little. Because when I told you I wanted to wait, you said you were okay with that. Frustration flashes across Paul's face, but he smooths it away.
And I was okay with it. I understand what happened to your mother, but it's been 3 months, and I don't get what more you want from me before we take that step. You're 24. You're not a teenager like she was, for God's sake.
His voice has been gradually rising, and people's heads are turning. He lets out a slow breath before continuing.
If you were committed to this relationship, we would already be sharing that kind of intimacy. As it is, sometimes I think you're more passionate about your career than you are about me.
That's not... I shake my head, guilt tugging at my chest because I can't deny what he's suggesting. Mom conceived me when she was 18, and it's made me cautious. It's his other comment I choose to address, though. I have to work hard, Paul. There are a lot of eyes on me in the office. I need to put in twice as much effort as everyone else because no one is sure they can trust me to do the job when I got my license at such a young age.
I understand that. And I admire your dedication to architecture, I do. I want more, though. At this stage in a relationship, I need more, and I'm not sure you can give it to me. As much as I like you, I think it's better if we end things now when we're not so emotionally involved that we can't maintain an amicable working relationship, particularly given my new position and how important the current project is.
Tears sting the backs of my eyes. It's nice to know you're not emotionally invested enough to be bothered about our breakup. Paul reaches forward to take my hand.
That's not what I meant. Look, I really wanted this relationship to work. You know that. I even waited until you received your licensure before asking you out because I knew how focused you were.
He squeezes my fingers.
I'm just as disappointed as you that things haven't worked out.
Part of me doubts that. Paul was, now I guess, my first actual relationship, which sounds crazy considering my age, but becoming a licensed architect at 24 didn't come easy. I spent so many years focusing on my studies, interning every spare moment, then challenging myself to start my licensure exams straight after graduation. I didn't have time for a boyfriend. When I received my license, only 10 months after graduating, I thought I could ease up. I thought I could start to enjoy more of the things other women my age did, like going out, dating, and yes, finally having sex. But on top of still feeling the need to prove myself to my older, mostly male colleagues on a daily basis, letting go has been harder than I expected. Relaxing enough to step outside the comfort zone I've studied myself into and sleep with Paul has been difficult. The newly purchased teal lingerie I'm wearing under my best little black dress suddenly binds uncomfortably around my meticulously defluffed body. Tonight would have been the night I finally stopped overthinking things, but there's not a chance in the world I'll admit that to Paul now. I make eye contact with the woman at the table next to me. She shoots me a sympathetic look, and I avert my eyes. Can everyone in the restaurant tell what's happening at this little table for two? A combination of hurt and humiliation swirls in my stomach, and I blink back tears as I stare down at my half-eaten pasta. I can't believe you decided to break it off with me while we're out to dinner. Did you think I would make a scene? Was this your way of making sure I didn't? Paul's gaze darts around the room before reluctantly meeting mine again.
No, that's not why. I didn't plan this. But you were talking about your concepts for the project, and you looked so damn passionate that I realized I'm not okay with waiting for you to share some of that passion with me.
I swallow past the hard lump in my throat. Right, I whisper.
I'm sorry, Delilah. Let's just finish our meal, and then I'll take you home. On Monday, we can both be adults about this and work together to get our proposal finalized.
The emotion bubbles up in my chest, made mostly of disappointment and frustration with Paul and myself. Actually, I'm not hungry anymore. You stay here and finish. I'll get a ride home.
Come on, Delilah, don't be like that. We can still be friends and have a meal together, surely.
Maybe we can at some point, but not tonight. I just want to go home. He huffs out a breath, which manages to make me feel like I'm being childish.
Fine, but the least I can do is drive you home.
Being stuck in a car with him is the last thing I want. No, thank you. I'd prefer to be on my own right now. I have my phone. I'll call a ride share. Before Paul can argue further, I shove back my chair and stand. Paul's brow puckers, and he stands too, but I turn and rush from the table before he can say anything else. I push through the door of the restaurant, wondering if I should have paid before leaving, but it's only a fleeting worry. It's the least Paul can do, considering what just happened. My heels clack at a rapid tempo as I make my way down the street, clutching my phone in my hand and dodging oncoming people. I want to get away from the restaurant so I don't have to stand outside and risk facing Paul while waiting for my lift. When I think I'm far enough to avoid him if he leaves, I raise my phone to open the app. A dark wooden door swings open next to where I'm loitering, and a couple bursts out of it, distracting me. They're laughing, and before the door swings shut, the sound of music and the murmur of conversation drifts out. I peer through the heavily tinted windows. A bar. Standing there in my sexy dress, in my strappy heels and my beautiful lingerie, having just been dumped. I suddenly don't want to slink home like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. I want to have a drink. If my roommate Alex was home, I'd buy a bottle of wine and take it back to our cozy little apartment to drown my sorrows with her. But she's at a concert with her boyfriend, and I no longer like the idea of being alone. Trying not to overthink it, I push open the door and enter the dim space. The first thing that hits me is the distinct aroma of beer and whiskey, with an underlying hint of wood polish and leather. When my vision adjusts to the limited lighting, I make out various individuals sitting at tables and clustered around a long wooden bar. That's what I make a beeline toward. After finding a vacant, high-backed stool next to a dark-haired man in a white business shirt, I throw myself down on it while fighting back my tears. It's not that I'm heartbroken. Paul and I weren't dating long enough for me to fall for him, but I liked him, and I thought that would eventually grow into more. That liking would be enough for now, but I was wrong. I get the bartender's attention and perhaps seeing the expression on my face. He hustles over. Just as I'm about to order my customary glass of white wine, I catch myself. This situation calls for something stronger. Whiskey, on the rocks. One of his brows twitches upward, probably because I don't look like the typical hard liquor type of girl, and I'm not. But what the hell? Overthinking and caution are what got me here. Rather than questioning my decision-making skills, the man merely nods, grabs a half-full bottle of amber liquid from one of the shelves behind him, and pours an inch or so into a tumbler. He places it in front of me, and I smile my thanks, pick it up, and down it in one go. Oh, God, it burns. I gasp and shudder, then cough a little. The bartender's amused gaze catches me off guard, but I don't care that he's laughing at me. Another one, please. This time his brows shoot up.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I say, then laugh. Damn. Am I tipsy already? I drank a glass of wine at dinner before Paul decided we're better off as friends? Colleagues? Who knows? The bartender bites back a grin and pours for me.
You want me to set up a tab?
I'm about to tell him what a great idea that is when a smooth, deep voice comes from next to me.
Not if she's here on her own. Chapter 3. Cole. From the corner of my eye, I see her turn to stare at me, but I don't bother to meet her gaze. I'm not even sure why I said anything. It's none of my business if a woman wants to get drunk at a bar on her own. After all, I'm drinking alone. My mind flashes back to today's visit to see Dad in jail. The reason I'm here with a whiskey in my hand. Roman, Tate, and I, along with the King Group's head lawyer, had gone to inform him of the company's change in leadership. Seeing him sitting at the table in his orange jumpsuit had been a shock. Yet, any sympathy I might have felt for him had gone out the window a week ago when I learned the extent of what he'd done, and why. It was bad enough he'd made money via inside info he received from his contacts within the defense industry, but then he'd used those profits to support at least 3 of his mistresses. He'd also passed his hot tips to several of his cronies. The stupidity and selfishness of his actions had stunned all of us, particularly considering how he'd spent our formative years drumming into our heads that loyalty to our family name and our company was the only thing that mattered. But everything we'd learned from him also made it easy to do what we were there to do. Saying he was unhappy to hear what we had to say was an understatement, but considering his current situation, there was nothing he could do about it. As soon as we'd finished our discussion with our team of lawyers, I'd headed home. Except, for the first time, the thought of being alone in my massive penthouse didn't appeal to me. I'd come here instead and spent the last hour nursing a couple of glasses of their most expensive whiskey, trying to figure out why the hell my father had done what he'd done. I'd been going around in circles and was about to leave when this woman had thrown herself onto the stool next to me. Now I'm interfering with her plan to drown whatever sorrows she's obviously suffering from, and instead of backing off like any self-respecting asshole, I doubled down, turning to the bartender. The next glass you give her should be full of water. I can almost sense the outrage pouring from her.
Excuse me? I don't know you and you don't know me, so I'm pretty sure you don't have a say in what I order or how much of it I drink.
I finally tip my head in her direction to fully take her in. And fuck, she's gorgeous. A tight black dress encompasses a petite but perfectly curved body. Hair almost as dark as my own tumbles around her shoulders in loose waves. But it's her face I can't tear my attention away from. The striking green of her eyes and the way they tilt up at the corners gives them an almost feline appearance. Her nose is small and straight, and her mouth makes me think of only one thing: how those lush pink lips would look wrapped around my dick. Normally, if a woman looking like her sat down next to me, I'd know immediately how the night would end. But there's a glassiness to her gaze that doesn't come solely from the whiskey she's downed. She blinks those cat-like eyes at me and turns away, looking down at her drink. I almost laugh as she visibly steels herself, picks it up, and throws it back. She reacts the same way she did the first time, with a gasp and a shudder. It sends a hot surge of lust through me when I imagine her making that same sound as I bury myself inside her. She looks up at the apparently entranced bartender.
One more, please.
His eyes dart toward me, but before I can shake my head at him, she raps her knuckles on the bar to get his attention.
Hey, he's not ordering. I am.
Another one of those is going to hit you like a Mack truck, I say, and I still don't know why I'm engaging in this. Far be it from me to dissuade anyone from drowning their sorrows. But there's something about her that seems to trigger a protective instinct in me I didn't know I had, which is ridiculous. She looks young, but she's an adult and can do whatever the hell she likes. And yet I keep going. I'm going to guess the reason for your sudden need for hard alcohol is a man. Probably a man who's recently broken your heart. And if I can tell that, so can every other man in here, which means one more whiskey and every asshole that's watching you right now will try to pick you up, particularly looking like that. I let my eyes drift over her dress and back up again. I know what the other men in here are thinking because I'm thinking exactly the same thing. Luckily for her, taking advantage of young, drunk, heartbroken women isn't my thing, so I let her hear the amusement in my voice just to make my point. But hey, if you're looking for a quick, dirty revenge fuck, drink away. She stares at me, pouty lips parted in shock, and I almost feel bad. Almost.
Wow.
She says, and those pretty eyes narrow.
First of all, I thought I was in a bad mood before, but you're just the icing on the cake. And second, it doesn't matter how much I drink or how many guys try to pick me up. I'm not really the quick, dirty revenge fuck kind of girl.
She probably isn't, but it would do her more good than getting wasted on whiskey. Maybe you should be, I say before I can stop myself. And do I really want to anyway? This conversation is a distraction, and after the last week, I could use a distraction, especially one as appealing as her. She turns to face me.
Why? Do you think that will make me feel better tomorrow when I'm doing the walk of shame?
Why would there be any shame in it? Sex is about feeling good in the moment, getting out of your own head by getting absorbed in someone else's body for a few hours. It doesn't need to be some deep, meaningful connection. You feel bad, sex feels good, why not do it? Her eyes slide away from me, but they wander back a few seconds later. Her teeth press into her lower lip, and I can almost see her brain working overtime. I smirk. You're considering it, aren't you? Even in the bar's dim light, the pink of her cheeks is visible.
I'm not sure that's any of your business.
She turns away and I laugh quietly to myself. I should go home. I've got an early morning video conference with the heads of our European offices. Instead, I gesture to the bartender for another whiskey. When it arrives, I take a sip, then turn to face her. So what did he do? She cocks her head and frowns.
Who?
Yeah, she's definitely had too much whiskey if she's already forgotten whoever screwed her over tonight. Your boyfriend, I clarify. She looks down at her empty glass.
X.
Well, that seems obvious, but I didn't want to assume. She gestures a little too broadly with one hand.
Assume away.
You still haven't told me what he did. I signal to the bartender again, and he knows what I'm asking for. He pours some water from a pitcher, throws in a slice of lime, and places it in front of her. She doesn't protest this time, just picks it up and takes a sip. She steals a glance at me from the corner of her eye.
Don't tell me you're really interested in my sob story.
Normally I wouldn't be, but I need a distraction right now, and you're it. She turns to face me fully, those expressive eyes filling with what looks like sympathy.
I'm sorry. We've been talking about me. Is everything okay with you?
Surprise flashes through me. When was the last time someone asked me if I was okay? I ignore her question, though. There's no way I'm telling a random woman about the shit hitting the King group thanks to my dear old dad. Tell me what this asshole did to make you contemplate having quick, dirty revenge sex with someone tonight.
I didn't say I was.
You're right. My apologies. I hold my hands in the air and fight a smile. She frowns.
Are you mocking me?
I wouldn't dare. She stares at me for a second before a laugh bubbles up from her throat.
I'm sure you would.
She's even more gorgeous when she laughs. Over the top of her head, I catch a couple of suited businessmen watching her from the other end of the bar. Barely concealed hunger flashes like a warning light in their eyes, and I let the smile fall from my face, giving them the full weight of a stare that has intimidated far more powerful men than them. They take a sudden avid interest in the beers in front of them, and I turn my attention back to the woman sitting next to me.
Do you really want to know?
She asks, and I take a moment to realize she's responding to my question about her ex. I don't really have a burning desire to hear about what this guy did to disappoint her. Disappointing sums up most relationships as far as I'm concerned, but I want to keep her talking, even if it's only until those two assholes pay up and leave. Not to mention the other men in this place that have been eyeing her since she sat down, so I nod. Might as well get it off your chest. By some miracle, I stop my eyes from dropping to the swell of her breasts as I say it. She takes another sip of water.
Okay. Well, I work with him.
I raise a brow, and she grimaces.
I know, not the smartest move, but I interned there during my final year of college, and we got to know each other then. He'd flirt with me, and I was flattered because he's handsome and older.
Is that your type? I ask with a smirk. A small crease forms between her brows and her gaze wanders slowly over my face.
Maybe.
Her response isn't what I expect. Heat surges through me, arousal creating an urgent pulse in my veins. I shove it down with more difficulty than I'm used to. I didn't come here to pick up a woman. I came here to have a drink in a place where people probably wouldn't recognize me. Not that I think she's looking to be picked up. Not seriously, anyway. She's just a woman who's sexy without even trying. Her eyes drop and she traces a line of condensation on the glass in front of her.
Anyway, when my internship ended, Paul asked me out for a drink. One thing led to another, and we kissed.
Just kissed? How very Hallmark of you. This time she glares at me.
Yes, just kissed. It was nice. I liked him. But I was focused on finishing college, so that's how we left it. After I graduated, I was offered a job back at the company. Paul was working temporarily in our London office when I started. But not long after he moved back, we started dating.
How long ago was that?
3 months?
So it only took 3 months for your scintillating love affair to fizzle out? She offers me a cute little scowl. I shouldn't make fun of her, but I enjoy seeing the sparks flashing in her green eyes when she gets offended. She reminds me of a little kitten when you rub its fur the wrong way. Tiny, all fluffed out, and hissing and spitting as if her irritation might actually scare me away. I bet she'd purr like a kitten if I stroked her the right way, too.
I never said it was scintillating.
So the guy was boring?
I didn't say that either.
She shakes her head, then laughs, her irritation already past. It's fascinating to me how changeable her emotions are, and how easily she expresses them. It says something about the world I live in. Honest emotion is hard to come by. What went wrong? She's quiet for a beat, staring down at her glass of water.
He just said things weren't working out.
Sounds pretty standard. This time her laugh is humorless.
I suppose it is. Nothing special about me or my story.
I rigged my eyes over her lush body. I wouldn't say that. A sharp, indrawn breath proves she isn't immune to me. I rest my elbow on the bar. So what are you going to do? She drags her gaze away from me.
Nothing, I guess. My job is great and I love the company I work for, so it's not as if I would leave. I just don't like how I feel right now. I don't like thinking it was something I did wrong, that I should have tried harder, that if I'd just...
She trails off, then takes another sip of water. I lean back and study her. The water she's been drinking has cleared the alcohol haze from her eyes. I linger on the length of her thighs, exposed by her short dress, and I make a decision. You should forget quick, dirty revenge sex, then.
I should?
She sounds breathless after my slow perusal, and I can't wait to hear her begging me to fuck her in that same breathy voice. I nod, unable to tear my gaze away from her. Drinking alone wasn't taking my mind off things. She might be exactly what I need to forget about everything I've got going on, and it will help to distract her too. I'm thinking you should go for downright filthy revenge sex that lasts for hours, and I think I should be the one you do it with. Her cheeks bloom with heat, and my dick is already half hard as I imagine pressing my lips against the warmth of her skin as I move inside her.
Why you?
I tilt my head toward her, a hint of her scent reaching me as I do. A heady mixture of wildflowers and something more sensual. Because I can guarantee I'll make it good for you. Because I think we can both do with getting out of our heads tonight. And because I haven't stopped thinking about peeling that dress off you since the moment you sat down. She actually squirms on her stool, and I've officially gone from half hard to fully hard. How wet is she right now? I can't fucking wait to find out. She tucks some of her hair behind her ears and tries to pull herself together.
Wow, you work fast, don't you?
I can go slow when I need to. I cross my arms and lean back on my stool as I wait for her to answer.
Well?
She says, her eyes dropping to my forearms where my shirt sleeves are rolled up.
I might need you to go a bit slower right now.
It's not a yes, but it's not a no either. I could just go back to drinking. I could pick up one of the other women in here, some of whom have already lingered next to me as they ordered drinks, casting hopeful glances my way. I could even give Jessica a call, although the last thing I want is to give her the impression I'm interested in expanding our arrangement. But when it comes down to it, this woman has caught my attention in a way few do these days. And after today's shit show, the thought of losing myself in her body is a temptation I can't resist. Let's do slow then. She's silent for a moment, then her delicate jaw firms.
Actually, I've changed my mind.
Disappointment hits me harder than it should, but before I can say anything, she surprises me again.
I'm sick of going slow. For once, I don't want to overthink everything.
So you're saying... She takes a deep breath.
I'm saying yes. Chapter 4. Delilah. My hands start to shake when his blue eyes heat, but he doesn't move, even though it feels as if his big body is suddenly coiled tight. Maybe he senses my nervousness.
Yes? You don't have any more questions for me? You're not curious about the man you're planning to leave with? Who I am? What I do?
I lick my lips. I should be more curious. Those are the things I should want to know before doing anything with this guy. But unless he confesses to being a serial killer, will any of it make a difference? At this stage, I'm sick of thinking about it. I just want to have sex with this man who, from the way he talks and acts, seems like he knows exactly what he's doing. Then I can get past this hurdle and move on with my life. Let's not pretend we'll ever see each other after tonight. You don't strike me as the more than one night kind of guy. He inclines his head. When he looks up at me through his dark lashes, there's an almost mischievous glint in his eyes.
Does that bother you?
No, I let out a shaky breath. Yes? I don't know. I guess I'm not as unconcerned as I thought. I'm sorry. I'm not used to this. One corner of his mouth tips up.
I can tell.
A slow, seductive smile blooms on his face.
Do you need me to convince you?
The rasp in his voice sends a full-body shiver through me. I lick my lower lip and nod, because maybe hearing precisely what he plans to do to me will calm my nerves.
You want me to tell you why you should come back to my hotel room right now?
Yes. It's a breathless whisper. I gasp when he reaches for my stool and drags it closer to him, so my knees end up between his thighs. Then he leans forward, tucks my hair behind my ear, and whispers into it, the heat of his breath causing goosebumps to scatter over my skin.
Because when we're alone, and I've already made you come twice, once with my fingers and once with my tongue, when I've buried my cock inside you and I'm driving you towards your third orgasm, I'm gonna tell you exactly how sexy you are, exactly how hard I am for you, and exactly how incredible your pussy feels when it's squeezing me. You'll forget there was ever another man inside you, and when I finally let you, you're going to come screaming all over my cock.
He leans back so he can see my eyes, and I imagine they're dilated enough to expose how much his words have affected me. He smiles, drifts his knuckles over my burning cheek, and says,
Convincing enough?
My mouth is so dry, I can barely speak, and my heart is flinging itself against my rib cage. This is the craziest, most reckless thing I've ever contemplated in my life. I can tell myself I've had too much to drink, but that's not it. I'm totally clear-headed now. But I'm tired of being responsible and doing the right thing all the time. I'm sick of overthinking this. Mom always told me to concentrate on my studies, get a good job, and not rush into a relationship or let a man change the course of my future. Well, I took her advice, and more. I'm one of the youngest licensed architects in the United States, and that's proof enough, but I still have a lot I want to achieve. I don't need the added pressure of determining which man to share my body with for the first time. I could just do it already, get it over and done with, and move on without it hanging over my head. So yes, tonight I'll be reckless for once. I'll let my hair down, stop thinking, and give this man, this stranger, something Paul apparently wasn't willing to wait around for. And I get the feeling he'll make sure I enjoy every second. I meet his gaze. Very convincing. A flare of satisfaction brightens his icy blue eyes.
What's your name?
He asks, reaching out to tuck another stray tendril of hair behind my ear. His fingers drift down the column of my throat, and butterflies erupt in my stomach. Delilah, what's yours?
Cole.
He says, studying me with an odd intensity, as if learning his name might make me change my mind. Strangely enough, I'm reluctant to carry on with our small talk after agreeing to have sex with him. Like most things in my life, once I've decided I want to do something, I'm committed to making it happen as soon as possible. I'm still nervous, but there's a sense of anticipation swelling within me I can't ignore. A need to fulfill a part of me I've been holding back. So when he asks if I'm ready to go, I nod, take a final sip of water to wet my dry throat, and slip off my stool. Cole puts his hand on my lower back and guides me toward the exit, and I can't stop thinking about what else his hands will soon do to me. I can't stop the vision of his sweat-slicked body moving over mine. My feet stutter to a halt, and I can't go any further without confessing the truth to him. This might be more than he bargained for. It's possible my virginity could be a deal-breaker for him, and he has a right to know what he's getting into. Wait, there's something I need to tell you first. Wariness tightens his features, and his brows rise as he waits for me to explain my hesitation. I actually haven't done this before.
I think it's pretty obvious that going home with a man you've just met at a bar isn't typical for you.
I lower my voice. No, I mean, I haven't done it before. At all. A crease forms between his brows. I'm a virgin, I hiss when he fails to respond. Surprise flares in his eyes.
How old did you say you are?
His obvious disbelief makes me raise my chin. It's not like it's that uncommon. I hold my breath, wondering if he'll change his mind. His eyes run over me, and something I can't identify glimmers in them. A hint of a smile curls his lips.
Uncommon enough.
He shakes his head, still with that half-smile on his face, then takes my hand.
Let's go.
It's only a short walk to his hotel, one of the King International chain of luxury accommodations. I'm too nervous to take in all the architectural details or the expansive foyer the way I normally would. But when he guides me to the elevator, swipes a card, and presses the button for the second highest floor, shock hits me. A suite? His lips curve up.
Perks of the job.
What do you do?
I'm in hospitality.
I smile at him. Wow, I should have kept my waitressing job. I wait for him to ask what I do, but he doesn't. He just watches me out of those gorgeous, darkly lashed blue eyes because we're here for one reason and one reason only. Getting to know each other isn't a part of that. When I realize my mistake, I laugh at myself. Okay, I say, I'll get the hang of this soon. He shakes his head, a crooked smile on his lips, as if I amuse him, and I probably do. I'm sure he's used to being with far more experienced women. That thought rattles me far more than I expected to. Before I can dwell on it too much, the elevator dings as it reaches his floor, and the doors slide open. Cole ushers me down a short corridor that looks like it's tiled in marble. He waves his card in front of the door and swings it open, standing back to let me walk through first. Oh my God. My feet glue themselves to the floor as I take in the massive space. I've never been in such a luxurious hotel room before. There's no other word to describe it but opulent, with its high ceilings, hardwood floors, and expensive-looking furniture. It even has a crystal chandelier hanging over the dining table. But what catches my eye is the unobstructed view of the New York City skyline. Wow, I whisper. The floor-to-ceiling windows draw me forward, and I stand in front of them, my fingertips resting lightly on the cool glass as I look over the city spread out beneath me. Unease flickers in my chest. Cole's employer might be paying for this hotel suite, but he's obviously wealthy himself. And I know what wealthy men are like, relentless when going after what they want, whether that be possessions or people, and with no regard for the repercussions of their selfishness. Am I making a mistake? I shake my head. I'm overthinking it. After tonight, I'll never see Cole again, and I've done all I can to protect myself from any unintended consequences. As soon as I started dating Paul, I got a birth control implant, assuming I'd be doing this with him tonight. I even brought a condom in my purse. If for some reason a man like Cole doesn't have one handy, I'm covered.
Would you like a drink?
Cole asks from behind me. I drag myself away from the view and focus on him, where he's standing in front of an extensive wet bar. As tempting as it is to have a big glass of wine to help with my courage, I want to know exactly what happens between us. I've probably had enough alcohol tonight. I'll just have water. Thank you. He cracks open a bottle, pours it into a glass, adds a slice of lemon, and walks over to me. Our fingers brush as I take the drink, and my gaze flits to his, my heart rate speeding up. I take a sip, and then another. Cole hasn't bothered with a drink for himself. Instead, he's watching me, his eyes darkening as I lick a stray drop from my lips. He doesn't wait for me to finish, reaching for the glass and taking it from me.
You didn't come here to hydrate and admire the view, did you?
My pulse hammers in my throat. No, I didn't. His gaze lands on my mouth again, and he reaches up and brushes his thumb over my lower lip. Is he going to kiss me now?
Turn around,
he says, his voice low and firm. I blink, let out a shuddery breath, and do as he says. I only jump a little when he grips the zipper of my dress and drags it down. He takes his time, as if he's enjoying the anticipation. Then he slips the straps off my shoulders. The material slithers over my body and pools on the floor. Oh my God, this is really happening.
Walk to the bedroom, slowly,
he commands. And when I shoot a look at him over my shoulder, he gives me a wolfish smile.
Come on, kitten, if you want to do this, we do it my way, and I want to see you.
Kitten? Really? I don't question it, though. I've got more important things on my mind. This isn't quite how I imagined this happening. His knuckles drift down my spine, and goosebumps ripple out from beneath his touch. His eyes pierce me.
You chose me for a reason, and it's not because you thought I would be soft and gentle. I'm sure you've been around plenty of very nice men that would have gladly sweet-talked you out of your clothes and into their beds, but you didn't want them, did you? You want me, and that's because a part of you knows exactly how this is going to go. You're done overthinking, and now you want to let go and feel. But I could be wrong. Maybe what you really want is sweet words and spooning afterward. If that's the case, feel free to walk back out that door. I'll even call a driver to take you home.
Maybe I should leave. Maybe I should take up his offer and put this night behind me as a moment of insanity. But standing here in my lingerie in front of a man who's basically a stranger, I don't want to leave. I have to put my faith in myself and my own judgment, to learn to trust my instincts instead of overanalyzing. And right now, my instincts are telling me I need what this man is offering me. I want him to take control so I can let go. I let out a breath, all my muscles loosening as I step away from my discarded dress and walk to the bedroom.
Chapter 5. Cole. Fuck me, Delilah is a fucking vision. She may be petite, but her slender shoulders and narrow waist flare out to curvy hips and a round ass I'd love to see bent over the back of the couch. As much as that image tempts me, I'm not so much of an asshole that I'd take her virginity that way. Doesn't mean I can't fantasize about it, though. Her body sways enticingly, and I follow behind her, loosening my tie as I go. I rub the silky material between my fingers, imagining wrapping it around her wrists as I hold them above her head. But no, not for her first time. Fuck. There are so many things I want to do to her, but I'll never have the chance to experience them, not when the next few hours are all we have. She reaches the bed and looks over her shoulder at me again. She doesn't turn around, just waits for my next instruction, and hell if that isn't a huge fucking turn on. One last step and I'm behind her, so close my painfully hard dick brushes her ass. She inhales sharply as I flick open the clasp of her bra, ease the straps off her shoulders, and let the lacy material drop to the floor. With one hand I tilt her head to the side so I can brush my lips against her neck, tracing my tongue over the rapid flutter of her pulse point. She trembles against me and I can't help but smile. Turn around. My voice is a low rasp, and as she pivots, my eyes are immediately drawn to her full breasts and the pale pink nipples that form hard little points. I can't wait to fucking taste them. Reaching the end of my patience, I circle her waist with one arm and cup one of those gorgeous breasts, bending my head to take the tight peek into my mouth. Instinctively, her hands go to my head and she clutches at my hair, moaning as I swirl my tongue around her nipple. I transfer my attention to her other breast, scraping my teeth over it and nipping at the tender tip.
Cole.
She gasps.
I need.
I straighten. I know what you need, and I'll give it to you soon. But first I want you to get on the bed, crawl up to the top, then sit with your back against the headboard. She hesitates again, but I step back from her and wait with my arms crossed, giving the appearance of having far more self-control than I do. When she complies and crawls toward the headboard, I'm presented with that luscious ass again, the tiny strip of material between her cheeks, the only thing covering her, and I have to press my hand against my erection to relieve some of the aching pressure. Once she's sitting at the top of the bed, leaning back against the black leather headboard and looking at me with a mixture of nerves and need, I drop my hand. Now I want you to pull those little panties to the side and touch yourself. Her cheeks redden and she gives a little shake of her head.
I don't think I'm comfortable doing that.
I slowly unbutton my shirt. If this is your first time, I want to make it as good for you as possible. Knowing how you like to touch yourself will tell me what I need to know to make that happen. Which is true, if not the whole truth. I'm not sure she'll react quite as well if I say I also want to get off by watching her finger that tight little cunt. Unless you're telling me you're so innocent you've never even touched yourself before. She's tracking my every movement as I strip off my shirt. The way her eyes darken as they drift over my chest tells me she appreciates the time I spend in the gym. But when she registers what I said, her gaze darts back up to my face.
Of course I'm not.
I let myself smirk at the spark of annoyance flaring in her eyes, and I can't stop myself from provoking her further. Maybe I should find out just how innocent you are. How far have you gone? Have you put anything inside that pretty pussy? As a man, has anyone ever had their tongue in you? What am I dealing with here? The spark of annoyance flares hotter.
Yes, to all of that. And I'll have you know, I have a drawer full of toys at home, so you don't have to worry about getting blood on your sheets. In fact, I'm not sure if what you're packing is going to compare to my favorite. It's big.
I laugh. I can't help it. This little kitten has claws. If I didn't know what I'm packing is going to have you screaming my name very soon, I might be nervous. But unless you've got one of those fucking monster dildos, I'll be the biggest thing you've ever had inside you. And since you're so experienced at self-care, I smirk as her cheeks redden with the realization of what she's admitted. Then you shouldn't mind showing me exactly how you do it. I palm my cock and watch her eyes widen at the visible bulge in my pants. If it will make you more comfortable, I'll show you just how hard you're making me while you do it. Her teeth press into her bottom lip for a moment.
Okay,
She whispers. Good girl, I growl. The way her gaze jumps to my face and her tongue darts out to wet her lips is intriguing. She likes me calling her that. Watching her closely, I unzip my jeans, pull out my aching shaft, and wrap my fingers around it. Delilah's eyes widen as they fixate on the way my hand slowly works my dick. Your turn. With an audible swallow, her hands move downward. Her fingers pull aside the lace of her thong, revealing the prettiest pussy I've ever seen. The fingers of her other hand tentatively brush over her clit and circle it. Fuck. I tighten my grip on my cock. That's it, kitten. I'd tell you to keep going until you're wet enough to take me, but from the way you're already dripping, it looks like you're almost there. She sucks in a breath, but like the good girl she is, she keeps going, her eyelashes fluttering. I slow the movement of my hand because I'm getting too close, too fast as I watch her pleasure herself. The urge to crawl between her thighs and fuck my way into what's bound to be the tightest little cunt I've ever been inside has heat searing through me. I was going to have you see how many fingers you can fit inside you, but I'll be greedy and find that out myself. The bed dips under my weight as I climb onto it and make my way between her spread legs. I can't stop staring at her already slick pink flesh, and the urge to plunge myself into her is so strong, I have to close my eyes and suck in a deep breath. I haven't felt this much anticipation about fucking a woman since, I don't know. With Delilah, I get to be the one who shows her exactly what her body can do with a man's. I get to be the first to make her come on my cock. I'll be the man that every other man has to measure up to. And as it turns out, that's a damn heady feeling. Hands off. Your pussy's mine now, I say. But before she pulls her fingers away, I grab her wrist, bend down, and slide her fingers between my lips. I groan. My dick leaks pre-cum, smearing it against her inner thighs as I push over her, savoring the taste of her arousal, knowing she's ready for me.
Oh my God, that's so...
Her fingers twitch against my tongue. Her gaze is fixed on my mouth, and fuck, I'm going to wreck this girl. But first, she needs to come. I want her dripping and desperate for my cock. I grip her hips and pull her until she's flat on her back. Then I lean down and swipe my tongue over her clit as I dip a finger into her. God, she's so tight. She's going to feel it when I push into her. I alternate flicking that sensitive bundle of nerves with swirls and sucks while I ease my finger in and out of her until I can fit another inside. Her tight muscles give a little as I work my fingers into her, but it's only a few moments before her inner walls tighten around me again. Her breathy moans come faster. She's almost there. I suck hard on her clit, then gently bite down on it, and she explodes with a loud cry. The orgasm rips through her, and she clenches hard around my fingers. I can't fucking wait to experience the same thing when I'm inside her.
Cole, oh my God, that was... I can't even...
One glance at her flushed face, her parted lips, and her dilated green eyes, and I'm done. I told her I'd make her come twice before I fucked her, but once will have to be enough because I need to be inside that tight little body right now. I reach for the bedside table and grab a condom from the drawer, ripping it open with my teeth and rolling it over my erection. Bracing myself with one hand next to her head, my eyes lock with hers. Her needy expression is one of the sexiest things I've ever seen. Her pupils are flared so wide there's only a small ring of emeralds surrounding them, and her lips are parted to let out breathless little pants as she looks up at me. A tiny crease forms between her brows.
You're, bigger than I was expecting.
Even though I'm only barely hanging on to my restraint, I huff out a laugh. Bigger than your biggest toy? She laughs too, the sound unexpectedly trickling like honey over my inflamed senses.
Maybe a little.
And fuck, when was the last time I laughed during sex? Have I ever? The thought is fleeting, but it lingers in the back of my mind. At least until I press the head of my cock to her entrance, and then I'm not thinking about anything except filling her. I pin her hands with mine as I press forward, because having them on me right now is a distraction I don't need. Not when her needy little cunt is already squeezing around the tip of my dick. She's tight, so fucking tight, and she gasps as I push in, working my way into her with shallow thrusts, pausing now and then to give her a chance to breathe and adjust to my size. She's making soft sounds, little gasps and whimpers that brush over my skin like the fingers I haven't let touch me yet. A bead of sweat trickles down my forehead as the strain of holding back builds in my shoulders and biceps. With one last thrust, I'm fully seated inside her. Her pussy is like a heated vice around my dick, and my balls are already drawn tight. "Are you okay?" I ask through gritted teeth. She doesn't answer right away, her beautiful green eyes searching mine in fast, dazed flicks. I don't know what answers she's looking for in my gaze, but if she's waiting for me to say something poetic, she'll be disappointed. "Kid, unless you tell me to stop, I'm gonna fuck you, and I won't stop fucking you until you come all over my cock. Got it?" She licks her lips.
Yes.
She shifts her hips experimentally, making both of us groan. Then those mesmerizing eyes are back on mine.
I want you to fuck me. I want to come with you inside me, but...
She twists her hands in my grip, and I release her. Immediately she brings them to rest on my chest, fingers tracing my pecs, traveling to my shoulders and down my biceps.
I need to touch you.
I close my eyes. The urge to fuck hasn't gone away, but I like her touch. The brush of her fingertips leaving little sparks in their wake. When she pulls on me, tugging me down to her, I don't stop to think. I press my mouth to hers, slide my tongue inside, and capture her gasp as I pull out of her body. The moment I thrust back in, I'm lost to the roaring, crackling hunger within me, deafened by the thunder of my blood in my veins. I rear back, grip her under her hips and angle her so I can slide in deeper. She cries out, but it's not in pain, so I keep going. With every stroke, I'm pushing her closer to the edge. Her moans get louder, her body gripping me even tighter. I reach up to her mouth and slide my thumb between her lips. Suck. She does, curling her tongue and lapping at the pad, and fuck if this girl isn't a natural. Whoever she ends up with after tonight is going to be damn lucky. The thought has my jaw clenching, a ridiculous animalistic response to the idea of another man having her. I pull my thumb from her mouth and roll it over her swollen clit.
Cole!
Delilah cries out as her back arches off the bed. I keep up the movement of my hips and thumb while I bend down and swirl my tongue over her nipple before drawing it into my mouth. Pleasure coils at the base of my spine like a snake about to strike, and I want her to get there before I do. I want to feel her clenching around my dick, forcing my cum from me. I suck hard on her nipple, pinch her clit, and angle my thrusts to hit the spot that will make her come apart. A few seconds later, she does, her hands fisting in the sheets, head thrown back as her internal muscles clamp down around me. "Fuck, that's it, Delilah," I groan. "You're such a good girl coming with my cock inside you." She cries out as I withdraw between pulses, then slam back in. My climax claws at me. Shit, I won't last any longer. You're gonna make me come so fucking hard. Every muscle in my body tightens as heat and pleasure scorch up my shaft. I grab her hips, thrusting in as deep as I can go, my release filling the condom in wrenching spurt after wrenching spurt. I have a sudden irrational urge to pull out, rip it off, and sink back into her so I can see my cum spilling out of her when I'm done. What the fuck is wrong with me? Instead, I give in to a different urge. Taking her mouth in another kiss, our tongues twining together, her moans vibrating against my lips. It's only when I'm completely spent that I tear myself away from her and pull out, rolling off her and onto my back. I stare at the ceiling and try to catch my breath. It's a damn lucky thing I'll never see her again after tonight, because sex that good would be all too easy to get addicted to.
Chapter 6. Delilah. 1 month later. My fingers tremble as I smooth down my navy blue pencil skirt with one hand, my paperwork and notebook clutched in the other. The team is gathered outside the large wooden doors of the meeting room, waiting to be summoned. This is our big day, and the pressure is weighing on all of us. Paul has reassured us we've refined our proposal to perfection, and I know he has faith in me for my part, but that doesn't stop my nerves from taking over. As we wait for our turn to present, Philippa, our project liaison, sidles up and inserts herself between Paul and me. I just heard that the COO is here, she whispers, more to Paul than to me. He's sitting in on all the presentations. Paul frowns and rubs his chin. His gaze meets mine over the top of Philippa's blonde head.
I know I said you could do the section on sustainability, Delilah, but if the COO's in the room, it might be better if I do it all. You understand, right?
I can handle it, I protest. I've been preparing for the last 3 weeks.
I understand that, but in this situation, I'm sure the partners will expect me to do the whole presentation.
Disappointment fills me, but I nod. He's the project manager, after all, and it's likely that the COO of the King Group is a man who will relate more to Paul's seasoned professional demeanor and seniority than my youthful enthusiasm, even though I specialize in sustainable design. I ignore the slightly smug tilt to Philippa's smile. I don't know what I've done to annoy the icily beautiful Englishwoman, but she seemed to take a dislike to me from the moment she transferred from our UK office 2 months ago. At least she won't be with us full-time if we get this job. She'll be busy coordinating with other teams and projects within the firm. This isn't the time to worry about her, though. I've got more important things to think about, like helping a lead architecture secure this project. The doors open, and a man sticks his head out.
They're ready for you.
My pulse leaps, and I smooth down my skirt one more time. Years of nonstop study and interning at multiple architectural firms haven't quite prepared me for my first big proposal, and this is one of the biggest out there. A hotel chain with initial development sites in 10 major U.S. cities. I trail Paul into the room, which is bright and spacious, with large windows showing off the incredible view from the 53rd floor of King Plaza. Nerves squirm in my stomach as I look around at the serious men and women surrounding the massive table. My gaze reaches the far end, and all my muscles lock up, the air freezing in my lungs as I jerk to a halt. A pair of cold blue eyes stare back at me, eyes that were seared into my brain only a month ago. It can't be him. It can't. One of my team members jostles past me, and I jolt into motion again, forcing my feet to continue moving toward the table. I frantically glance at the man, searching for some discrepancy within his features, something, anything, to tell me this isn't the person who took my virginity during a night I'm not sure I'll ever forget. But the way his eyes narrow on me tells me I won't find it. The intensity in his gaze floods me with memories. The things he said to me as he made me come with his mouth and fingers. His low, dark voice, murmuring filthy words in my ear as he thrust into me. His mouth between my legs afterward, giving me another orgasm. The lazy stroke of his tongue, soothing the sting his body had left behind. After that third orgasm, when I'd been lying there exhausted and wrung out, I realized I had no idea how a one-night stand was supposed to end. I'd thanked him, my cheeks blazing as I tried to figure out the etiquette for that kind of thing. Then I'd rushed out of his suite and down to the foyer of the hotel to call a rideshare, even though he'd offered to call a car for me. Now I'm seeing him again, in the very last place I ever expected. My throat dries, and I wrench my attention from him and focus on finding an empty seat as another harsh blush burns across my skin. I can't believe this is happening. How is it possible that I slept with the King Group's chief of operations and didn't know it? Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. After all, when we first got word we'd be putting a proposal together for this project, I'd looked up both the CEO and the COO of the company, and it wasn't Cole's picture I saw. Although, now that I think about it, I can see a resemblance between him and the man I remember from the photo. I steal another look at him as I make my way down the table, pull out a chair, and sit. The older, far more portly man beside Cole keeps him locked in conversation, so I take the opportunity while he's distracted to observe him more closely. And now my throat is dry for another reason. If I thought the Cole who lived in my memory was gorgeous, seeing him in his impeccably tailored suit at the head of this enormous table is absolutely panty-melting. Everyone focuses on him, either overtly or covertly, and he's all power and control. He exudes the confidence you'd expect from a man in charge of thousands of people and numerous multi-million-dollar real estate projects around the world. Based on what I know about the King Group, Cole has to be a billionaire. I'm in hospitality. That's what he'd said that night. I huff out a breath. While he wasn't outright lying, considering his actual position within the company, he definitely stretched the truth. Cole's eyes flash my way, a bright blue that sears into me and sends a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. I jerk my gaze away. It's only when I focus on Paul, sitting several seats down from Cole, that my stomach clenches. The true horror of this situation hits me. I'm stuck in a room with Cole and my boyfriend, the same boyfriend who'd been an ex when I told Cole, God, I have to make sure to call him Mr. King now, all about being dumped. Except, not a week after that night, Paul had turned up at my apartment, asking for a do-over, and saying he hadn't known what he was thinking. I wasn't sure if I wanted to give him a second chance, but his sincere regret had eased some of the hurt I'd felt at his rejection. Of course, then there was the matter of telling him I was no longer a virgin. He'd pouted for a while, but I told him he had no choice but to take it or leave it. And I guess he came to terms with it, because he asked me out to dinner, and a few days later, he stayed the night. But since I didn't even know who Cole was until now, there's no way Paul has a clue, and that's how it has to stay. I turn away from them, reaching for the glass of water that's been set at each position at the table, and taking a desperate gulp. Even though I'm not looking at Cole anymore, his intimidating presence almost has a weight of its own. Like the heavy air that precedes an approaching thunderstorm, it makes my skin tingle, raising goosebumps along my arms and the back of my neck. Needing something to do with my hands, I square my notebook and paperwork in front of me, place my pen on top of the pile, then take it off and position it alongside. A moment later, I pick it up and put it on top again. Only, when I have nothing else to fiddle with, and I'm certain his attention will have shifted elsewhere, do I dare to glance up the table. He's still staring at me, even while the man next to him leans forward and talks earnestly at him. But that hard, blue gaze doesn't leave mine. I swallow and look away. Why does he seem so angry? I certainly hadn't been expecting to run into him again. I'd all but forgotten about him. No, that's a lie. Fantasies of that night have continued to run through my head, and they only get worse after Paul rolls off me and goes to sleep. Then I lie awake, trying to work out why my body doesn't respond to him the same way it responded to Cole. But that's just what they are. Fantasies. The memory of a moment when I let go of my overthinking and just experienced. And what an experience it was. I shake my head to clear it. I can't think about that. Not now, and definitely not here, when the man in question is sitting only feet from me. And unhappy about it, apparently. Whatever his problem is, I hope it won't affect our proposal. I can't imagine someone like Cole letting a meaningless physical encounter, which is what it most likely was to him, if not to me, influence his decision-making. Conversation around the table stops as Cole, Mr. King, rises from his seat.
Thank you for coming today.
The deep, shockingly familiar voice sends a shiver through me, as if every one of my nerve endings remembers when that dark, silky tone was whispering dirty things in my ear, while its owner drove my body to heights of pleasure it hadn't experienced before, or since. I clench my pen in my fist. Stop it.
This development is a priority for the King Group.
Cole continues.
And we'll be assigning significant resources to it. The team of whichever architectural company we partner with will relocate to this building for the duration of the project.
I twitch in my seat. Maybe it won't be a good thing if our proposal is chosen. The thought of running into him on a regular basis is less than appealing. But I can't think like that. This is a huge opportunity for the firm and for me personally. Very few architects have the chance to work on such a prestigious, high-profile development at my age. Having this on my resume would be a major boost for my career. I won't let what's now looking like a colossal mistake on my part ruin this opportunity. Cole finishes his opening words and nods at Paul, who smooths down his tie and rises to his feet. I keep my attention fixed on him as he runs through our presentation. The whole time he's listing our firm's qualifications and the key features of our proposal, my eyes fight to slide to the right. The side of my face heats as if I can sense Cole's gaze on me, which is ridiculous. I'm sure he's riveted by Paul's polished delivery. But after a few minutes, my focus slips, and my eyes are once more drawn his way. A spark sizzles through me as our gazes collide again. This time, he has one arm folded across his chest, the elbow of the other resting on top of it as he rubs his thumbs slowly back and forth over his lower lip. His brows are pulled low over his narrowed eyes, and I'm worried he's too busy glaring at me to absorb the details of our proposal. Knowing how much we need this deal, and also knowing I can't keep staring at my potential boss's boss, I turn my attention back to Paul, who's wrapping up his speech by stating that the team is happy to answer questions. Silence competes with the too loud ticking of the clock that hangs above Cole's head. My heart drums in my chest. Have we completely screwed this up? Cole lifts his pen and taps the end on the table in front of him.
You've added quite a few sustainability features that weren't included in the original design brief. Whose idea was it to focus on that for the project?
At least he was paying attention. Paul hesitates, and I know why. It's unclear from Cole's tone whether he's pleased or annoyed about it. After clearing his throat, Paul gestures in my direction.
Sustainability is Delilah's area of expertise. Is that so?
Cole says. I shift uncomfortably in my seat as he looks down at his notepad before leveling me with an inscrutable look.
Can you explain your thinking with some of these choices, Delilah? Making those kinds of customizations for each build will add significant cost to the project.
I've prepared for these questions, and I know what I'm talking about. I take a second to compose myself, then meet his steely gaze. Sustainable hotel architecture might carry some capital expense, but as I'm sure you're aware, stronger infrastructure also brings the highest return on investment, along with internal elements such as low-flush toilets, aerators on faucets, and smart showers. The external systems we're considering for this project include solar panels, water recovery systems, and HVAC systems that can customize airflow, heating, and cooling in response to various factors. I sort through my notes in front of me. Using your Chicago hotel as a case study for installing an intensive water recovery system, my projections predict it could be paid back in full in less than a year. And if we incorporate a solar panel system into the hotel's design, it would not only contribute to its LEED Platinum certification, but it could offset up to 50% of total electricity consumption with a 6 to 8 year projected payback.
Interesting.
He leans back in his chair, his gaze locked on mine.
Keep going. I want you to convince me.
I don't miss the emphasis he puts on the word, and I almost choke, remembering how I'd asked him to convince me that night at the bar. Before I can embarrass myself, I take a sip of my water. Yes, of course, Mr. King. These big-ticket items will fundamentally change the way your hotels operate, reducing your footprint without sacrificing comfort. This will bring you into line with the future of sustainable design and improve your sustainability ratings. A bead of sweat trickles between my breasts under the pressure of Cole's scrutiny. Hotels that invest in sustainable practices generally have higher occupancy rates, guest satisfaction, and revenue per room compared to non-sustainable counterparts. So although the initial capital outlay may seem expensive, I'm confident that the savings they incur will offset the expense within only a few years. Several heads around the table nod, but not Cole's. I can't read his expression at all.
Okay.
He says, eventually turning his attention back to Paul.
I think we've heard everything we need to hear from your team. Someone will be in touch to let you know our decision once we've made it. Thank you for your time today.
He pushes back his chair and stands. The rest of his team follows his lead. Obviously dismissed, we stand too. I gather my pen, notebook, and papers and turn to leave, not daring to look in his direction again. As we walk to the door, Paul's hand brushes my lower back, and he leans down to whisper in my ear.
That bastard is impossible to read. I have no idea how that went.
I nod. It's only when I'm passing through the door that I risk a glance over my shoulder. Cole is watching us, the hard angle of his jaw and cold eyes sending my stomach plummeting. I have a horrible feeling that the incredible night I shared with him a month ago is about to bite me in the ass.
Chapter 7. Cole. So, how have the presentations been going? Roman asks from across his large mahogany desk. When I got back to my office after Elite Architecture's presentation, I had a message from my brother asking for an update. I decided to give it to him in person. Roman's question sends my mind back to the moment Delilah walked into the conference room. The second I'd recognized her, I'd been taken back to that night in my hotel room, to her moans, the way her body had writhed under mine, her almost startled sounds of pleasure once I began to move inside her. My dick had immediately stood at attention, begging for another round. I forced the memory from my thoughts, leaning back in the deep leather chair and crossing my ankle over my knee. Fine, there are a few good proposals. When do you think you'll decide? I rub my chin. Although there are several proposals which meet our requirements, there's only one that stands out. But Delilah's involvement has me reluctant to choose it. I didn't trust the look of shock on her face when she saw me. In a city the size of New York, what are the odds that my one-night stand and her team would end up bidding on our project? Back when we met, they would have already been working on their proposal, which means she probably knew exactly who I was. If she actually thinks I'd give her team preferential treatment because I've screwed her, she's mistaken. In fact, now I'm doubting everything about her. It surprised me when she told me she was still a virgin at 24, but that was more believable than having her architecture license at that age. It doesn't add up. The whole thing must have been a ploy to get into my bed. After all, this project isn't only worth a fortune to her company, it's an opportunity that would make a young architect's career. Cole! Roman snaps, and I jerk my attention back to him. That's right, he'd asked me when I would decide. Soon, I answer. Just doing some final calculations. I'll make a decision by the end of tomorrow. He gives a curt nod, then returns his focus to his computer screen. I roll my eyes, leave his office, and head toward mine, stopping by my PA's desk before I get there. Samson, I need you to compile a report for me on the LEED certification status of other hotels near our sites. That's LEED, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. You'll find details on the U.S. Green Building Council website. Samson nods. Absolutely, sir. When do you need it? By the end of the day. I can do that. Just to clarify, are you looking for information on all the hotels around the future developments, or just those similar to those we're planning to build? Let's focus on the similar ones for now. Can you also gather some data on any other sustainability initiatives they have in place, and include any notable certifications or awards they've received? He nods again and jots something down on a notepad by his keyboard. Got it. I'll get started on that right away. I thank him and enter my office. As soon as I sit at my desk, I give in to curiosity and search for elite architecture. The King Group hasn't worked with them before, but they have an excellent reputation, with offices in multiple countries. I'm more interested in learning how someone Delilah's age gets to be where she is, though. She mentioned interning for them, but how is she already on a team handling a proposal of this size? I find an employee list and locate her photo and bio at the bottom. It's short, and it's obvious she's new. Unlike most of the other architects, she doesn't have any major projects to her name. Landing this one would be huge for her. I shake my head. There's no way she didn't deliberately seek me out. Then there's Paul, her ex, I'm assuming, since she'd said she worked with him. He seems like a smug asshole. I noted the way he touched her lower back as they left the conference room, and the way he leaned down to whisper in her ear. It seems a little too familiar considering they're no longer dating. Or was that part of the lie? I frown, then shake my head. None of it makes any difference. I'll wait for the report from Samson, but a part of me already knows I'll give the job to them. Emotions have no bearing on this decision. Business is business, and they seem to be the best fit. But I'll make it abundantly clear I will not tolerate any attempts at manipulation. And if she's harboring any delusions that I'll invite her back into my bed, she'll soon discover how wrong she is.
Chapter 8. Delilah. My ringing phone wakes me from a restless sleep. I fumble around on my side table until I find it. Hello? I mumble, squinting against the fingers of light finding their way past the edges of my bedroom curtains.
We got it!
Paul's loud voice makes me wince. I sit up and rub my eyes. Got what?
The King Group project,
he says. And now I'm wide awake. Really? I'm simultaneously shocked, delighted, and racked with nerves. Delighted that all our hard work has paid off, and excited at the knowledge that something I'll have a hand in designing will feature prominently in major cities around the U.S. But my stomach twists at the thought of being in the same space as Cole for an extended period. From the way he looked at me during our presentation, it's obvious he was less than happy to see me, and I guess I understand why. Cole doesn't seem the type to be interested in mixing business with pleasure, particularly not when the pleasure was only ever meant to be a one-night thing. Luckily, there'll be more than a few floors separating us, and he'll probably be dealing mostly with Paul. Which reminds me, I tune back to Paul's voice, hoping I haven't missed out on anything important.
They'll have the space ready for us by Monday so we can start then. I'll have my own office, but you and the rest of the team will have desks on the main floor.
Okay.
Cole is also asked to meet with all of us individually on Monday. I suggest saying as little as possible at this stage, answer his questions, tell him you're looking forward to working with him, and leave it at that.
My stomach flips again. Oh God, why do we have to meet him on our own? It would be so much easier if the entire team was with me. Still, disregarding what Paul just said about not saying much, this might be an opportunity to clear the air with Cole. Let him know I won't go blabbing about our previous interaction to anyone.
And Delilah, I don't need to remind you how important this project is. You're the youngest and newest member of the team, so you have to appear professional at all times. Also, I think we should keep quiet about our relationship. There's no reason to discuss personal details like that with anyone outside of our firm.
I roll my eyes. I know Paul is angling for promotion to partner, and having a project of this scale go smoothly will improve his chances. But when am I ever unprofessional, or prone to spontaneous PDAs at work, or running my mouth to people about my personal life? It's not worth saying anything about it now, though. Not when I'd rather get off the phone and digest the news than get into an argument. I just make a general sound of acknowledgement, and he carries on for a few more minutes. When we eventually say goodbye, after arranging to have dinner tomorrow night, I sink down on the bed. My nerves from before have dissipated, and now excitement zips through me. When the sound of our coffee machine reaches me, I realize Alex must be awake. I immediately throw back my covers and climb out of bed. After using the bathroom, I make my way to our small but neat kitchen, which is filled with the delicious aroma of fresh coffee. "Any left for me?" I ask, smiling at my very tousled-looking roommate, whose long auburn hair is half falling out of its ponytail. She passes the mug she's just finished pouring and reaches for another. Ugh, why are mornings so hard? I sit on one of the chairs in our little breakfast nook and pull my knee up to my chest. They're only hard because you were sexting your rock star boyfriend all night. "Fiancé," she corrects with a wink, as she fills a cup for herself. I laugh. I'll start remembering soon, I promise. Alex's boyfriend, Jackson, is an up-and-coming rock star, whose band Lightning Strikes was recently signed by Hazard Records. A week ago, just before he and his band flew to LA for 2 months, they'd gotten engaged, and I keep forgetting to call him her fiancé. I take a sip of my coffee as she comes over and sits opposite me. "So, have you found somewhere for you guys to live yet?" I ask. Alex has started looking for an apartment for her and Jackson to move into, since Alex isn't keen on moving into the bachelor pad he lives in with his bandmates. The thought of her moving out makes my chest feel a little hollow. Alex and I are close friends, despite being opposites in just about every way. When I'm not working late, I'm either reading a good book or binge-watching cheesy television shows, while she loves going out to clubs and socializing. Despite our differences, we bonded over our shared interest in design during our internship at Elite Architecture. When we were offered permanent positions after graduation, we decided to share an apartment. That was almost a year and a half ago. I'll miss living with her, but I'm happy that she's happy. "No," she says. "To be honest, I'm not looking too hard. There's a lot going on with the band at the moment. They're talking about permanently moving to the West Coast now. Not much point in finding somewhere here if they have to move." My eyebrows shoot up. "What will you do if that happens?" She bites her bottom lip. "There's Elite's LA office. That might be an option. Or Jackson and I can do the long-distance thing until we figure out what's going on." I say non-committally. Alex and Jackson's relationship seems to be super strong, but long-distance isn't easy, especially for a newly engaged couple. Hopefully it will all work out. "Paul called just before," I say to change the topic. "Oh, yeah?" She eyes me over her coffee cup and I wince internally. She isn't exactly a fan of Paul. Then again, he isn't a fan of her either. I try to keep them apart as much as I can. Still, after a week of bad-mouthing Paul when we broke up, she made sure not to make too many comments about him when we got back together. But what I have to say isn't about Paul anyway. It's about his news. Yes, and guess what? We got the King Group job. That's fantastic, Dee. She puts down her coffee cup and half stands to reach across and give me a hug. Not that I'm surprised. You worked so hard on it. And wow, it's going to be amazing for your resume. I know. The thought sends a thrill through me all over again. I worked long hours and multiple weekends, helping to perfect the proposal. Now all that hard work is going to pay off with more hard work. But it's what I love doing, so I'm more than happy. "When do you start?" Alex asks. "Monday. We'll be moving into King Plaza for the duration, and Mr. King, Wants to meet with us all individually, too. She nods. Makes sense to welcome you and make you all feel like part of the same team. Yeah. There's only one thing. I'd told Alex about losing my virginity after my breakup with Paul, but I never told her Cole King was the man I slept with. Maybe because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it myself. But now I could use some advice. I've met Mr. King before. About a month ago? Alex cocks her head to the side. Okay, so you've met before. What's the big deal? I take a deep breath. It was when Paul and I had broken up. The night we broke up, actually. Her brows hike skyward and her mouth drops open. Are you saying you lost your virginity to Cole King? One of the King group? Kings? Billionaire and basically your new boss? I cringe. Yes? I didn't know at the time, though. Holy shit, she breathes. I can't believe it. Then she laughs, her big brown eyes tearing up. Oh my God, Dee. When you finally decide to let your hair down, you go full throttle and hook up with one of the richest, most eligible bachelors in the country. Stop laughing. It's going to be so awkward, particularly during our one-on-one meeting. She wiggles her eyebrows. Maybe it will turn into a literal one-on-one meeting. The sip of coffee I've just taken almost chokes me. Paul and I are back together. Plus, I work for him, so that would be completely inappropriate. I think back to Cole's icy expression during our last meeting. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure he has no interest in a repeat performance. From the minimal juicy details you gave of that night, it sounds like it was pretty intense. Why wouldn't he want to repeat that? He's a man, isn't he? You should have seen the way he was glaring at me. He was not happy to see me. She purses her lips. Could he be worried you'll tell everyone you screwed the boss? When we have our meeting, I should probably let him know I won't say anything to anyone. Have you considered pretending you don't recognize him? She lets out a laugh. I'm sure that would drive him nuts. A smile tugs at my lips, but I shake my head. I'm pretty sure he knows I recognized him. Alex taps her nails on the table. Take this with a grain of salt, since I've never been in this situation, but I wouldn't say anything unless he raises the topic. You don't want to make it out to be a bigger deal than it was, and if you say nothing and act completely professional, you'll show him you're only interested in doing the job he's hiring you for. I scrunch up my nose. You think? Alex shrugs. You should do whatever you feel is right. After all, if it were me, I'd dump Paul ASAP and give Cole King the best one-on-one meeting of his life. I laugh, even as I shake my head. I don't have any interest in him like that anymore. It was a great night, but Paul and I are really trying to work on things right now. Alex says. Have you told Paul? No, and I'm not going to. It was bad enough telling him I'd had sex with someone while we were broken up. I can't imagine his reaction if he knew who the man was. He'd hate it, and I don't want to jeopardize their working relationship. Yeah, probably a good call. I'm sure having to sit across a meeting room table from the man who screwed his girlfriend's brains out before he had a chance to wouldn't sit well with him. I don't have a problem with him getting himself into trouble by trying to one-up his new boss, but I'd hate for it to affect you. So you won't say anything to Paul? She shakes her head, miming locking her mouth shut and throwing away the key. I stand and round the table to give her a hug, since I'm not tall enough to reach across it the way she did. Thanks, Alex. That's what friends are for, right? She says, keeping scandalous secrets from each other's boyfriends. Something like that, I say with a laugh. Come on, now that you know, you can help me find something professional to wear to my meeting. By professional, you mean sexy, right? I roll my eyes at her before heading to my bedroom, with Alex trailing behind me. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt to look at least a little sexy when facing down the man who gave me the best night of my life. So far, anyway. It's Monday and I'm sitting on the beautiful, uncomfortable leather couch outside Cole's office, trying not to fidget. My heart raps against my rib cage, and a nervous sweat dampens my skin. Cole's PA, a young man who introduced himself as Samson, eyes me from across the space, and I wonder if he can tell how nervous I am. He picks up his phone, glances at me, says something, and hangs up.
You can go in, Miss West.
I smile my thanks at him, then stand up, smoothing down my gray pencil skirt. With Alex's help, I paired it with a cream sleeveless blouse with delicate little buttons running down the front of it. Black strappy heels finish off the look. As Alex put it, the outfit is classy, while still doing a fantastic job of highlighting my curves, professional with a hint of sexy. Perfect to give me the confidence I need to face this uncomfortable situation. Samson gives me a slightly concerned look, and I realize I've ground to a halt, standing frozen in front of the wall of frosted glass encasing Cole's office door. Shaking off my temporary paralysis, I cross the last few feet and knock.
Come in.
His curt tone stiffens my spine. Whatever his problem is, I haven't done anything to be ashamed of. I refuse to let him intimidate me more than he already does. The onyx door effortlessly swings open under my hand, and I step into the enormous office, my eyes sweeping the room to put off looking at the man sitting behind the large mahogany desk. It's a corner office, so the expansive windows make up almost all of two sides, and I'm immediately struck by the stunning view of the city skyline. Twin couches face each other across a low table at the other end of the office, with a bar and a coffee station alongside. A few artsy black and white prints hang on the far wall, and there's a second door, which probably leads to a private bathroom. With no more excuses, I finally focus on Cole. God, he's still so good-looking, even though he appears far more like the stern businessman he is than he did the night we first met. His suit jacket fits like a dream across his broad shoulders, and as he stands, my eyes drift over the well-tailored lines that only emphasize his stature. I drag my attention back to his face, my lips twitching up in a nervous smile. He doesn't return it, merely rounds his desk and leans against it with his arms crossed, his cool gaze running over me. After taking a deep breath, I walk toward him and hold out my hand. It's nice to meet you. Again. Mr. King. My cheeks warm as memories of that night force their way into my head. He hesitates for a second, and my stomach sinks. Surely he won't leave me hanging. He doesn't. He steps forward and clasps my hand in his big, warm grip. My palm tingles.
Is it?
My brows jump, and as soon as he lets go of my hand, I pull it back. God, this is embarrassing. I'm a professional, for God's sake. This situation is awkward as hell, but I should at least be able to string a sentence together. Of course, I'm very excited to work with the King Group. There, that sounds professional and upbeat. His eyes narrow as he studies me.
How long were you working on this proposal?
I shift my feet and look at the deep leather chairs in front of his desk, wondering if I'm expected to stand here the whole time while he interviews me. Cole notices my gaze, but doesn't invite me to sit. I bite back a sigh. We've been working on it for about 2 months. He nods, rubbing his hand over his jaw. I have a sudden memory of when that same jaw, rough with 5 o'clock shadow, rubbed deliciously on the sensitive skin of my inner thighs. My nipples tighten, and I hope my reaction isn't visible.
So you knew who I was when you sat next to me at the bar?
What? I shake my head. No, I didn't know who you were. One dark brow lifts.
You're saying you sat next to one of your most lucrative potential clients, dressed to kill, and with a ready story about your broken heart, and it wasn't on purpose?
His voice betrays nothing. He sounds like he doesn't care what my answer is, but the hard angle of his jaw belies his nonchalance. What are you asking me?
I'm asking if you planned this. What are the odds you'd turn up next to me at the bar that night, end up in my bed, then walk into my office last week?
Who does this guy think he is? My shoulders stiffen. I don't know the exact odds. I imagine they're low. But I didn't plan this. It's just a crazy coincidence.
I don't believe in coincidences.
Anger whips through me. What sort of cold, empty life would allow him to see a simple coincidence as some subterfuge to manipulate him? Are you insinuating that I used my body to get this job for my firm? Because if you are, it sounds very much like you're suggesting I prostituted myself. He stalks closer and my breath catches. I hate that even though I'm furious with him, my body reacts to his proximity. He's the only man who's given me such intense pleasure, and apparently my body doesn't care that he's insulting my integrity. It just wants to relive the feeling of his head between my legs, and the way he filled me so thoroughly. My gaze snaps back to his as I realize it's drifted down to his lips. My nipples tighten even more, and I'm sure by now they must be visible. I cross my arms as if I'm bored with this conversation. Only the smirk curling his lips lets me know I haven't succeeded. He's standing so close that I need to angle my chin sharply to keep my eyes locked with his.
I'm not calling you a prostitute, but I've met plenty of men and women who are prepared to do whatever it takes to get something from me. I want to know if you're one of them. This job is worth more than a lot of money. It comes with a significant amount of prestige.
This time, my lip curls. I don't know what sort of people you spend time with, Mr. King, but that sounds like a you problem. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't know who you were the night we met. If I had, I absolutely would never have done what I did. His eyes darken, and I have to swallow past my dry throat before I can continue. When we were first notified about the project, I looked up the company, and the only photos I saw were your father's, and I'm assuming your brother's. So unless your face is plastered all over social media, which, by the way, I don't follow, I wouldn't know you from the next guy. I worked my ass off over the last few months on our proposal, and insinuating we couldn't win this account from merit is a slap in the face, not to mention you're basically saying that I, as a woman, would rather use my body than my mind and talent to get a job. I raise my chin, doing my best to rein in my temper. As much of a jerk as Cole is, I don't want to be responsible for our firm losing this job. But if you still have a problem with me, I suggest you ask for my removal from the team. Otherwise, let's just act like professionals and maintain our distance from each other until this project is done. Cole's eyes flick between mine, and I can't tell what he's thinking at all. Even though I've given him the option, I really hope he doesn't ask for my removal. Not only will that be a professional disaster for me, but explaining the why of it to Paul would be difficult, to say the least. But he just gives an abrupt nod and steps back. He returns to his desk, settling into his chair.
You can stay on the team, Miss West. Far be it from me to cast aspersions on your character or your talent. Since we'll have very little to do with each other during your time here, I can assure you keeping our distance won't be hard. But let me be very clear. Just so there are no misunderstandings, there won't be any repeats of that night.
I gasp. The absolute nerve of him! I know I should just turn and go, but I can't leave it at that. Of course, there won't be a repeat of that night. After all, I can only lose my virginity once. Now that Paul and I are back together, what would I need you for? Something dark flashes in his eyes, but he merely raises his brows.
He convinced you to take him back, did he? Or were you the one who did the convincing with your newfound sexual confidence?
My head starts to pound at the base of my skull, and I glare at him. Not that it's any of your business, but Paul apologized and asked if we could try again. Cole doesn't say anything, just scrutinizes me as I stand there. Do I need to wait for him to dismiss me, or can I just make a move for the door? Before I can decide, he's out of his seat again and stalking toward me. He steps right into my personal space, lowering his head until his face hovers just above mine.
So let me make sure I'm clear on this. Now that you're back with Paul, you have no more need of me?
No. My voice comes out shaky and I curse myself, even more so when his lips tilt up in a smile that isn't a smile at all. He steps closer again, and his woodsy masculine scent brings back memories of that night. That's a good girl. I'm going to come so fucking hard. A shiver works its way through me, and he glances down, then up, triumph flaring in his eyes. I look down too, only then noticing that my nipples are clearly visible through my blouse, and that they're brushing against his shirt with every rise and fall of my chest.
Seems like your body disagrees with you.
That's just a biological reaction. It doesn't mean anything.
Keep telling yourself that, kitten. You might actually start to believe it.
I can't believe he thinks he can get away with calling me kitten again. In a moment of insanity, I reach out and wrap my fingers around his dick, his very hard dick. He freezes, eyes flaring wide, and I know I've surprised him. See, you have no interest in me, but you're hard. It's a biological reaction. When he speaks again, his voice has gone low and gravelly.
If you don't stop stroking my cock, you'll find out exactly how this reaction ends, and I can guarantee it will involve you screaming my name.
A return to sanity has me snatching my hand away, and a blush sears its way over my whole body. I can't believe I just fondled him in his office. That's so far out of line, it's not funny. He steps back calmly, as if I didn't just have my fingers wrapped around his erection a few seconds ago, and returns to his desk.
You can go.
I blink, shocked by the sudden dismissal, even though I'm more than ready to get out of here.
Now, Miss West, my time is valuable.
I grind my teeth, but turn on my heel and reach for the door handle. My neck prickles as I leave the office, and I can almost feel his eyes on me as I let the heavy door swing shut behind me. I give Samson a tight smile as I hurry to the elevator. I want to put as much distance between me and Cole as I can. The meeting hadn't gone at all the way I'd wanted. With the way things escalated, I forgot to mention that Paul doesn't know about him and that I'd like to keep it that way. Not that I think Cole is likely to talk about me to anyone. I'm sure I'm just another notch on his bedpost, one he'd probably completely forgotten about before I walked into that meeting room. I reach the elevator and press the button. While I wait, I cross my arms and stare absently at the huge, black and white print showing King Plaza during its construction. Thinking of Cole and what he suspected me of tightens my chest. A dull ache spreading through me. It's hard to believe the man who gave me such an incredible experience could turn out to be such an asshole. The memory of the night we'd spent together, which I'd been holding close to my heart ever since it happened, is now tarnished. The elevator doors whoosh open, and I step inside, trying my hardest to suppress the hurt. I have a job to do, one which could make my career. Letting a man like Cole derail my dream would be an insult to me and Mom. I punch the button for the 49th floor, the location of my team's temporary office space, and watch the numbers tick down. With any luck, that's the last time I'll ever need to get up close and personal with Cole King.
Chapter 9. Cole. Are you listening? Roman's voice brings my attention back to the discussion. My brothers and I are sitting around a table in his office, analyzing the King Group's financials for the last quarter, as well as the projections for the next 6 months. Of course, I say, and I am, despite the memory of my meeting with Delilah this morning taking up most of my attention. She'd surprised me. I'm mostly convinced that our original encounter and what happened between us was a coincidence. The shock and horror on her face when I suggested otherwise was believable enough that a part of me, a tiny part, actually feels bad about accusing her. But there are women out there who would do exactly that. Outside the bedroom, there have been plenty of people over the years who've orchestrated meetings with me and my brothers to try to get something from us. In our position, trust is scarce. I'm not sure there's anyone in my life I trust completely. I know my brothers won't screw me over because that would mean screwing the family and the company over. But it isn't because of any fond feelings we have for each other. It's because our power and wealth depend on our united front. That's the only thing that keeps the jackals at bay. But trusting them with anything else is a different matter. Delilah may have been offended that I suggested she arranged our meeting, but I'd have been stupid not to ask. The only problem is once I got the answer out of her and she was standing there staring up at me, cheeks flushed, eyes sparking with anger, my own had evaporated, replaced by something different but just as heated. My mind had flashed back to a time when her smooth skin flushed with arousal rather than anger. My dick had hardened in my pants at the memory of the thrust that buried it in her pussy and the way she let out a breathy gasp when she was completely filled for the first time. Remembering how she'd come for me had sent a hot surge of lust flowing through my veins. Would she come as prettily if I were to fuck her again? I'd shut that down fast, returning to my desk and dismissing her before my thoughts became too obvious. But that memory and the scent of her perfume that lingered in the air had taken over my mind. The minute she'd left my office, I'd been out of my seat and in my private bathroom, stroking my dick to the visions replaying in my head. I'd never fucking done that before. Sure, I'd occasionally relieved some stress during the day, but never because of a specific woman. Afterward, I'd stared at my reflection in the mirror and told myself I needed to get past this. I vowed to put Delilah out of my mind. She's my employee and nothing else. And yet, here I am, thinking about her again, in the middle of a business meeting, completely unfucking like me. I grit my teeth. Roman's gray eyes bore into me, but I calmly return his gaze. I'm focused. Tate, my other brother, leans back in his chair, raking his hand through his blonde hair. I talked to Dad's lawyer yesterday, he says, breaking the tension and changing the topic from the numbers we've been discussing for the last hour. He's still resisting the idea of a plea bargain. I tap my pen impatiently on the table. He's too damn arrogant for his own good. He actually thinks he can win if he goes to trial. He can't, Roman says flatly. The lawyers need to keep pushing him. We don't need any more hits to the King Group's reputation, and a long, drawn-out trial won't do anyone any favors. I nod in agreement. Let's focus on what we can control. The hotel project is our top priority right now. If we can deliver on that, it'll go a long way in restoring confidence in the company. The board and our investors are expecting us to break ground on the first 3 hotels in 12 months. Roman says. Can the architects have the final designs and all the planning permissions completed so we can meet that deadline? I met with them this morning, I say. They seem motivated. The initial concepts they've presented are sound. It might be tight, but I'll make sure we meet the target. Tate takes a sip of water, clearing his throat before speaking. We need to look at boosting investor confidence in the meantime. There are some rumors flying around that Barrington's weighing his options. I frown. Kenneth Barrington is one of our largest investors, as well as an old friend of our father's. His opinion carries weight in the business world, and losing him could influence other investors who are watching to see how the company performs. Barrington is also Jessica's father. After she and I kept running into each other at social and industry events over the years, we developed a mutually beneficial arrangement. When we can't be bothered organizing another date, we attend together, reinforcing the relationship between our respective families' companies, and more often than not, finishing the night with a good fuck. She's one of the few women I've had sex with more than once, not because there's any emotional attachment between us, but because it's convenient. The sex is good, and we both know exactly who the other person is and what we do and don't want from each other. Although, recently she's become clingier. If she carries on the way she did the last time we were together, I might have to rethink our arrangement. The last thing I need is the complication of Jessica wanting to deepen our involvement. Roman drums his fingertips, his eyes narrowing. He's been with us for a long time, but the situation with Dad's arrest has thrown everyone's confidence. Barrington wants assurances we can maintain our profit margins. We may not have the relationship with him that Dad did, but we need him. If he pulls his investments, others will consider jumping ship as well. Tate has been tapping away at his laptop as we speak. Unfortunately, I don't think Cole regularly screwing his only daughter is enough insurance for us. His golden brown eyes, so different from mine and Roman's, lift from the screen, and he smirks at me. Maybe you should think about putting a ring on it. The idea sends a chill down my back. Marriage is the last thing I'm interested in. I'll eventually have to find a wife and have children. It's expected, after all, but I could happily hold out for another 10 years. No one's going to be putting a ring anywhere, I reply. Not even a cock ring? Tate throws back with a smirk. You're missing out. I ignore him. Barrington is more than happy to have me and Jessica put on a show now and then. He likes that everyone thinks he has an in with us, but that's all it is, a show. Tate's about to say something else when Roman interrupts. Our current aim is getting the hotel project underway as quickly as possible and meeting our milestones. That will convince the investors that Dad's removal as CEO won't impact our operations. Cole, I want you working closely with the architects to make sure they stay on track. I trust you to get this done for us. I give a curt nod, brushing aside the hint of pride his words spark in me. It's just a holdover from years ago when I actually cared about my older brother's approval. Tate, we need to make sure our messaging is on point, Roman says. Tate leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. I've been holding weekly meetings with the marketing team. They're launching a public relations campaign next week to highlight our commitment to transparency and ethical business practices. They'll focus their social media efforts on our philanthropic efforts and environmental initiatives. His gaze finds me. It might be worth being seen out and about as much as possible. Attend a gala or 3. The more charitable the cause, the better. Make sure you're seen throwing cash around. It'll reassure shareholders and investors that we're operating as usual, and the public will see that we're actively giving back. I glance at Roman, then focus on Tate again. He's already chuckling, probably because my face is reflecting my thoughts. You're suggesting I'm the one who'll do all of that? Roman crosses his arms and gives me a pointed look. You're the best choice. You're better at charming investors than I am, but not so charming that you're likely to end up with their wives' ankles around your ears. Tate snorts at a laugh. That's only happened twice, and to be fair, one of them was in an open marriage and the other was already getting divorce papers drawn up. I can't quite stop my lips from twitching, but Roman's scowl says he's less than amused. Looks like I'll have to suck it up and start accepting more of the invitations we always seem to receive. Even as I resign myself to that, my mind is already back on the hotel project. I need to take a more hands-on approach than I typically would. Follow Tate's example and hold weekly meetings with the architects. Make sure everything stays on track. Of course, that means weekly meetings with Delilah as well. I refuse to acknowledge that part of me might actually look forward to that. She may have a way of getting under my skin, but there's too much at stake to let myself get sidetracked by a woman. With that thought, I turn my attention back to the meeting and focus on what's important, making sure the King Group stays on top. It's the only thing that matters, and I'm more than willing to do whatever it takes to ensure it happens.
Chapter 10. Delilah. I tap my pen on my notepad as I study the concept design I've drawn for the roof of the Chicago hotel. After doing some calculations, I turn to my other computer screen and scroll through the U.S. Green Building Council website, checking over the information on their certification requirements. I take a few notes, then put my pen down and stretch. It's Friday, and I've made it through my first week with the King Group. Aside from the confrontation with Cole on Monday, it's been great. I scan my surroundings and smile. They've given us an impressive office, filled with sleek, modern workbenches, ergonomic chairs, and several drafting tables. Large windows line 2 walls, allowing natural light to flood in and giving the space an airy, open feel. A small kitchen area with a fridge, microwave, and coffee machine is located at the far end. My desk sits in the corner, facing the rest of the room. The double computer screens block most of my view, which is great for preventing distractions, although it also blocks me from seeing who's approaching. It's only when the familiar waft of Paul's aftershave, which he always applies a little too liberally, reaches me that I'm alerted to his presence. He peers at me over the screens, and I smile up at him. Hey, what's up?
Cole's asked for a status meeting in 10.
My stomach twists. With all of us? He nods.
I offered to give him a rundown myself, but he wants the entire team there.
Not seen any sign of Cole since Monday has given me a false sense of security, but at least he won't make any more insulting accusations if there's a room full of people. I hope not. Anyway, I stand, grab my notepad and pen, and follow everyone as we file into the elevator to take us to the executive floor. After shuffling to the side to let in a straggler, my attention is caught by Philippa, who's been in the office this morning in her liaison role. She's standing close to Paul, and as I watch, he leans down to her so she can murmur something into his ear. A spike of unease hits me at their easy familiarity, and not for the first time. I wonder if there might have been something between the two of them while Paul was in the UK. It would explain her barely veiled animosity toward me. I asked Paul once, not long after she joined our office. He denied it. The thought gets pushed to the side as we enter the conference room, and I can't stop myself from looking toward the head of the table. The chair is empty, and the tension in my shoulders loosens. I make my way to the seat furthest away. There's no point in making this situation more uncomfortable than I need to. While we wait, I open my notepad and sketch out some ideas that have been running through my head since I saw the updates to the USGBC website. I don't look up as the conference room door opens again, although my body is all too aware of his entry. I wish it wasn't. Having my pulse automatically speed up as soon as I sense his presence, and not just from nervousness, has guilt washing over me, particularly with Paul sitting only a few seats away. When Cole speaks, I force myself to turn and face him. The last thing I need is to be called out for unprofessionalism. Thankfully, his eyes aren't on me. Now that he's figured out I didn't attempt to con my way into this job, or his bed, he'll pay no more attention to me than any other of the hundreds of people working in this building.
We're facing a tight deadline,
Cole says.
I intend to have regular meetings to make sure the timeline doesn't slip. During these meetings, I expect progress updates from each of you.
He turns his attention to Paul.
I also expect a written update from you on the overall status of the project, and I want it in my inbox every Friday morning.
My brows draw together. Am I imagining it? Or did his tone become curter when he spoke to Paul? If Paul notices, he doesn't show it. He just nods his acknowledgement. We spend the next hour going around the room, and everyone shares their updates. I'm not as prepared as I should be when his steely eyes land on me.
Miss West,
He says, and this time I'm sure I'm not imagining the coolness of his tone. I'm working on the concept for the Chicago property. I'm on schedule and have completed several preliminary designs and conceptual sketches, but I pause, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Paul's head swing toward me. Should I say anything? I haven't discussed any of this with him yet. My plan was to feed this information up the chain through him, but since I can't avoid interacting with Cole, I might as well mention it now.
what is it?
Cole sounds impatient, and I almost lose my nerve. But then I straighten in my seat. This is where my expertise lies. He doesn't get to make me doubt myself just because he's a rich, entitled asshole. I look him straight in the eye. I've been checking the USGBC website, which provides the LEED certification requirements, and I've done some calculations. He doesn't say anything, just picks up his pen and rolls it between his fingers while he leans back in his chair and pins me with his gaze. I clear my throat. My initial thoughts were to install a solar panel array on the roof, but I think there'll be significant value in installing a green roof as well. It will help reduce the urban heat island effect and provide natural insulation, reduce energy use for heating and cooling, and help to manage stormwater runoff and improve air quality. Besides the solar panel array and the other sustainability systems we're already looking at incorporating, a green roof will result in a higher LEED certification.
Delilah,
Paul starts, but Cole cuts him off.
won't the solar panels take up all of the space on the roof?
Yes, but there are ways we can have both. In fact, we can design it so that the two systems complement each other. For example, we can install solar panels that generate electricity from both the top and bottom, which will take advantage of the reflected sunlight from the green roof. In turn, the panels provide shade for the plants. A green roof reduces the heat absorbed by the building, which can actually improve the efficiency of the panels.
And how much extra will this cost?
Cole asks, his expression inscrutable. I wince internally but aim to keep my face as expressionless as his. I haven't finished calculating the cost estimates, but with the modifications needed, it would add a significant amount of upfront costs. With the higher LEED certification, however, you'll be eligible for additional incentives, potentially including government grants. Cole's eyes fix on mine, and my cheeks heat under the intensity of his gaze. I wet my lips. The preliminary plan I originally drew up is ready to go, but it only includes the solar panel array. Paul has it at the moment, but if you're interested in considering the green roof, I can send those to him as well, and you can discuss them together. Cole rocks forward on his chair and places his pen in front of him.
I would prefer you talk me through it.
My eyes dart to Paul, and I catch the scowl on his face. We might have words about this later, but it's too late to worry about that now. I'm sure Paul can...
Don't hide behind your...
His infinitesimal pause has me wondering if he'll say, boyfriend. Thank goodness he doesn't.
project manager. If you're asking the company to take on additional expenses, I expect you to be able to justify it. Contact Samson and organize a time to meet with me this week.
I swallow. Great. Another meeting with Cole. Yes, Mr. King. Something flickers across his face, but before I can identify it, he looks down at the tablet in front of him.
I think that wraps things up, so I'll see you all next Friday. Miss West, I expect to see you before then.
I nod, then push back my chair and stand with the team. Paul's presence looms behind me as we leave the room, and I try to avoid the coming confrontation by making a beeline for the elevator. Before I can get there, he grabs my arm.
Delilah, when we get back downstairs, I'd like to see you in my office.
My shoulders slump and I turn, my gaze catching on a pair of icy blue eyes. They drop, then narrow when they reach Paul's hand clamped around my arm. Instead of saying something, Cole turns and strides toward his office. I follow Paul to the elevator. Everyone else has already gone down, so we wait together for its return.
What was that? You should have raised your proposal with me before presenting it to Cole.
This is an update meeting, isn't it? If he doesn't like the idea, he can say no.
It's not your place. I'm the project manager. Cole isn't going to appreciate a junior architect making suggestions that will cost his company a lot of money. Plus, I don't appreciate you going over my head like that.
The elevator arrives and Paul steers me in. As soon as the doors close, I tug away from him. Well, Cole wants to talk about it, so he can't have hated the idea that much.
Don't go around calling him Cole either. It's Mr. King to you.
I stare at him, wondering why he's being so pompous. He's right, though. I shouldn't be so familiar. A flush warms my cheeks as Paul eyes me. Let's not argue about this. From now on, I'll make sure to go through you first. He looks a little appeased.
I'll join you during your meeting, and we can all discuss it together.
I nod, my irritation with Paul's attitude offset by my relief at not having to face Cole, Mr. King, alone. Another one-on-one encounter with him is the last thing I need.
Chapter 11. Cole. Samson buzzes me. I look up from the email I'm reading and answer. Yes? Miss West and Mr. Donovan are here for your meeting. What the hell is Paul doing with her? Keep them there, I bark. I push back my chair and stride to the door, jerking it open and stepping out. Delilah and Paul are waiting to come in. Rolls of paper fill Delilah's hands and her green eyes lock on mine, a hint of pink tinting her cheeks. I shouldn't like that I make her nervous, but I do. A little too much. My attention shifts to Paul, hovering close to her. I wonder if the man senses something, if he's somehow picking up on the memories that ripple between Delilah and me whenever we're in the same room together. The idea almost makes me smile, but I don't. Paul, I'm sorry you wasted a trip here, but I asked to meet with only Miss West. Paul's eyes dart between Delilah and me. Oh yeah, he senses something all right, but I doubt he knows what. Would she have told him she slept with someone while they were apart? Or did she act the role of the blushing virgin the first time he sank his dick into her? I've never cared about taking a woman's virginity, but there's something about Paul believing he's the first man to have her that sets my teeth on edge. Some primal urge to make sure every other man knows she was mine before she was anyone else's. And as much as I'm disinterested in repeating our encounter, imagining Paul touching her has my back clenching with a spike of irritation. But as the project manager, I feel like I pin him with my gaze. If I wanted you here, I would have asked you to take part. A muscle ticks in Paul's jaw, but he knows better than to argue. He just nods and turns to Delilah. Come by my office on your way back. Delilah throws him a look that I can't interpret. Annoyance? Nervousness? I can't tell, and that frustrates me. I'm used to being able to read people. With one last frown in our direction, Paul moves off. I step back and gesture for Delilah to enter my office. As she passes, her soft wildflower scent drifts to me, and all my senses go on high alert. I'm not even embarrassed about my eyes dropping to her heart-shaped ass, swaying in front of me in one of those fitted skirts she likes to wear. She stops in front of my desk as I circle it and sit down, leaning back in my chair and rubbing my chin as I watch her. She glances uncertainly at the two leather seats next to her, obviously wondering if she's allowed to sit this time. I raise my brows as I wait to see what she does. Without looking at me, she smooths her skirt and sits, crossing her legs. I let my eyes linger on the exposed skin of her thighs, and when I meet her gaze, her cheeks are flushed again.
So would you like me to run through my thoughts on the green roof?
I tip my chin at her. I want to hear about feasibility.
Okay.
She stands and unrolls a schematic, placing it on the desk in front of me. She leans forward and my gaze is drawn to the neckline of her blouse, which is gaping just enough to show a hint of creamy cleavage. I force my attention back to where she's pointing out the details of her preliminary design. Delilah's eyes light up as she talks about the green roof, her hands making graceful movements over the plan. I'm watching her as much as listening to what she's saying. Do you have an idea of what the additional costs might be? I ask.
I'm estimating it will be in the ballpark of an extra $200,000 on top of the $1.5 million we're looking at for the solar panel array. But considering the additional savings from increased energy efficiency, decreased water runoff, and that, theoretically, the green roof will also improve the solar array's efficiency, the payback period of installing both systems is the same as installing the solar panels on their own.
And how long will that be?
Approximately 8 years.
I nod slowly, impressed with her diligence.
Plus, you can use the increased lead rating to one-up your competitors.
My lips quirk up. The cost-benefit is obviously in our favor. I'd liked the idea when she'd floated it in our team meeting earlier in the week, but I'd wanted to make sure she wasn't increasing the spend without considering the return on investment. Clearly, she knows what she's talking about. Is this something we can use for all the hotels? I have a good idea what her answer will be, but I'm interested in what she has to say. Or do I just want to keep her here longer? Delilah straightens.
We can use it on several. But we'd need to do a cost analysis based on the climate of the various cities. A green roof might not be the best solution in some of the drier states, although there is always the option of using drought-tolerant plants.
I study her design for a moment longer, then flip to a few waiting underneath. There's a site plan showing the proposed hotel's relationship with the surrounding topography and other buildings, as well as what looks like her original concept design with just the solar panel array on the roof. It's a delaying tactic more than anything. I already know what I'm going to tell her. Okay. I flip back to the plan on the top of the pile and look up at her. Give the numbers to accounting and get them to get back to Paul with the approvals. She blinks at me.
Just like that?
I shrug. It makes good financial sense.
Right. Okay then. Thank you.
She pulls the plans toward her and begins rolling them up, having to start over again when she rolls them crookedly. She's flustered. Is it because she wasn't expecting me to accept her proposal so quickly, or because she's alone with me in my office? I want it to be the latter.
Well, thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
I stand and walk around my desk and she lifts her chin as I stop in front of her. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I ask, "So, how are things with Paul?" Her eyes widen.
Paul? They're fine.
No problem working on the project together? She hesitates, probably wondering where I'm going with this.
We've worked together before.
I take a step forward. And does he always treat you that way?
What do you mean?
Like a child instead of a very competent architect. Delilah blinks, her lips parting. The next moment her expression shudders.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a high-profile project. It's Paul's job to make sure everything runs smoothly.
I suppose it's hardly a surprise she doesn't want to discuss her boyfriend with me. Paul and Philippa seem to have a good working relationship. I don't know why I say it. It could be because I sense some undercurrent between Paul and the beautiful blonde. Or maybe it's because I'm an asshole and I recognize a kindred spirit when I see one. And there's no doubt in my mind that Paul's an asshole. After all, he's broken up with her once already, which I should probably thank him for, then come crawling back. Delilah stares down at the plans in her hands. When she raises her gaze again, there's a spark of anger in the deep green of her eyes. The sight sends a flare of heat through me.
I'm not sure what you're trying to insinuate, but my personal relationship with Paul and his professional relationship with Philippa aren't any of your business.
I'm not trying to insinuate anything, just commenting.
Well, how would you like it if I commented on your girlfriend's relationship with another man?
A smile curls my lips. That's not really an issue for me. Something shimmers in her eyes. Is it relief? I can't tell for sure because she tilts her head and it's gone.
Let me guess. You're one of those men whose relationships consist of multiple one-night stands because they're afraid of emotional intimacy?
I raise my brows and she presses her lips together, probably remembering who I am and where she's standing. She gives a little shake of her head.
I'm sorry. That was completely...
accurate. Except for the being afraid part. Replace that with not being interested in, and you've got it.
Right. Well, lucky me to be one of the many, then.
She pivots as if she's about to leave. More memorable than most, I say, and she jolts to a stop, looking at me over her shoulder. I don't know why I'm poking her, or why I enjoy seeing her cheeks turn pink with either embarrassment or anger, both options being equally appealing. I'm not interested in her as anything more than an employee and a very pleasant memory, not to mention she's another man's girlfriend. So, why can't I leave her alone? Her nose wrinkles.
Should I be flattered that if you line up all the women you've slept with, I'll be one of the few you can pick out?
Most women would. She puts her hand on her hip and angles her head to the side so her dark hair tumbles over one shoulder.
I doubt that. But if that's what you need to tell yourself to sleep at night, then you just go ahead. While those women are chasing you around, begging for a night in your bed, I'll be with my very attractive, very intelligent boyfriend, having some very enjoyable emotional intimacy.
I casually cross my arms over my chest. Not long ago, you were the one begging for a night in my bed. You were more than happy to have a one-night stand so I could give you what you needed. Baiting her like this is crazy. If I'm not careful, I could end up with a sexual harassment suit. And yet, I can't seem to stop. The urge isn't helped when she curls her lip and says,
I should have waited. If I'd known who I was spending the night with, I would have realized what a big mistake I was making. Now at least I've got a man who takes care of my needs and has an interest in me as a person.
Her eyes spit fire, and I find myself standing way too close to her, taking in her wildflower scent and basking in her anger. Even though I brought up Paul in the first place, I don't particularly like her thinking about him while I'm standing in front of her. Though she says she should have waited, she'd loved every second of the hours we'd spent together. The scratch marks down my back had proved it. That needling irritation is what makes me keep going. Does Paul know? Did you tell him about that night, or did you keep your little indiscretion to yourself? Her chin rises.
I was honest about what happened.
Exactly how honest? Does he know it was me? Have you shared that truth with him? Her delicate jaw clenches, but her gaze darts away. Proof she hasn't.
There's no point. It would only make the working relationship between the two of you uncomfortable.
If that's what you need to tell yourself to sleep at night. I throw her words back at her. Her nostrils flare and those bright green eyes flash.
Surely you can't believe it's a good idea for him to know.
You don't think he deserves to know that the man sitting across the table from him is the man who took his girlfriend's virginity? Her lips part on a gasp, but I keep going. That a month ago you were screaming my name as you came on my cock? Tell me, Delilah, when you look at me, do you remember my mouth between your legs? Do you touch yourself and think about how you did it for me that night? Her breaths are fast and choppy.
No.
No what? No, you don't think he deserves to know? No, you don't remember? Or no, you don't play with yourself and think of me? How honest are you, kitten? Her eyes narrow.
You seem to remember an awful lot about that night, for someone who's probably screwed any number of women since then. How often have you touched yourself thinking about me?
She's not trying to be seductive. She's angry, and sick bastard that I am, I like it just as much. Too many times to count, I admit, savoring her sharp inhale. So next time you and your boyfriend are sitting across the table from me, you'll know I'm remembering your sweet pussy wrapped around my dick, and I'll know you're remembering my fingers and tongue in you and how hard I made you scream. You might be with Paul, but I have no doubt you'll be thinking about me the next time you fuck yourself with your fingers. Hectic patches of red bloom on the arches of her cheekbones. My eyes dip to the jut of her stiff nipples through her thin blouse. I would give anything to bend my head and suck one of those hard tips into my mouth. But I can't. I wouldn't, even if she didn't have a boyfriend.
Vibrator,
She says shakily. I raise my brows. When she speaks again, her voice is strengthened, and she meets my gaze head on.
I'll be using a vibrator, and when I come, I'll be thinking about whatever the hell I want to think about. Now, if you'll excuse me...
She says and pushes me away from her. I let her, stepping back so she can slip past me. Without another glance in my direction, she leaves, not even giving me the satisfaction of attempting to slam the door behind her. A few seconds later, I'm unzipping my pants in the bathroom. Exhilaration pings through me, and I'm so fucking hard it hurts. I enjoy it far too much when she talks back to me. Seeing the anger snapping in her eyes makes me desperate to bend her over the nearest desk and remind her how much she'd love having my dick in her. I bare my teeth in a smile as I stroke myself, because she is honest, and she was very careful not to say what or who she'd be thinking about, which tells me everything I need to know. The mental image of Delilah playing with her tight little pussy while she thinks about me is the only thing running through my head as I groan out my release a few hard strokes later. How's the project going? Tate asks. It's moving along. We're almost ready to sign off on several preliminary designs. It's late at night and Tate, myself, and Roman are probably the last people in the building. Roman is still in his office, but Tate and I encountered each other on the way to the elevator, so we're heading down to our cars together. "How's marketing?" I ask. He shrugs his shoulders and scowls. "We're doing our best to offset any new press about Dad's arrest by replacing it with everything positive we're doing, but it's an uphill battle." I frown at him. "Why is that?" "The press is more interested in our private lives than what the company is doing. At yesterday's interview, the woman spent more time asking me about my reputation than our current projects and the effort we're putting into making our developments more sustainable." "What did you do?" "Took her into the bathroom and fucked her." I shake my head. "That's not helpful, Tate. I don't know what the hell we were thinking putting him in charge of marketing. All we've done is give him access to more women who are obsessed with finding out if the youngest King brother is as kinky in the bedroom as he's rumored to be." We exit the elevator and make our way out the front. Our cars are waiting there for us, and I nod a farewell at Tate and climb into the back of mine. While my driver, Jonathan, waits for a gap in the traffic, I look out the window. My gaze caught by a familiar couple standing on the corner, Paul and Philippa. I narrow my eyes as I watch them. They seem to be arguing. Philippa gestures wildly while Paul rubs his hand over his face and attempts to respond. Then he grimaces as if he's frustrated, tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, and wraps her in his arms. Well, fucking well. Looks like my senses are on point. The guy is an asshole. I don't get to see anything else as Jonathan accelerates away from the curb, obscuring the couple from view, but I don't need to see anything else. It might not have been a kiss, but there was far more intimacy in that interaction than there should be between colleagues. My mind jumps to Delilah, and I rub my thumb across my lower lip. Despite what I said in my office, her relationship with Paul is none of my business. There's no reason for me to insert myself into this situation. Yet, the fact that Paul is screwing her around sends a surge of anger through me. I'd bet anything he started fucking Philippa when he broke up with her, if not before. He probably regretted it soon after because compared to Delilah, Philippa comes across as a cold fish. So either Philippa doesn't want to let go, and he's too weak to make her, or he's stupid enough to believe he can juggle both women without getting caught. I lean back in my leather seat. As much as Delilah deserves to know, and as much as having Paul out of the picture would give me incredible satisfaction, and I'm not thinking about why that is, telling her won't end well for anyone. She'll just have to open her eyes and see the man for who he is. I try to turn my thoughts elsewhere. After all, I have far more important things to worry about than the relationship of a woman I screwed once, even if she does work for me now. And yet, it's the flash of fire in Delilah's beautiful green eyes I see as I stare out the window, not the lights of passing cars.
Chapter 12. Delilah. "Why are we doing this again?" I ask Alex as our Uber pulls up in front of the club. A long line of people snakes its way down the block. Not surprising, considering the hype behind this place. Tonight is its grand opening, but it's already being touted as the next big hotspot, where the rich, famous, and beautiful will go to be seen. Because you've been working hard for weeks, first on your proposal, and now on the project, and you need a break. We both do. I pat her knee sympathetically. Things have been a bit rough for her since Jackson left for LA. She's been struggling with the temporary separation. She's even started teaching interior design classes at a community center a few evenings a week to keep herself distracted. I guess a night out on the town will do us both good. After paying the driver, we climb out. I smooth down my sparkly green mini dress, the one Alex says matches the color of my eyes, with bare legs and a pair of strappy nude stilettos. I feel sexy tonight. Alex is wearing black skin-tight leather pants and a red halter top, and she looks amazing. I smile as I take in the bright lights and all the dressed-up people. As someone who wasn't exactly a party girl during my high school and college years, the novelty of going out like this is still fresh and exciting. Although the line to get in is long, we don't have to join it. Jackson has somehow gotten our names on the list because of his connections in the music scene. After Alex talks to the bouncer, he unhooks the red rope, and we're ushered straight in. My eyes widen as we enter the 2-story club. A circular bar stands in the middle of the large open space. Tables and booths with plush velvet seating line the outer wall, and there's a crowded dance floor with a raised stage at one end for live performances. A second level with a balcony allows people to watch those mingling and dancing below. My gaze catches on the mountain-sized, black-suited man standing at the bottom of a staircase across the room. I guess that's where the VIP section is. "Drink first?" Alex asks, and I nod. I'm looking forward to having a couple of cocktails and doing some dancing. The last few weeks have been both exhilarating and tense because of my interactions with Cole. I want to let go and relax. Once we have our drinks in hand, we make our way to the outer edge of the club and score a booth when a group of people leaves. A sigh gusts out of me as I sink into the plush red velvet seat. "It feels as if you and I haven't had a chance to catch up in ages," I say. Even though Alex and I live together, the two of us have been like ships passing in the night for the last few weeks, with Alex spending her evenings teaching at the community center and me alternating between doing long hours at work and attempting to have more quality time with Paul. It's been a while since we've had time to hang out. Alex takes a long sip of her drink, then grins. "Tell me about it. And I haven't even had a chance to ask how things are going with you-know-who." I raise my brows. "Paul?" Alex snorts. "Your sexy, virginity-stealing boss." Even though there's no way anyone around us can hear what she's saying, I wince. "Please don't refer to him that way. How about my arrogant asshole boss? That works." Alex laughs. "I mean, it's all accurate, right? And I've seen photos of him. He's definitely sexy, despite being an arrogant asshole. Maybe even more sexy because of it." I roll my eyes and shake my head. "Believe me, there's nothing sexy about being accused of trying to sleep your way into a job, which he's never apologized for, by the way, and having your memory of the night you lost your virginity cheapened, not to mention him asking whether I think of him when I masturbate, in the middle of his office." "What?" Alex leans forward, an avaricious expression on her face. "You didn't tell me about that." I fill her in on what had happened with Cole earlier this week. When I finish, she sits back in her seat, her brow furrowed. "That's unprofessional. Tell me about it." "He doesn't really strike me as the type to do that kind of thing, which makes me think you've gotten under his skin." I sip my cocktail. "I doubt it. I'm pretty sure he dislikes me as much as I dislike him." You know what they say about love and hate? It's a fine line, baby." "I'm not sure he's the kind of man who feels love." She smirks. "Lust, then. He's a billionaire that can have his pick of any number of gorgeous women, and you think he's secretly lusting after me? Didn't he admit that he's been jerking off because of you?" I scoff. "I'm sure he was just playing mind games with me. He wanted to get in my head." She taps her finger against her pursed lips. "What if he's one of those guys who assumes by taking your virginity, he's claimed you as his?" I let out a laugh. "I very much doubt it. He was obviously unimpressed when I turned up in his building. Not exactly the behavior of someone who thinks I belong to him." "Okay, then maybe seeing you with Paul has his competitive drive running at full speed." "That's the most likely scenario out of a series of unlikely scenarios. But personally, I think he's just a sadistic bastard who likes to make people squirm." She waggles her eyebrows. "I'm sure he'd like to make you squirm." I shake my head, suppressing my smile. "Okay, enough about my boss hole. How are things with Jackson?" Her mouth pulls down in a frown. "It's been harder than I expected, being away from him." She looks down at her left hand, where she's fiddling with her engagement ring. "It seems like every time I call, he's out partying with the guys. I mean, I know it's part of the lifestyle, but it's not exactly easy being the one left behind. After putting down my drink, I slide closer to her in the booth and give her a hug. I'm sorry it's been hard for you, but I bet he's missing you lots. Hey, how about we take a selfie now and send it to him so he can see it's not just him going out and living it up? Alex grins. Good idea. She holds her phone and we smile for the photo. Then she taps away, composing her message, and I take the opportunity to do some people watching. The dance floor is packed, and the rhythmic beat of the music has my body itching to get out there and let loose. I look up at the second-floor balconies and see quite a few people looking over the crowd. Then my eyes drop and catch on the VIP entrance. A familiar form snags my attention, and I squint to see better. No, it can't be. Surely Cole wouldn't deign to bring himself to a nightclub. But as he turns to talk to the man behind him, I know it's him for sure. He's with a couple of other men, and a bevy of beautiful women jostles to stand next to them. I sink down in my seat, hoping he doesn't glance over. Although, even if he does, I'm sure his icy gaze will pass right over me without a second thought. What are you doing? Alex asks, amusement threading her voice. It's him, I whisper shout over the loud music. Who? She scans the surrounding area. Him! About to go up to the VIP section. She peers in that direction, and a grin stretches across her face the moment she spots him. Oh, this is perfect. Why is it perfect? I'm here to relax and forget about work and him. Isn't that what you're always telling me to do? No, you're here to have fun. And what's more fun than seeing your ex, he's not my ex, your ex, hook up when you look like $1 million and are bound to have men vying to dance with you? No one's going to be vying to dance with me, and I doubt Cole will even notice me in this sea of people, particularly not when he's surrounded by what looks like a bunch of supermodels. You noticed him, didn't you? And you underestimate how hot you are, Dee. Anyway, you're right. Cole King can have his supermodels. Tonight is about you letting go and living a little. So, come on. We're both looking as sexy as fuck. Finish your drink and let's get out on the dance floor and enjoy ourselves. I really do want to dance. Cole will be up there with his women and his friends, completely self-absorbed, and will never know I'm here. Why not forget about him and have fun? I down the rest of my drink, scoot from the booth, and hold out my hand for Alex. We wind our way through the tables and people until we reach the dance floor. Turns out Alex was right. We soon have a bunch of guys dancing around us, and she's right about something else, too. When I imagine a pair of icy blue eyes looking down from above, I smile and sway my hips even harder. After all, pretending never hurt anyone.
Chapter 13. Cole. When was the last time the three of us were out together? Tate asks, raising his voice to be heard over the pounding beat. I swirl the whiskey in my glass. It's been a while. While Tate often attends our club openings, I only do occasionally, and Roman rarely ever does. I'm sure he considers it beneath him to fraternize with the commoners, let alone his brothers. But putting on a united front is more important than ever now, which is why we're all making an appearance at the opening of one of our recent investments. I have no clue if Roman's enjoying himself or not. He reclines in his chair, drinking top-shelf whiskey, his cool gaze scanning the crowd while a hot blonde chatters in his ear about something I'm sure he doesn't give a fuck about. Even with the dim lighting in the VIP section, I can see shadows under his eyes. For the first time, I feel a pang of sympathy for him. It can't be easy, helming a vessel as large as ours, while trying to stop all the rats from jumping ship. Crystal, the woman who plastered herself to my side as soon as we arrived, puts her hand on my thigh and squeezes.
Would you like to dance?
No thanks, I say, barely glancing in her direction. Her hand trails further up.
How about after this, you show me your penthouse?
This time I look at her, I run my gaze from her silky blonde hair to her plump tits and small waist. She's a knockout. I could do far worse than take her to bed tonight. If I do, it won't be to my apartment, though. It'll be to a hotel. I give her a lazy smile, but don't confirm either way. "How's Jessica?" Roman asks me out of the blue. I frown. "Jessica? I'm sure she's fine. It's been a couple of weeks since I saw her. Why?" "Just wondering if she's said anything about her father." He isn't our normal topic of conversation when we're together. Is there something I should know? Roman shakes his head, then without saying anything more, he stands and strides to the bar. Tate and I share a look. Roman has always been the more serious brother, even when we were kids. Now he's practically unreadable. A dark-haired woman drapes herself over Tate.
"You want to dance, sexy?"
Tate runs his hand up the length of her thigh, his fingers disappearing beneath the hemline of her short dress. She gasps and then giggles. His hand reappears, and he stands, pulling her up and tugging her to the small VIP dance floor. Sitting alone, and now the sole focus of the remaining women, I start to get irritated. After finishing my drink, I stand as well, telling my blonde companion that I'm going to the men's room. When she offers to come with me, I shake my head. I'm not in the mood for bathroom sex tonight, even if the bathrooms here are first rate. Thinking of bathroom sex makes me think about Delilah. I remember when I first met her. Before we'd even spoken more than a few words, I'd imagined taking her to the bar's bathroom and fucking her. It had been a strangely compelling urge, with her breasts spilling over the top of that little black dress, and the way she shivered as she drank the whiskey. The idea of sinking my dick into her had overtaken my brain. Considering she was a virgin, I'm glad I didn't make that suggestion. The crowd of women has grown in the last few minutes, so I don't return to our table after using the men's room. I wander to the balcony overlooking the dance floor instead. I lean against the railing, watching the writhing masses below, wondering if Tate will care whether I leave and take Blondie with me. I'm just about to return to the group and make my excuses when a woman wearing a shimmery green dress draws my focus. Her dark hair swirls around her shoulders as she moves her hips to the pounding beat. For some reason, I can't look away. Men hover around her and her friend in a hopeful swarm, and I narrow my gaze on her. Would they come up here if I send someone to invite them? It's only when she throws her head back and raises her arms in the air as she dances that I recognize her. I straighten. What are the fucking odds? My hands grip the railing as one of the men moves closer to her. I scan the area for Paul, but I don't see him. Either he's not dancing, or he didn't come with her, or perhaps she found out about Philippa and dumped him. The man sidles closer, his gyrating hips almost brushing against her ass, and a burst of aggravation has me clenching my teeth. I wonder how she'll react if he makes contact. If she's broken up with Paul, she might welcome his touch. My eyes fix on the man as, growing braver, he slides up behind her and wraps his arm around her waist. Delilah jerks away from him and spins around. With a shake of her head, she moves away, but the guy doesn't seem to get the message, following her as she tries to avoid him. Delilah's friend looks like she's about to intercede, but I'm already on the move. I'm down the stairs and stalking toward them. Shoving my way through the crowd, I spot Delilah and her friend facing the man, who's now wearing a scowl. Guess this asshole isn't a fan of rejection. With one stride, I'm in his face, bending down to growl in his ear. I suggest you leave these ladies alone, or security will be escorting you from these premises. He steps back. Who the fuck are you? I tower over him, so he's ballsy. I'll give him that. The owner. So if you don't want to find yourself permanently banned, I suggest you leave. Now. With a sneer in Delilah's direction, which has me contemplating throwing him out anyway, he disappears into the crowd. I turn to face her, taking in her wide eyes and flushed cheeks. When she doesn't say anything, her friend steps in.
"You're the new boss, I presume?"
I spare her a glance, noting the slight curve to her lips. Temporarily. Finally, Delilah speaks.
"You didn't need to intervene. I had it handled."
There's a stubborn tilt to her chin. I'm sure you did, but this is my club and we don't tolerate harassment.
And I guess all cases of harassment get personal attention from the owner?
She's had a bit to drink. Otherwise, I don't think she'd be talking to me like this. Or maybe she would. All I know is that her attitude gets my blood boiling and my dick hard. I need to talk to you, Miss West, I say through gritted teeth. She tosses her hair.
I'm dancing.
I'm not asking.
What was that you were just saying about harassment?
This isn't harassment. I'm your boss.
Not after hours.
She's so defiant. I want to fuck it out of her. If you were at home and I called you to discuss the project, you wouldn't answer? Are you telling me you're not willing to put in the extra hours? She gives me a dirty look.
Fine.
She turns and walks toward the edge of the dance floor, but I wrap my hand around her arm and guide her the other way, further into the mass of dancers. When we get to a dark corner, I turn her to face me, moving closer until she's backed against the wall. Did you know I'd be here tonight? I ask. Her mouth falls open.
You have got to be kidding me. Do you still think I'm stalking you? I didn't know this was one of your clubs. I didn't even know you owned clubs.
The glittering strobe lights reflect in her eyes, distracting me from her reply, and we stare at each other for a heartbeat that seems to last too long. Then she wets her lips.
What do you want to talk to me about, Cole?
You know, your attitude leaves a lot to be desired, I say.
So does yours.
I move closer, tipping my head toward hers and enjoying the way her eyes flare and her pulse flutters in her throat. What attitude is that?
Constantly accusing me of trying to manipulate you and never saying you're sorry.
You want an apology? Her chin tips up.
It would help.
Why? She blinks at me.
Because you're wrong. And because...
Her gaze dips, then rises to meet mine.
Because you hurt me.
Emotion threads through her voice. I brush my thumb over her cheek, then press it to the tender skin under her ear as I slide my fingers around the nape of her neck. How did I hurt you? Her eyes dart between mine.
Does it matter?
Yes. And, strangely enough, it does. She releases a ragged breath.
That night we spent together might not have meant anything to you, but it did to me. I was happy that you were the one I had my first time with. I thought I was lucky to have been with someone who made it so good for me. And then we met again, and you accused me of trying to use you. And you ruined it all. You made me regret something that I'd held close to my heart.
What she's saying shouldn't bother me. I'm sure it isn't the first time I've hurt a woman's feelings, but they usually don't tell me. If they did, I couldn't guarantee I'd care. In the sphere I live in, admitting to being hurt is admitting to weakness. No one operating at our level will admit to that. So why does the vulnerability in Delilah's eyes trigger a tightness in my chest? Why does knowing she regrets our time together make me want to strip her down and give her a new memory to hold on to? My dick throbs behind my fly, and all I want to do is press her against the wall, slide my hand under the little dress she's wearing and thrust my fingers into her, make her pant and writhe and come for me, right here in the club, in front of everyone, make her feel good again. The urge is so strong I have to curl my free hand into a fist to stop myself from touching her. Instead of walking away, which is what I should do, I grasp a tendril of her hair, curling the silky lock around my finger. Where's Paul tonight? I ask. She stiffens, as if I've reminded her she shouldn't stand this close to a man who isn't her boyfriend.
He was too tired to come out. He wanted to have an early night.
The memory of Paul with his arms around Philippa flashes through my mind. I'd bet my Bugatti he's balls deep in the blonde woman, not having an early night at home. Though why any man would want to be with that ice queen instead of the woman standing in front of me is beyond me. Paul's stupidity is irrelevant, though. I've already decided not to interfere with their relationship, regardless of how much I'm craving another taste of her. Risking the project by indulging in my desire would be stupid, and that's not something anyone's ever accused me of being. So why the hell do I lean forward, pinch her chin between my thumb and forefinger, and tip her face toward mine? I very much doubt Paul is having a quiet night at home. Delilah jerks away from my hold and glares at me.
I don't know what game you're playing. But you don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you go back to your supermodels and leave me alone?
Irritation rips through my veins, and I step back. If you want to be willfully blind, that's your choice. It's nothing to me. As you said, I've got better things to do than care about whether my employees are being taken advantage of by their boyfriends. Crystal has already told me she's more than happy to bounce on my dick for the rest of the night. I think I'll take her up on her offer. Have a good night, Delilah. I hope you enjoy the club. I turn and stride off, annoyed that I let her get to me. If she wants to place her trust in Paul, that's her choice. I return to the VIP section and drop into my seat. Roman has disappeared somewhere, probably back to the office. Tate has his dance partner pressed against a wall. It's a little too reminiscent of how I just had Delilah. A waitress brings another glass of whiskey and I take it from her, downing half of it in one go, relishing the fiery burn in my throat. Crystal appears by my side and flings herself onto my lap, grinding on my still half-hard dick.
Feels like you're ready to take me back to your place.
I run my eyes over the breasts spilling from her dress and imagine peeling the material down so I can suck her nipples while she rides me. I'd been considering taking her back to the hotel before. The picture I'm painting in my mind should seal the deal. Infuriatingly, the image in my head morphs. Blonde hair to brunette, blue eyes to green, and it's Delilah riding me. Delilah throwing her head back and gasping my name as she clamps down on my cock and milks my orgasm out of me. My half-heart erection that remained unmoved during Crystal's gyrations and my thoughts of fucking her swells and jerks under her ass. Crystal rolls her hips, thinking it's for her, but any interest I had in sleeping with her, if I ever really had any in the first place, has died. The desire to relive my night with Delilah has overtaken my thoughts. She's off limits, though, not to mention she hates me. Maybe I just need a good fuck to reset my brain, remind me that sex is sex, and it feels damn fantastic no matter which woman it's with. My eyes drop to Crystal's curves again, and I cup one of her breasts, flexing my fingers and making her moan. It's a sound worthy of a porn star, and I've barely done anything. It irritates me, particularly when my memory taunts me by replaying Delilah's breathless gasps and needy whimpers as I took her for the first time. I drop my hand and reach for my drink again, my attention drawn to Tate as he leads the woman toward the private VIP bathrooms. I throw back the rest of my whiskey and lift Crystal off me, ignoring her confused frown. Not tonight. She scowls for only a split second before a fake smile fixes in place.
Another time, then.
She sashays away, and I let my head drop back against the seat. Shit. Looks like I'm going home alone tonight.
Chapter 14. Delilah. I scan the crowd for Alex. When I spot her at the bar, I rush over. Hey, do you mind if we leave? Her brows draw together. Are you okay? She scans the surrounding area. Did he do something? Things blur a little as I shake my head. Maybe I drank more than I thought tonight. Regardless, my head is all mixed up after what just happened with Cole. What had just happened with Cole? I don't know, but any buzz I was feeling has gone. And knowing he's upstairs in the VIP section, ready to screw whatever model he was talking about, makes me want to get as far from here as possible. Not that I want to be the one he's screwing. I've got a boyfriend, after all. I just don't want to have the image of the two of them together in my head. I'm not feeling it anymore. Do you mind? Of course not. Let's get out of here. We head toward the door, and I refuse to look up at the second floor. After we fight our way through the stream of people entering the club, Alex calls for a ride. A few minutes later, after filling her in on the basics of what went down with Cole, we're heading home. I should feel relieved, but Cole's words keep running around my head. Why would he say those things about Paul? Was he trying to mess with me? The thought that he might know something I don't sends nausea swirling through my stomach. As much as I hate to lend credence to his words, I can't stop the suspicion from taking over. I turn to Alex. Do you mind if we stop at Paul's? Just for a minute. She studies me with her dark eyes, then nods. Sure. I give the driver the new address, then slump back in my seat. I'm sure Cole is just full of shit. Paul had sounded genuinely tired when he called from his office and told me he wouldn't be coming tonight. Surely he wouldn't cheat on me. Not after just getting back together. My nerves are shot by the time we pull up outside Paul's building. After assuring Alex I'll only be a couple of minutes, I climb out of the car and use the key he'd given me to enter instead of ringing the buzzer. I run up the single flight of stairs, my pulse pounding in my ears. I don't know how I'll explain myself when I barge in on him unannounced. In fact, considering how late it is, he's probably already asleep. I reassure myself with that thought as I quietly turn the key in the lock and swing the door open. The lights are on in the living room, but there's no one there. I tiptoe through the room, and my heart stalls at the sight of 2 wine glasses sitting on the table. A pit forms in my stomach, already knowing what I'll see, but unable to stop myself. I make my way to the bedroom. The sounds emanating from the slightly ajar door have my chest constricting. I want to cry, I want to run, I want to scream at him. But first, I need to know who he's with. Breathing deeply to hold back the tears, I edge the door open. They're facing away from me on the bed, naked Philippa on her hands and knees, and Paul behind her, hips slapping rhythmically against her ass. She's moaning and gasping like his dick is the best thing she's ever had inside her. All I can think is that she's obviously never had Cole's dick in her. That thought is enough to push back the tears that sting my eyes. I stiffen my spine, resisting the urge to throw my keys at the back of Paul's head. I won't waste any more of my time and energy on him, and I definitely won't give Philippa the satisfaction of making a scene while she sits there and watches with a smug smile on her face. As far as I'm concerned, the 2 of them are welcome to each other. I return to the living room. Looking around, I spot his white marble-topped coffee table, the one where the 2 wine glasses sit. There's also a small clutch tucked into the corner of the couch. I pick it up, rummage around, and find what I'm looking for. A tube of lipstick. I uncap it and scrawl a big red "fuck you" over the table, which gives me more satisfaction than I expect. Then I take his apartment key off my chain, drop it between the 2 wine glasses, grab my nice leather jacket that I'd left here last time I stayed the night, and walk out. I'm not quiet when I close the front door behind me, even if he hears it. I'll be gone by the time he figures out what's happened. It's only when I hit the foyer that my hands begin to shake. I run back to the car and slide in next to Alex, trying to steady my racing pulse. "What's wrong?" she asks, automatically putting her arms around me as the driver shifts the car into gear and pulls away from the curb. Paul was there with Philippa? He was screwing her. Hurt starts to break through my veneer of anger. "That fucking asshole!" Alex seethes, voice dripping venom. "Just let me go back there and rip his balls from his body." I let out a wobbly laugh. "He's not worth it. He's a piece of shit. I just can't believe I didn't see it. I even gave him a second chance. I feel like such a fool." She brushes a few strands of hair away from my cheek. "You trusted him." I nod, and she rubs her hand up and down my back. "What did you say?" "What did he say?" They didn't see me. He was fucking her doggy style with his back to me. Bile rises into my throat at the thought of the nights I've slept in that bed. How many times has he screwed her there? "So he doesn't know you know. I left a pretty clear message." I tell her what I did, and she shakes her head and laughs. "You've got more restraint than me. I would have thrown something at the back of his head. Believe me, I considered it." A new emotion joins the anger and hurt. Humiliation. Cole had known. Or at least strongly suspected, which means he's seen things I haven't. How many other people know? The whole team? Am I the laughingstock of the office? The car drops us off and I march for the door. I fumble while trying to get the key in the lock, so Alex gently takes it from me and lets us in. I drop my purse on the table. I'm going to take a shower. I'm sorry, Dee. I really am. Alex gives me a long hug. I let out a ragged breath. You never liked him because I didn't think he was good enough for you, she says, pushing my hair away from my face. I nod, hating that tears continue to burn the backs of my eyes every time I think back to what I saw. Also hating that my mind keeps going to Cole and the fact that he knew, that he practically spelled it out for me, and I told him he didn't know what he was talking about. I turn the shower on as hot as I can bear and let it cascade over me. Paul hasn't called, which either means he hasn't seen my message yet, or he has, and is too chicken shit to talk to me. A sudden rush of nausea hits me. How the hell can I face him and Philippa on Monday with the image of what I saw running through my head? How can I walk into our weekly meeting and look Cole in the eye? And why do I keep thinking about Cole? I turn off the shower and dress in my pajamas. I'm just coming out of the bathroom when the door buzzer sounds. The air evacuates my lungs, and I stand frozen. Dee, it's him, Alex calls. What should I do? If you want, I can go down and give him hell. As tempting as it might be to curl up on the couch and let her rip him a new one, something the glitter in her eyes tells me she'd enjoy far too much. This is something I need to do myself. I march to the living room and snatch up the intercom. I don't say anything. He'll have heard me pick up and knows someone's listening.
Delilah, is that you?
Yes, it's all I give him.
Delilah, baby, please let me up so we can talk.
My hand tightens around the handset. No, thank you. I'd prefer you don't step foot in this apartment again.
Well, can you come down here? I really need to talk to you.
I won't be coming down. If you have something to say, you can say it like this. He lets out a heavy sigh.
I'm so sorry, baby. I don't know what you saw, but you have to know that I care about you so much. I would never want to hurt you. What happened tonight was just a lapse in judgment, that's all. And if you'll forgive me, I promise it will never happen again. Just come down so I can see you.
Anger is a hard stone in my chest. You can't be serious. A lapse in judgment? I saw you fucking her, Paul. And not just a random woman. Someone I have to work with. How could you do that?
Baby, please.
Don't call me baby. You don't have the right anymore. Plus, I never liked it.
Delilah?
You know what? I've heard enough. You disrespected me in the vilest way possible, and I have nothing more to say to you. At work, I'll appreciate it if you limit our interactions to only those necessary for the completion of this project. And tell Philippa to stay the hell away from me. I hang up, and Alex immediately wraps her arms around me, holding me as the tears I've been holding back finally spill over. More from anger and humiliation than heartbreak. You'll be all right. It hurts now, I know, but you'll get over it and find someone so much better. I promise. I nod, even as tears continue to drip down my face. I'll take this moment to cry and let out all my hurt and disappointment and anger. And then on Monday, I'll go to work with my head held high. I check the time on my computer screen, then take a deep breath, pick up my phone, and connect to Cole's PA line.
Cole King's office.
Samson answers. Hi, it's Delilah West from the architectural team. I was wondering if I could get a quick meeting with Mr. King sometime today.
Hold on for a second.
The faint clicking of keys makes its way across the line.
He has 15 minutes available this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Does that work?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. I lower the receiver and clench my fists. I do not want to do this. I really don't. But I will. This morning, I'd done what I promised myself. I walked into the office with my head high, even though my stomach was in knots. Paul was waiting by my desk, and the anger that surged through me at the sight of his face took my breath away.
Delilah.
He started, reaching for me. I jerked back. Don't touch me. His hand dropped, but he kept talking, repeating the same things he said to me Friday night, and I gave him exactly the same answer. Eventually realizing I wasn't going to change my mind, he sighed heavily and walked away. I'd sunk into my seat, shaking, and tried to take my mind off him by throwing myself into my work. But I kept flashing back to Friday night at the club. I kept remembering Cole leaning into me, telling me about Paul, and then what I'd said to him after. That's when I picked up the phone and made the appointment to see him. And that's why I'm sitting outside his office now, my pulse racing.
You can go in,
Samson says. With a deep breath, I stand and smooth my skirt, then knock.
Come in.
I enter and close the heavy wooden door behind me. Cole is sitting at his desk, leaning back in his chair. I swallow hard, taking in the breadth of the shoulders encased within his impeccably tailored suit jacket. His icy blue eyes bore into me, and a little shiver works its way down my back.
I wasn't expecting to see you today, Miss West. To what do I owe this pleasure?
I take a few steps closer and clasp my hands in front of me. I want to apologize and I inhale a shaky breath. To thank you. His dark brows arch high, and he leans forward, resting his elbows on his desk.
For what?
You were right about Paul. He stares at me for a moment, then stands and walks to the front of his desk.
And what was I right about?
Taking a deep breath, I steady myself. After we left the club on Friday night, I stopped by his apartment. He wasn't alone. There's no need to say more. Something flickers across his face.
I can't say I'm surprised, but I am sorry.
I suck my bottom lip between my teeth and nod. With his unreadable expression, it's hard to tell how sincere he is. He paces forward, stopping when he's close enough to tip my chin. There's a faint line between his brows.
Are you okay?
My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm hurt and angry and humiliated, but I don't want to talk to Cole about it. I'm fine. He searches my face, then abruptly walks back to his desk, reaches across it, and presses his intercom.
Yes, sir.
Samson answers.
Please call Paul from the elite team and ask him to come to my office immediately. Of course, Mr. King.
My eyes widen as I watch him. Why is he having Paul come in?
And Samson, don't notify me when he arrives. I'll let you know when I'm ready for him. Yes, sir.
Why do you want to speak to Paul? I ask as soon as he disconnects. Cole regards me steadily.
He's causing problems on my team.
I shake my head. This is a personal matter. I didn't come here to get you to fix this for me.
I'm not fixing anything.
I frown.
I told you I don't appreciate people messing with my projects, and if Paul is messing with you, he's messing with my project.
My shoulders sag a little. Of course his concern is for the project, not me. I don't know why I would have imagined otherwise. He moves closer again.
You know you deserve a better man than him.
I square my shoulders and raise my chin. I know.
You would never have been happy with him in the long run.
I know. It comes out a little quieter and more shakily this time as I stare up at him, my heart pounding in my chest. He takes one more step, and now I have to tilt back my head to meet his gaze. His eyes sweep over my face, and the woodsy, masculine scent of his aftershave takes me right back to the night we spent together. That's a dangerous memory to dredge up right now. I lick my lips, and he focuses on them. I remember what it felt like to have his mouth on mine. I remember his hands against my skin, his fingers inside me, and my body pulses with sudden need. Cole grips my chin between his thumb and forefinger.
You would never have been satisfied with him.
I say nothing. Frozen as I stare up at him, the heat rolling off his body warms me. His thumb drags over my lower lip.
Did he make you come like I did, Delilah?
The rasp in his voice causes my nipples to pebble. I don't answer.
Did you cry out for him? Beg him to fill you again and again? Did you writhe and moan for him?
The imagery is too vivid, affecting me too much. I can't let him get to me. I can't let myself fall under his spell. It won't end well for me. But I hesitate, even though I know it's a bad idea, because he smells so good, and I remember how incredible he made me feel. He senses my weakness, a smile curving his seductive lips. Then he takes one more step.
Chapter 15. Cole. I back her against the door, looming over her and bracing my hands on either side of her head. She tilts her face toward mine, eyes flashing.
What do you want, Cole?
You know what I want. She exhales shakily.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you want that from me? You have your choice of women. Why risk our professional relationship for this?
I lower my head, my nose grazing against her cheek until I reach her ear. Because I want another taste. I want to see if you'll come as sweetly for me now as you did then. Her breath hitches and I turn so my lips brush against the soft skin of her cheek. Just think, by now Paul will be up here, right outside this door. He'll be sitting out there waiting patiently for me while I'm making you come. If that isn't revenge, I don't know what is.
I'm not having sex with you in your office.
There's far less conviction in that statement than she probably thinks. My lips travel down until they're hovering just over hers. I'm not offering to have sex with you in my office.
Then what?
I'm not going to fuck you, but I am going to make you feel good. You only have to trust me and keep quiet like the good girl you showed me you are the night we met. Can you do that? I'm almost sure she'll turn me down, but I hold my breath as I wait. A few seconds pass before she says,
I can do that.
Fuck yes. I'm being reckless, I know that, but I don't care. Right now I'm not thinking about anything but Delilah and making her come. I'm not thinking about my father and what he did. I'm not thinking about the investors doubting what my brothers and I can achieve. She's the only thing on my mind. I reach down with one hand and run it up her thigh, snagging the hem of her skirt and dragging it up to her ass. Pulling back, I watch her face as I brush my fingers over her panties. Her lips part and her eyes go glassy. My thumb finds a damp spot, and when I press against it, her hips twitch and a whispered moan drops from her lips. Triumph rockets through me. She's wet. She's standing in my office with wet panties. The need to pull out my cock and sink into her is so strong my pulse pounds with it. But that can't happen. This is all I'll allow myself. One more momentary taste of her. I ease my hand underneath the silky material, my knuckles brushing over the smooth, soft skin of her pussy.
Cole.
She breathes, and I bare my teeth at her in a smile which probably looks more than a little feral. Pressing deeper, I slide into her slick heat, and my mouth goes dry as I anticipate replacing my fingers with my mouth. The flutter at the base of Delilah's neck steals my gaze. I want to press my lips against it, scrape my teeth along her throat, suck the delicate skin until it leaves a mark so that when I send her back out, Paul will know exactly what happened in here. But I won't, because it makes no sense. I couldn't give a fuck about Paul and his screw-ups, except that it allows me to do this again. I don't have a fucking clue where the desire to mark her comes from. Shaking the thought away, I press my thumb against her clit, then slide my finger deeper before pulling it out and repeating the process. She moans, and I nearly do too. I'd forgotten just how tight she is, her body wrapping snugly around my fingers, thrusting inside her. Delilah's hips begin to move in rhythm with my hand. Her lids are half closed, lips parted as she watches me watch her.
More. Cole, please.
If she thinks finger-fucking her to orgasm is my end goal right now, she's mistaken. She lets out a little cry when I pull my hand out of her panties, her wide eyes searching mine. A flash of doubt crosses her face, as if she thinks I'm done with her, as if she thinks I'd make promises about making her feel good and then leave her hanging. She has a lot to learn about me. I drop to my knees, my fingers hooking in her underwear and pulling them down her thighs as I go. Her gasp lets me know she isn't expecting it. Off, I say, tapping her ankle, and she lifts each foot in turn, stepping out of her panties. I stuff them into my pocket. Hold your skirt up for me. Her eyes are dilated, her cheeks flushed, but she does as she's told, gathering her skirt, shimmying her hips to get the tight material over her ass, and then clutching it at her waist. She's already glistening with desire, and lust pounds a heavy beat in my blood. My hard dick strains against my fly. But it will have to wait. I use my thumbs to part her, my mouth watering as I see how wet she is. Then I lean forward and run my tongue from her entrance to her clit in one long swipe. Her taste almost has my eyes rolling back in my head. She's fucking delicious, like the finest wine. How have I had her in this building for the last month and not done this before? Then I remember. Paul. He's been the one tasting her, making her whimper and tremble. The thought has my shoulders nodding. Not anymore. The asshole's screwed up and now I'm the one with his mouth between her legs. I alternate sucking and flicking her clit, then slide a finger back into her. Her breaths are coming fast now, but so far she's kept quiet. That changes when I thrust another finger inside her. Her head falls back against the door. It doesn't rattle because it's a solid fucking door, but it makes a thump. I graze her clit with my teeth, then look up at her. Quiet, Miss West, unless you want the entire office to find out you were in here with my tongue in your pussy.
Cole!
She gasps, her hands clutching my hair as I go back to licking and thrusting into her. I know she's close when her hips begin rocking against me.
Oh my God. Cole, I'm going to come.
Before she can, I swap, my thumb going to her clit, rolling over that swollen bundle of nerves in a fast rhythm while my tongue spears into her. Delilah sucks in a sharp breath at the sensation, and the dual stimulation is too much. Her hands tighten in my hair, her pelvis jolts forward, grinding on my face, and then she's coming. She makes little panting moans as her internal muscles spasm around me, and I groan against her slick flesh as I savor the arousal seeping from her. When she sags back, I swipe my tongue over her one last time, then stand. I bring each finger that was inside her to my mouth and lick them clean, then rub my hand over my lips and chin. I'm not rubbing her off me, I'm rubbing her in. When I lean forward, my mouth hovering over hers, her eyes widen, probably thinking I'm going to kiss her. But I don't, because that's not what this is about. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. Instead, I swipe my tongue against her lips, groaning when hers darts out to follow the trail of mine. Now when you walk past Paul, you'll have the taste of us on your lips, I growl. I straighten, stepping back from her. She's a glorious sight, her cheeks flushed, eyes slightly glazed, skirt still clutched at her waist. I want to bend her over my desk and fuck her, but I close my eyes and breathe deeply to push the urge aside.
Can I have my panties back?
No. She stares at me, but instead of arguing, she eases her skirt down her thighs, smoothing out the wrinkles. Then she fusses with her hair a little, avoiding my eyes. I won't let her get away with that, though. We seem to be making a habit of revenge. Her gaze meets mine, and I'm not sure what I see in it. It better not be fucking regret.
It won't happen again. I don't want anything to do with Paul anymore, not outside of work anyway.
I nod, satisfied to hear Paul is out of chances, less satisfied that she's stating this will be the last time I get to touch her. Having had another taste, I'm not sure I'll be happy until I've fucked her again, completely gotten her out of my system. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She finishes straightening herself out, and rather than lingering and letting her know that I'm not quite on board with her declaration, I return to my desk. She watches me with a frown.
Aren't you going to, clean up?
Her eyes flick to my mouth, then my hand. I smirk. When Paul comes in, I want the hand he shakes to be covered in you. Her mouth drops open, and her cheeks redden even more. But something flashes in her eyes, and I wonder if my little kitten doesn't have a more vengeful side after all. Instead of protesting, she just rolls her bottom lip between her teeth and nods. Sooner than I expect, she's turning, opening the door, and slipping out. As much as I would love to watch her walk past Paul with no panties on, her face still flushed from her orgasm, that's not how I do things. Instead, I wait a few minutes, then push the intercom, asking Samson to send Paul in. When he comes through the door, I'm waiting for him, my hand extended. I had a smirk as he shakes it. "Sit down, Paul." I gesture at the chair in front of my desk. After he sits, I round it to take my seat. Before I say what I need to say, I lick my lips, closing my eyes for a second to savor Delilah's taste. I don't care if it makes me an asshole. After all, it takes one to know one, and I knew Paul was an asshole from the moment I met him. My silence must be making Paul nervous because he shifts in his chair and fiddles with his tie. Then he clears his throat. "I'm not quite sure why you called me here today, Cole." My raised brows make him choke. Mr. King, if you're looking for an update on the project, I don't have anything prepared." "I'm not after an update from you. Delilah gave me everything I wanted." If only he knew. A flash of anger crosses his face at the mention of his ex-girlfriend. I almost licked my lips again, but refrain. "I've called you here because I've been made aware of something that I believe needs to be addressed." Paul looks a little confused. "If you have concerns with one of my team—" "Not one of your team. You." Surprise twists his face, but he clears it quickly. "Me?" "Yes. It's come to my attention that you've been having a personal relationship with 2 of your team members at the same time." His lips pinch, and he adjusts his position again. "I'm not sure what Delilah has said to you. Delilah was not the source of my information." His brow furrows as if he can't imagine any other way I could have found out. Okay. Well, whoever passed on this information, that is not the case." I narrow my gaze and lean back in my chair. Hopefully Paul realizes he's on very shaky ground right now. "That's not the case?" From the flare of panic in his eyes, he does. "Yes, well, not currently. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but my relationship with Miss West has ended." Anger burns in my gut. He was going to say he ended his relationship with Delilah, but obviously changed his mind when he remembered I just met with her. "That may be, but during your time with Miss West, you were also seeing Miss Grant, correct?" "I'm not sure this is any of your business," he says. But that's where you're wrong, Paul. My company is investing a serious amount of money in this project, and we chose your firm based on your designs and the understanding that you and your team would behave in a professional manner. My project manager having an affair with not one but 2 of his team members is a situation that could easily result in significant emotional upheaval and therefore affect the smooth operation of the team. That's 100% my business. Paul goes white. Yes, I see your point. Well, the situation has now resolved itself, and I can promise nothing like it will ever happen again. I hope not. Because if I hear of you acting unprofessionally while contracted to the King Group, I will be forced to reassess your position in the team handling our project. Part of me wants to do it anyway, to teach him a lesson about screwing with Delilah. But my more logical side realizes that letting emotions influence my business decisions is ridiculous. Outside of his bad decisions regarding Delilah and Philippa, he's a decent project manager. There is something I can do that won't have as big an impact on the project, though. I lean forward. I expect you to organize a replacement liaison for Miss Grant immediately. Paul stammers. But Elite assigned her to this position. I can't. Yes, you can. Because if you don't arrange it, I will. And I don't think you want your senior partners to receive a call from me. I don't care what you tell them to get the change made, but if it falls to me to do it, I'll tell them exactly what the issue is. I can guarantee that won't end well for you or Miss Grant. Paul's swallow is almost audible. I understand, Mr. King. I'll organize it immediately, and you have my promise that I won't do anything to jeopardize the project. I give him an assessing look and can't resist running my finger across my bottom lip as if I'm considering his words. Really? I'm just enjoying knowing he has no idea that finger was recently buried in Delilah's pussy. I've had enough. I want him out of my office, not only because I have no interest in talking to him anymore, but because I need to take care of the throb in my pants. I nod as if I've made a decision. Make sure you don't. Relief drops his shoulders from around his ears, and only when I stare at him silently for a few more seconds does he realize he's been dismissed. He rushes to stand. Thank you, Mr. King. As soon as he's gone, I'm out of my chair and heading for my bathroom. Again. This is getting ridiculous. Somehow I have to get her out of my head so I can concentrate on business. This company is the only thing tying my brothers and me together, and I can't let one little architect, enticing as she may be, distract me from it. Not bothering to lock the door behind me, I have my fly undone and my cock in my hand within seconds. I just need to figure out how the hell to do it.
Chapter 16. Delilah. For more than one reason, I can't look at Paul as I pass him. What I just did plays over and over in my mind. What I let Cole do to me, in his office, in the building I work in, with Paul sitting outside. What the hell came over me? This is not me. I'm the girl who puts her head down and works hard and achieves what she wants to achieve. I'm not the girl who lets her boss go down on her in his office. What is it about Cole that makes me act so out of character? On shaky legs, I make my way back to my desk. If I thought I couldn't concentrate before, it's nothing compared to how scattered I am now. Every time someone passes, I jump, imagining it's Paul, and he's somehow found out what I did. Not that it's any of his business anymore, because it's so unlike me. It feels as if any minute now, someone will point their finger at me and accuse me of reprehensible behavior. But Paul doesn't come, and neither does Cole. Although, why would he? He's playing games with me. With Paul. I don't know why. Maybe he's bored? The only thing I know is that this job is important to me, and I'm on very shaky ground at the moment. By forcing myself to focus on my CAD model, I make it through to the end of the day. I glimpse Paul around the office, but thankfully he doesn't approach me. I haven't seen Philippa at all, which isn't that unusual, since she's only here sometimes. Regardless, it's a relief. When 5 o'clock hits, I log off, grab my purse, and head out. After getting home, I get into the shower and wait for the hot water to relax my muscles. As much as I try, I can't stop thinking about what happened in Cole's office. My nipples tighten, my skin sensitizes, and I groan. Why can't I get him out of my mind? Yes, the sex I had with him was far better than anything I had with Paul afterward. And in his office this afternoon, well, that was beyond anything any man has ever done to me. But he's still a cold-hearted, arrogant asshole, even if he knows how to make my body sing. After drying myself, I dress and head to the kitchen to make dinner. I've eaten, washed up, and am sitting on the couch with my laptop when a key turns in the lock and Alex comes in. "How was work?" she asks, walking over, bending down, and giving me a hug. "Did you see Paul?" "He was waiting for me at my desk when I showed up." She scowls. "The asshole! He was never interested in giving you what you needed." I throw her a grateful smile. "I told him to leave me alone." And he did. "So that was the last you saw of him?" I bite my lip. "Well, I saw him outside Cole's office in the afternoon." Her brows shoot up. "What were you both doing outside Cole's office?" Heat flares across my cheeks. "What did you do, Dee?" "I just went to apologize for what I said to him Friday night, and to thank him for telling me about Paul." "Okay, so what happened?" "Obviously something did, otherwise your face wouldn't be as red as a tomato." I cover my face with my hands. "He went down on me. while Paul was outside waiting to meet with him. I dropped my hands to see Alex's mouth hanging open. "Are you serious?" I nod, not sure whether to laugh or cry. A huge grin spreads across her face, and she barks out a laugh. I hate to say it, but I like the guy's style. Paul deserves it, the selfish asshole. Then she notices my face. "What's wrong? You can't tell me you feel bad for him." "No, I almost feel bad because I don't feel bad about it." "Good. I hope you strutted past him on your way out." My lips twitch up in a smile, but it soon fades. I think it was the most unprofessional thing I've ever done. I don't know how I'm going to face Cole again. Alex sits down next to me. "Who instigated it?" "He did." Alex nods. "Do you think Cole is wasting any time worrying about whether he acted professionally? Do you think he's sitting at home right now, worrying about facing you tomorrow?" "Probably not." "Not a chance in hell, actually. The man's probably jerking off and planning what he'll do to you the next time he gets you in his office. There won't be a next time. He even said it was just a revenge thing." Alex tips her head to the side and smirks. "Ah, my poor naive friend. You actually believe Cole went down on you out of the goodness of his heart because he's some kind of sexual good Samaritan?" I snort out a laugh. "No, my dear. That man's probably been dying to get another taste of you since you walked back into his life." "You mean after he stopped believing I'd only slept with him to gain an advantage with our proposal?" "Well, yes, after that. But he obviously wants you, and if I were you, I'd take advantage of it. Next time he gets you alone, tell him you want the full meal, not just the appetizer." I honestly don't think that's going to happen. He has access to the most beautiful women in New York. Why would he risk a secret workplace hookup with me? You doubt yourself too much, Dee, and any man who doesn't think you're worth the risk is a fool you don't want to be around anyway. Her voice softens. Don't let the assholes in this world impact your opinion of yourself. Okay? I give her a grateful smile, knowing she's not just referring to Paul. A few months after we moved in together, I confided in her about my father, small-town royalty, whose family company owned most of the businesses in town. Mom fell for him, believing he felt the same way about her, until a faulty condom proved otherwise. He walked away, telling her she'd been fun, but he didn't want a kid, especially with someone he was slumming it with. Not that Mom said it quite that way, but it wasn't hard to read between the lines. He rejected her and me, then went on to marry a woman from an equally wealthy family and have 2 sons, half-brothers. I doubt even know I exist. Not that I care about my father. After all, why would I want anything to do with a man who would leave an 18-year-old girl to raise his baby all on her own? At least, that's what I told myself when I was growing up. But every now and then, when I saw how tired Mom was and how hard she worked to provide for me, I wondered why he hadn't wanted us. Alex's voice snaps me back to the present. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But I bet Cole will call you to his office first thing tomorrow for a repeat performance. I shake my head, but Alex just grins and walks away. I look down at the schematic on my screen, but my mind isn't on work right now. Could Alex be right about Cole? And if she is, what exactly will I do about it? The next day at my desk, my pulse leaps at every email notification, every ring of my phone. I half expect to be summoned to Cole's office, and I'm not sure if I'm dreading it or anticipating it. I get a few emails from Paul, including one letting me know the King Group has nominated our concepts for the H+ Architectural Design Awards, which, even with my current emotional turmoil, has me feeling a swift rush of pride. His correspondence has been completely impersonal and related to the project, so he must have finally accepted that I'm not interested in anything he has to say. When the end of the day arrives, and I haven't heard or seen anything from Cole, a chaotic mix of emotions swirls inside me. Apparently Alex was wrong. I should be happy about it, so why does disappointment sit like a lead weight in my chest? That evening, when Alex gets back from teaching her classes, she asks me what happened at the office. When I tell her nothing, her face falls. Then she says he probably doesn't want to appear too eager, and she's sure he'll come looking for me tomorrow. But she's wrong again. I don't see him or hear from him all week. By the time our Friday team meeting rolls around, I don't know if I'll even be able to look him in the eye. I'm embarrassed, angry, and, stupidly, hurt. I let Alex's words get to me, and now I'm questioning if that's because a part of me wants Cole to want me. When I walk into the conference room for the meeting, I keep my eyes away from the man sitting at the end of the table, determined to conceal how much his radio silence has bothered me. I sit as far from Paul as I can, noticing Philippa's absence once more. She hasn't been here all week, much to my relief, and open my notebook, pretending to jot notes until he starts the meeting. My eyes jerk toward him when he finally starts talking, because it's not Cole's voice. The man addressing us is Cole's brother, Tate.
Good afternoon, everyone. Cole has asked me to take today's meeting since he's unable to attend. We'll proceed the same way you usually do, beginning with a rundown of your individual projects. We'll start with you,
He looks down at his notes.
Robert.
I'm distracted while Robert speaks. Where is Cole? Surely he's not avoiding me. I can't imagine a man like Cole would ever stoop to avoiding a woman, especially since he probably hasn't spared a thought for what happened in his office on Monday. At all. I release a quiet breath. I'm thinking about this way too much, which is just a sign that I should never have let that happen. It's messing with my head and making me lose track of my priorities. By the time Tate gets around to me, I've pulled myself together, and I give a clear, concise report. Tate nods, his eyes lingering on me longer than comfortable. I squirm internally under his scrutiny. Is it possible he knows something? He finally continues, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I need to put Cole out of my mind. What happened was an aberration, and nothing else is going to happen between us. Alex was wrong, and I'm happy about that because now I can move on and forget it. After leaving the meeting, I return to my desk and finish the plan I've been working on. I stay a little later to apply finishing touches so I can move to the next one on Monday. It's dark by the time I finish, and I hurry out of the almost empty office, eager to get home and switch my mind off for the weekend. As I exit the elevator into the foyer, my feet stutter to a stop. Cole and his brothers are standing outside the expansive glass doors, all three of them dressed in tuxedos, obviously preparing to attend some kind of formal event. A lump forms in my throat, and my resolution to forget what happened comes crashing down. Cole made no effort to see or talk to me this week, and he didn't come to our meeting today, but he's available to attend some party or other with his brothers. I'm such a fool. For all my protestations to Alex and to myself, I'd convinced myself that Cole's actions meant something when they obviously didn't. For all I know, he puts his tongue in women on a daily basis. I hover away from the glass doors, waiting for them to leave, too embarrassed to walk out and see him, particularly with his brothers around. A black limo pulls up, and the three of them get in. Cole climbs in last, and as he turns, he looks back into the building, his gaze colliding with mine. I flinch, humiliated he's seen me lurking here, obviously watching him. His eyes bore into me for a second before the driver swings the door shut, severing our connection. I swallow hard as the big black car pulls away, my cheeks burning and tears pricking the backs of my eyes. This last week has been one of the worst of my life. First Paul and Philippa, then Cole. I just want to go home and pour myself a glass, or several, of wine and forget the last 7 days. ever happened. Chapter 17. Delilah. I walk into the office on Monday, refreshed and ready to be productive. After drinking wine with Alex on Friday night, then going out for another night of dancing on Saturday, I'm determined to put everything to do with Paul and Cole behind me. When my phone rings mid-morning and I see it's Cole's PA, my pulse leaps, even as my stomach twists. "Hello," I answer.
Good morning, Delilah. Are you available for a meeting with Mr. King?
My mouth goes dry and I need to clear my throat before I answer, "Yes, of course."
Come on up then.
I hang up, then stand, wiping my sweaty palms on my skirt. When the elevator deposits me on the top floor, I smile at Samson, hoping my nerves aren't showing on my face.
He's expecting you. You can go right in.
He nods toward the office. When I knock and hear his deep voice telling me to come in, butterflies take flight in my stomach. I enter and close the door behind me, then quickly step away from it. I don't need a reminder of being pressed against it a week ago. Stopping in the middle of the office, I interlace my fingers, hoping my face is as expressionless as his.
Good morning, Miss West.
Cole says, his vivid blue eyes sweeping over me. "Is there something you want from me, Mr. King?" His gaze flashes to mine and my breath hitches. Why did I say it that way?
Yes.
He says, nodding to the chairs in front of his desk.
I want you to sit.
Letting out a silent sigh, I take a seat in one of them. He surprises me by asking,
How are you doing after...
I blink at him. Is he asking me how I am after he made me come last week? A blush creeps over my cheeks. His brows draw together.
Has Paul bothered you at all?
Oh, he meant how am I after finding out my boyfriend cheated on me. Of course, he doesn't care about how I am after orgasming in his office. If he'd cared about that, he might have been in touch sooner. Paul's kept to himself. He's been professional. Cole nods, then stands and walks around to my side of the desk, leaning back against it and crossing his arms as he regards me. I stop my eyes from dropping to his broad chest. Why does he have to look so incredible in a suit?
I'm flying to Chicago at the end of this week to represent the King Group at a black tie benefit gala. I plan to visit the hotel site while I'm there. Since you have a site visit scheduled soon anyway, it makes sense for you to come with me. And since we'll be there together, I'd like you to attend the gala as my +1.
I stare at him. This is not what I expected at all. He has nothing to say about what happened between us, or ignoring me for the week after, but he wants me to accompany him for a night or two away? I'm not sure. I mean, I do need to see the site, but he frowns.
What's the problem, Miss West?
I stand, needing to gain some kind of equal footing. Do you think it's a good idea after last week? He drops his arms.
I think it's a very good idea. That's why I suggested it.
I swallow past my dry throat. If you're asking me because you think we're going to repeat... His brows slam down.
I'm asking you because you are the architect working on this site, and having you travel with me on the company jet rather than flying out separately makes good logistical sense. I'm asking you to attend the gala because I need a +1 and I don't want to worry about organizing someone else. And since there will be plenty of people there from the industry, it will do you good to attend.
He shakes his head, his scowl deepening.
Do you honestly think I need to manipulate a woman into having sex with me?
My jaw tightens. No, I'm sure you don't. He regards me with a frown.
Do you have an issue with me, Miss West?
No, I automatically reply, but then everything that's happened overwhelms me, and I fling my hands in the air as it all comes pouring out. Except, maybe it would have been nice if you hadn't disappeared off the face of the earth after making me come last week. What we did was completely unprofessional, and I had no idea what to think about it. Paul had cheated on me. We did That. Then I didn't hear from you or see you for the rest of the week. You didn't even come to the team meeting, and I saw you. I cut myself off, not wanting to remind him of how I'd been lurking and watching him and his brothers get ready to go to some kind of event. Anyway, you may be used to screwing employees in your office, then forgetting they exist. But that's not the kind of thing I'm used to. I felt... He stares down at me with inscrutable eyes.
What did you feel?
It's too late to go back now. A shaky breath rushes out of me. I felt alone. His gaze locks on mine, and I cringe inwardly at everything I've admitted. Without a word, he turns and heads back to his side of the desk. But he doesn't sit. He leans forward and braces his hands on the surface, his eyes boring into mine.
I had to fly out to our California office Monday night. I was there all week putting out fires. I flew back Friday afternoon in time to attend the engagement party of a longtime associate.
I wet my lips. Oh.
And I didn't know making you come went along with the need to update you on my whereabouts at any given time.
He sits down and rubs his hand over his mouth and chin, and I remember how he did the same after making me orgasm. Heat pools low in my core, and I mentally slap myself. I'm so out of my depth with this man. Everything in my life has gone off the rails since I slept with him all those weeks ago. Although, admittedly, what happened with Paul had nothing to do with Cole. Regardless, I have to stop letting my emotions get away from me around him. He's obviously used to this kind of thing, so making a big deal of it is just going to make me look immature. If he can act as if nothing happened between us, then so can I. I shouldn't have said anything. It won't happen again. I keep my gaze level and fixed on his, even though all I want to do is walk away and pretend none of this happened.
Don't worry about it.
He watches me, his eyes dark.
Now that we've cleared that up, I expect you to be ready for an overnight trip to Chicago. The jet leaves at 8 a.m. on Friday and we'll fly back on Saturday. I'll pick you up.
He doesn't say anything more, just continues to look at me. I brush my damp palms over my skirt. I'll be ready. Is that all?
That's all.
I make for the office door as quickly as I can while maintaining some kind of dignity, but he stops me just as I'm about to turn the handle.
Delilah.
I look at him over my shoulder. His jaw works, and he looks uncomfortable for the first time since I've known him.
I'm sorry that I made you feel alone.
My brows arch high. I doubt he's used to apologizing to his employees. I can't help but give him a tiny smile, but I just murmur, "Thank you," then leave. As I wait for the elevator, I reassure myself that I can move forward from what happened between us, and I'm excited to visit the site. As much as photographs and 3D terrain models are usable for the initial designs, I'll have a much better understanding of the space once I've seen it in person. I'm not as excited about attending the gala since I have no idea what to expect and don't have anything to wear. I'll have to ask Alex if she can help me with that. We're a similar size, and she has some great dresses. Hopefully she'll have something to lend me. Except I don't have to ask Alex to borrow a dress, because when I come back from my lunch break, there's an envelope on my desk. Inside is a note from Cole and a black and silver corporate credit card with his name on it. At least, I think it's a corporate card. I flip it over, but there's nothing on it except Cole's name. I shake my head and laugh at myself. There's no way Cole would give me his personal credit card. This must just be how VIP corporate cards look. I place it on the desk and read the note.
Miss West, use this card to purchase a dress and shoes for the gala on Friday night, as well as anything else you might need. Please remember you will be representing the King Group, so make sure you take advantage of the unlimited budget. Cole.
I stare again at the card. Wow, okay. This is the kind of thing I've only ever seen in the movies. It's like something out of Pretty Woman. Maybe I should be more reluctant to spend his company's money. But considering Cole is worried about how I might look while I'm representing them, I'm happy I get to spend more than I could afford myself. Even one of Alex's dresses probably wouldn't meet their requirements. I quickly message her. Any chance you're up for a shopping trip sometime this week? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I have to buy a dress to attend a gala on Friday night. What? Where? With who? In Chicago, with Cole. My phone rings in my hand and I look around, not wanting anyone to make a fuss about a personal call during work hours, but there's no one close enough to worry about, so I answer. You can't just tell me you have to buy a fancy dress to go on a date with Cole in Chicago and not give me all the details about what happened between you two today. Last I heard, you were going to pretend nothing happened and move on. Well, first, it's not a date, and second, that's kind of still the plan. I'm just going to be in Chicago pretending nothing happened. But what happened today? How did he ask you? I need to know everything. I laugh. I'll fill you in tonight. All you need to know is that he summoned me to a meeting this morning and then said he wanted me to come with him on Friday. Did he say anything about why he ignored you for the last week? My cheeks heat with remembered embarrassment. He's been out of town. He only got back Friday afternoon. Do you believe him? It hadn't even occurred to me to doubt him. I don't think someone like Cole needs to lie to anyone about his whereabouts. If he didn't want anything to do with me, I'm sure he'd have been quite happy to tell me to my face. She laughs. True. So, are you going to sleep with him? What? I realize I've raised my voice and ducked down a little in case I've attracted anyone's attention. Come on. The two of you alone together in another city for a night, probably sleeping in adjoining rooms, and you've already told me how good the sex was with him. Why not give him another go? Because things are different now. The situation is different. It wasn't that different when he had his mouth between your legs last week. Alex! I whisper shout. She snickers. I'm just saying. Well, don't say. I'll be completely professional, and so will he. Well, let's go shopping at lunchtime tomorrow and find a dress that will have him panting. Even if you don't plan to do anything about it, it's nice to know you have the option. She lets out a groan. I can't believe this is happening the weekend I'm flying to LA to see Jackson. I won't be there to hear all the juicy details when you get back. You have to call me as soon as you're home, okay? I'm not going to interrupt your weekend with Jackson just to tell you nothing happened. She manages to get me to promise to call her anyway, and then we hang up. I sit there, staring at the schematic on my screen for a moment. Alex is right. I want to look good for Cole, and I'm not sure what that says about me. Despite that, I can't afford to let anything else happen between us. My career and feelings are at risk, not his, and that's what I need to remember.
Chapter 18. Cole. Jonathan pulls the car up outside Delilah's apartment building where she's waiting. She barely has time to pick up the bag at her feet before he's out of the driver's seat to take it off her and open the rear door for her. She smiles at him, then slides in to sit opposite me. I drink her in a little too avariciously. Her long dark hair is tied back in a ponytail. The green V-neck shirt she's wearing deepens the color of her eyes, and her jeans fit like a second skin. It's all very suitable for attending a future building site, and yet it's still as sexy as hell on her. Her gaze flits over me, probably taking stock of my clothing as well, since this is the first time she's seen me dressed casually. I hide my smile as she takes in my fitted gray t-shirt and jeans, her bottom lip caught between her teeth. Realizing she's been staring a little too long, her eyes dart to mine, then out the window, a slight blush warming her cheeks. "Did you purchase a dress?" I ask, forcing her to make eye contact with me again.
Yes, and thank you for arranging a card for me to use. I gave it back to Samson on Wednesday.
I nod. Samson had returned it to me immediately after she'd dropped it off, looking just as curious as when I'd asked him to take it down to her in the first place. He knows better than to ask any questions, though. The truth is, I didn't have a good reason for giving her my personal card to use, except that the idea of her wearing a dress I bought for her, even if she's not aware of it, appeals a little too much. We passed the rest of the drive to the airport in silence. I answer emails on my phone, including one from Roman that has me firing off a reply straight away. Rumors that Barrington is considering pulling his investments are circulating again. We'll need to meet and discuss how to handle it when I return to New York on Saturday. After I finish replying to my urgent emails, my focus returns to the woman across from me. Delilah has her tablet open and she's making quick, efficient marks on the screen with a stylus. I watch her for a few moments, admiring the curve of her cheek and the fullness of her pink lips. A vision of those lips wrapped around me soon invades my mind, and I turn away, spending the rest of the trip looking out the window and thinking. I need to restrain myself around her. Yes, I want to fuck her again. I'd be more than happy to spend every minute of our spare time in Chicago in bed with her. But I told the truth when I said I wasn't inviting her for that reason. In a rare moment of conscience, I realized she might not be in the headspace to spend all night fucking her boss. Not so soon after Paul's betrayal, anyway. And considering her reaction to me after what happened in my office, it's obvious she isn't comfortable with the idea of casual sex, despite what happened when we originally met. I doubt I could sleep with her tonight and then send her on her way. I respect Delilah as a professional, and I want to explore her body for as long as it takes to get her out of my system, but I don't want to get involved in anything that will be hard to extricate myself from, and I get the feeling it would be hard to extricate myself from her. I want more time with her, even though I've already had her once, which means she's piqued my interest more than any other woman I've been with, and that's not something I'm comfortable with. Even knowing all that, it's hard to resist the urge to touch her when she's so close. I curl my fingers around my phone to stop myself from doing anything stupid. When we get to the airport, Jonathan drives us to the private airfield where the company jet shines bright white in the sunshine. Delilah peers out the window, then turns to me.
This is an upgrade from what I'm used to.
Not having to fly commercial is definitely a perk. She quirks a brow.
Have you ever flown commercial?
Only first class.
You mean you've never experienced the thrill of fighting for overhead luggage space or dealing with the person next to you who doesn't believe in personal boundaries?
No, only the joys of massage chairs and a fully stocked bar. I don't miss the little eye roll she gives before turning away, and I let a smile slip out. I bet she won't be rolling her eyes once she gets a look inside the jet. I follow her up the stairs, my eyes fixed on her ass in those tight jeans, and almost bump into her when she stops inside the door. She turns to look at me with her mouth open, and I actually laugh. It's impressive, all pale carpet, cream leather, and wood accents. The flight attendant, Marigold, stands to the side with a wide smile on her face. It broadens when her gaze lands on me.
Good morning, Mr. King. It's nice to see you again.
The familiarity and suggestion in her tone has Delilah's gaze bouncing between Marigold and me. Despite what Delilah is obviously thinking, I haven't slept with her. She's made it known she's up for it, but I'm not interested in seeing a woman I've had sex with every time I need to fly somewhere. I just give her a polite good morning and usher Delilah through to the seating area with a hand on her back. She sits down in one of the leather window seats and buckles herself in, doing her best to avoid my gaze. Small bright patches burn on her cheeks, and I wonder if they're from anger or embarrassment. I'm looking forward to finding out. Even though there are several seats available, I buckle myself in opposite her. The jet is spacious, but our legs are still within touching distance. Delilah looks over at me, then out the window, and I rub my hand over my mouth to hide my smile. Now that we're on board, the engines start to warm up. Marigold appears at my side, putting her hand on my shoulder.
What can I get you to drink, Mr. King?
I glance up at her. Just a tonic and lime this morning. She nods and looks at Delilah.
Anything for you, ma'am? An orange juice would be nice. Thank you.
She smiles at Marigold, who nods and heads to the galley to get our drinks. Delilah meets my gaze and tilts her head.
What's that look for?
You're very polite. Her brows arch.
Aren't most people?
I shrug. Not the people I spend my time with. The competition to always be on top, to be the richest, the most powerful, the most beautiful, means they can be vicious if they think someone is vying for whatever it is they have or want. Not that Delilah seems to want me that way. Maybe that's the difference. But I don't miss the hitch in her breath when the plane jolts forward and my leg presses against hers. Are you looking forward to seeing the site? I ask.
I am. 3D models are all well and good, but there's nothing like being on the ground and seeing how the building is actually going to exist in its environment.
Her enthusiasm is obvious and infectious, and her smile is bright. I'm only visiting the site because I need to be in Chicago for the gala anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. I certainly don't have time to visit all future development sites, although it might also have something to do with it being a good excuse to have Delilah come with me. She's like an itch I can't scratch. I can only hope that more time with her will ease that itch, make me stop lusting over her, or maybe it will only make things worse. Who the hell knows? Marigold brings our drinks, passing Delilah's juice with a warm smile. When she meets my gaze, the smile she gives is perfectly professional and polite. She must think Delilah is my girlfriend. As the engines spin up and the jet roars down the runway, Delilah closes her eyes, her fingers tightening around the armrests. I wasn't expecting this reaction from her. Are you scared of flying? I ask. She blinks a couple of times, then focuses on me.
A little. It's manageable. Just the takeoff and landing, really.
A minor bump as we rise through an air pocket has a gasp falling from her lips. It bothers me that she's scared. Our pilot's an ex-naval pilot. He's incredibly experienced. The corners of her mouth lift.
That's reassuring. Thank you for telling me.
But her fingers don't relax until the plane levels out and the engine noise drops. Better? I ask. She gives me a smile.
Better.
I relax as well. So, tell me, why did you decide to become an architect? I find myself genuinely interested in her answer. In my experience, there are very few licensed architects of Delilah's age. I'm curious about what's behind that level of hard work and commitment.
I was always good at math and art in school. Architecture seemed like a natural combination of those two things. And there's something amazing about imagining a structure in your head, putting it on paper, then seeing it converted into a reality that will hopefully last long after you've gone. Knowing your work has a long legacy is an incredible thing.
I nod. I can understand that.
Plus, it pays well.
Always an important consideration? I tap my fingers on the leather armrest. How did you get your license at such a young age? She laughs lightly.
It's called not having much of a life.
So explain why a smart, young, beautiful woman would put her life on hold to achieve that. She looks down at her glass and runs her finger around the rim, then lifts her gaze to mine.
My mom had me when she was young and raised me on her own. She had to work multiple jobs to earn enough to keep a roof over our heads and food on our plates. Growing up, seeing how hard she worked, how she put aside her own dreams to take care of me, all I wanted was to take care of her. The sooner I could become licensed, the sooner I could start earning the money to do that.
Her upbringing is the complete opposite of mine. It takes me a moment to realize that the sharp tug in my chest is another surge of regret over accusing her of trying to manipulate me. That's admirable. I take a sip of my drink. Do you mind me asking what happened to your father? Her expression shudders.
He didn't want to be in the picture.
It's obviously an uncomfortable subject for her, so I change back to safer topics. How did you manage to pay your way through college?
I was lucky and received a scholarship. That meant I only had to work part-time to cover my remaining expenses. I interned the rest of the time, so I could get a head start on logging my practical hours.
I'm impressed. And I am. Very few people surprise me, and even fewer impress me. Delilah's just done both. She puts down her empty glass.
Anyway, that's enough about me. Why did you decide to go into the family business?
I may have peppered her with questions, but I'm not particularly interested in answering any about me. Still, I guess I owe her the same honesty she gave me. It wasn't really a decision. We were born and raised into it. She nods, her eyes intent on mine.
Do you enjoy it?
The question gives me pause. Do I enjoy it? It's not really something I've ever asked myself. I enjoy making decisions, being in control. I enjoy having power, and I enjoy having money. Her eyebrows rise and a smile flirts with the corner of her lips.
That sounds like something a rich and powerful man would say.
I shrug. It works for me. She laughs quietly, and it hits me then. This is the most relaxed I've seen her since we met. The two of us have spent every meeting either rubbing up against each other or rubbing each other the wrong way. As much as I enjoy seeing the sparks flash in her eyes when she's angry, I like this side of her too.
I guess I could get used to this,
she says as she runs her fingers over the seat's soft cream leather.
If you have to fly, this is the way to do it.
Her eyes wander to the back of the plane, to the closed door behind me.
What's back there?
The bedroom? Her eyes shoot back to me, and a faint blush tints her cheekbones.
Oh.
I give her a lazy smile as I picture taking her into that room and making her cheeks flush for a different reason. She looks down at where she's fidgeting with her seatbelt. Marigold returns to take our empty glasses and ask if we want something else. Delilah looks from Marigold to the bedroom door, then back to Marigold again, before her gaze lands on me. I can almost see the wheels turning in her mind. She's making an assumption. Probably a logical one, but in this case, incorrect. We both decline another drink, and after Marigold leaves, neither of us seems inclined to continue the conversation. Delilah pulls out her tablet again and goes back to work. I decide to join her, taking out my phone and answering the new emails that have come in. They never seem to stop. 2 hours later, the pilot lets us know we're about to descend into O'Hare. Delilah stashes her tablet and gives me a self-conscious smile as she grips the armrests. I distract her by asking questions about her work. It seems to be effective, her shoulders relaxing and her expression becoming animated as she tells me about the first building she worked on and what her favorite design has been so far. I'm so absorbed in watching her that the mild jolt of the plane's wheels bumping down onto the tarmac surprises me. Delilah also starts and looks around.
We landed?
I told you he was a good pilot.
You did. Thank you again for that.
Her lips curve up and her green eyes sparkle. Something tightens in my chest. I can't recall the last time someone smiled at me with such genuine happiness. I look away, watching the airport pass through the window as the plane taxis off the runway. I'm not used to feeling something for the women I'm with, or have been with in Delilah's case. It's disconcerting. When we halt at the terminal, I unbuckle my seatbelt and wait for Delilah to unbuckle hers, then follow her out of the jet and down the stairs to the waiting car. We slide in next to each other and the driver starts the car, heading out of the airfield. We'll go to the hotel and drop off our bags, then head straight to the site.
Okay.
Her gaze skitters away from mine, probably because I've avoided looking at her since she smiled at me on the plane. When we get to our hotel, and I mean ours as in it's a King Group-owned hotel, we head straight to our adjacent rooms. After settling our things, we return to the car. As soon as we reach the site, Delilah is out the door. There's not a whole lot for me to get excited about. It's an empty space between two other buildings, and when I look at it, all I see are numbers, the potential for profit. But Delilah's face glows as she turns around, looking up at the surrounding buildings, her eyes rising to the roofline. Can you picture it? I ask. She turns to me and the brightness of her smile sparks through me like a static shock.
Yes, and I already have an idea to make the design even better.
What sort of idea? She points at an angle across the street.
The buildings on the diagonal are smaller. In that direction, the lower floors will get a better view. I'd like to try curving the northeastern corner of the hotel to maximize it.
And that's going to cost me more money. Her face falls.
Should I stop making structural changes? I
let my smile escape. I'm kidding, Delilah. Why do you think you're here? Draw up any modifications and send them for estimates. She stares at me, then lets out a short laugh.
I think that's the first time you've made a joke. I mean, it was an awful one, but I like that you tried.
She throws a smirk over her shoulder as she turns to walk further onto the plot. The curve of her lips and the sway of her ass merge together to make me want to bend her over the hood of the car and fuck her. Apart from the company not needing its COO getting arrested for public indecency, if I get the chance to have Delilah again, it won't be on the hood of a car in the middle of a busy street. But the way the urge to touch her is taking over my mind, I'm not sure how reckless I might get.
Chapter 19. Delilah. I checked my reflection in the mirror one more time, smoothing my fingers over the silky material of the floor-length red dress I'm wearing. Hopefully, with an outfit this gorgeous and expensive, I should fit in with all the other guests at the gala. I turn away from the mirror and check the time. Cole will be here soon to collect me. The thought has a whole kaleidoscope of butterflies beating their wings in my stomach. I haven't seen him since we got back from the hotel site. He'd told me I could do whatever I wanted for the rest of the day, then disappeared into his room for a conference call with his brothers. I spent a couple of hours wandering around and indulged in a delicious deep dish pizza for lunch, then returned to my hotel room and distracted myself by sketching out my ideas for the hotel's revised design. I've tried hard to forget about what happened in his office, but it's been on repeat in my mind since I slid into the car this morning and saw him looking so gorgeous. Images of what could happen tonight flash through my head at high speed, and heat pools low inside me. Not that he's suggested anything of the sort to me, but the way his eyes lingered on me this morning tells me he probably wouldn't say no if I offered. I just don't know if offering is something I should do. The rap of his knuckles on the door startles me, and I take a deep breath before opening it. Cole's brilliant blue eyes take a long, slow sweep down my body and back up again, catching on the plunging neckline of my dress. He doesn't even bother to hide the desire that sharpens his gaze. Part of me wants to grab him by his crisp white shirt and drag him into my room, make him remind me how his body feels moving with mine, but the more sensible part holds me back. The risk is too high, and despite recent evidence to the contrary, I'm not someone who regularly throws caution to the wind. While the reward would be great, it would also be fleeting. I have to be smart and keep my focus on my long-term goals, and they don't include ruining my career by sleeping with my company's biggest client. Again, I step out to join Cole, pulling the door firmly shut behind me. Before I can ask how the rest of his day was, his hand goes to my back, his fingers sliding around to my waist. He leans down, his breath fluttering the tendrils of hair at my neck.
You look beautiful, kitten.
Goosebumps erupt over every inch of me, and I let out a shaky breath. You look very, handsome, too. It's a gross understatement. I've seen Cole in a business suit, but this is the first time I've seen him up close in a tuxedo. And he is the definition of a sexy, powerful, rich man. His black jacket is perfectly tailored to show off his height and broad shoulders. The heat of his gaze scorches over my exposed skin, and the curve of his seductive, masculine lips reminds me exactly what he can do with them. When I lick my own suddenly dry lips, his fingers tighten on my waist, sending an excited little quiver running through me. God, why is it so hard for me to ignore him? After all, I managed to ignore plenty of men during college, and those men were far more my type than Cole. Kind, considerate, respectful. Exactly the way Paul was at first. I turn away from Cole's too-hot perusal and make for the elevator. The gala is being held at the Lakefront Plaza, another King Group property, so a limo is waiting outside to take us there. The driver opens the door for us, and I slide in first, Cole following me. During the drive, tension swirls in the air. Neither of us speaks, but instead of it being awkward, the temperature only rises. All I can seem to think about is the way he's touched me, the feel of his muscles under my fingertips, how hard he's made me come. The spacious car isn't big enough to give me the distance my body needs. I can almost feel his gaze burning into the side of my face, but I refuse to look at him. If I do, there's a chance I might decide to embrace the previously undiscovered reckless side of me, the side that only seems to come out around Cole, and unbuckle my seatbelt so I can straddle him. There's no mistaking how damp my panties are already. I close my eyes and take a deep breath.
Delilah, look at me.
Cole's deep voice is commanding enough to get me to turn toward him.
I told you back in New York that I don't have to manipulate women into having sex with me, and that's true. I brought you here because it made sense for you to join me, but I'm not going to lie either. I want to fuck you again. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since you walked into the meeting room that first day, and I'm tired of fighting it.
I inhale sharply, my nipples immediately hardening under the thin material of my dress. He notices, and a muscle leaps in his jaw.
I want you tonight, Delilah. Tell me I can have you.
My heart hammers. My mouth opens to respond, but nothing comes out. I'm frozen, torn between wanting to experience what I know he can give me, and my awareness of just how horrendously wrong this could go. Cole reaches out and brushes his thumb across my lower lip.
I want to see this lipstick smeared all over my cock. I want my tongue deep in your pussy. I want to make you come until you physically can't anymore, and I want it tonight. Just one night, and then we go back to New York and the way things are now. But if you agree, you're mine until morning. And Delilah,
he says, gripping my jaw and forcing me to focus on his words over the pounding of blood in my ears.
If you say yes, I plan to make you forget Paul ever existed.
That last bit makes me flinch, and his hand drops away.
Think about it and give me your answer before we leave the gala tonight. If you say yes, I won't wait until we get back to the hotel to start. Do you understand?
I am way out of my league with this man. I want to scream at the driver to pull over right now so I can get naked and rub myself all over him. I want to unbutton his pristine white shirt and kiss a trail down his skin until I can unzip his pants and take him into my mouth. I want to pull my dress up my thighs and slide onto him. I want to experience everything my body and his can do together. After having a taste of just how amazing sex can be, then being disappointed with my physical relationship with Paul, I just want to feel it all over again. But instead of doing any of that, I force out 2 words. I understand. Cole stares out the window, and I sit in stunned silence, trying to figure out exactly what I should do. I could whip out my phone and message Alex, but I don't want to interrupt her time with Jackson. Plus, I already know what her advice will be. Something along the lines of, "Ride 'em, cowgirl." I'm mercifully distracted from the overwhelming chaos in my mind when we approach the hotel. The building is lit up with an honest-to-goodness red carpet out front. Photographers stand on each side, snapping photos of the people walking on it. I didn't realize this was such a big event, I murmur.
Some of the richest people in the U.S. are here tonight, and people with that kind of wealth and power want to make sure everyone sees them.
I turn to look at him. Do you go to many of these?
Usually it's Roman or my father.
The line of his jaw sharpens.
Or it used to be anyway.
I consider asking him about his father, about how he feels about what happened, but I don't have the time, or probably the courage, because our car is pulling up to the red carpet. The driver gets out and opens the door on Cole's side.
Ready?
I'm not, but I nod anyway. He steps out, then turns to hold out his hand for me. I take it, feeling completely overwhelmed as he tucks it into his elbow, and we start down the red carpet. Camera flashes from both sides dazzle me, and I hear voices calling out to Cole. "Mr. King, who's your date tonight? Mr. King, who's your date wearing?"
Mr. King, how do you respond to rumors that investors have lost confidence in the King Group following the arrest of your father?
What the hell kind of question is that at this kind of event? The muscles in Cole's arm tighten, and I peer at the group of mostly photographers standing to the side. 2 or 3 people hold microphones, attempting to ask the attendees questions, but I can't tell which of them asked about his dad. Cole doesn't answer anyway. His expression appears completely inscrutable, but I'm close enough to detect the faintest tick in his jaw. Curling my fingers around his bicep, I squeeze it reassuringly. He looks down at me, surprise lightening his eyes. One corner of his mouth kicks up for a millisecond, and then he's looking straight ahead again as we approach the large open doorway. Now that we've mostly finished with the photographers and reporters, I can relax and take in the lobby as we enter. It's beautiful, with gleaming marble floors and soaring ceilings adorned with sparkling chandeliers. The ballroom where the gala is being held is equally impressive. It's a huge space, featuring intricate moldings, mirrored accents, and even more extravagant chandeliers. A table with various objects placed on it runs down the side of the room. Cole had mentioned a silent auction, so it must be for that. It's an amazing space, I murmur, my gaze roaming over the ornate ceiling.
It is.
I smile up at him. Does he actually seem relaxed? The tension from before seems to have gone, and something akin to a spark of warmth resides in his gaze.
I like watching you looking at architecture.
I cock my head. Why?
Your eyes light up, and your whole body becomes animated.
Oh. Warmth unfolds in my chest. That was the last thing I expected to hear from him. His gaze holds mine.
Your passion is a beautiful thing.
My breath catches in my throat as something shimmers in the air between us. A connection I never would have believed possible. And yet, it's there. Maybe I should have known my relationship with Paul was doomed. He'd never once bothered to share his appreciation for me the way Cole just did. Anytime we went somewhere with amazing architecture, he was too busy lecturing me about his expert opinion to care about my response to it. Thank you. I don't know what else to say, so I force my gaze away from him and look at the people filling the vast room. Cole was right. Everyone here is rich and powerful, and they're not shy about showing it. Expensive suits and designer dresses, jewels dripping from necks, wrists, and ears, laughs that sound a little too loud, as if only uttered to draw attention. It's completely different from anything I'm used to. Cole leans down and whispers,
Stay by my side or you'll have all the unmarried men trying to take you home tonight. Probably half of the married ones as well.
When I glance up at him, there's no humor in his expression.
Let's find our table.
He urges me forward, his large hand spanning the small of my back. We weave our way through the crowd until Cole spots our designated table at the front of the room, and I wonder if the positioning is deliberate. Do the big billionaires sit at the front and the little billionaires get relegated to the back? I stifle a laugh, then quickly straighten my face when Cole glances at me with a raised brow. He pulls out my seat, and I try to sink into it as gracefully as possible. Then he sits next to me. A server materializes by our side.
Can I get you something to drink this evening?
Cole turns to me.
Would you like champagne or something else?
Champagne would be nice, but the bubbles are bound to go to my head, and I need to keep my senses about me tonight. I'll have a glass of white wine, thank you. Cole orders 2 glasses of white, and the server rushes off, dodging and weaving his way through the crowd. He's soon back with our glasses, and I thank him with a grateful smile, getting a grin and a wink in response. Cole mutters something under his breath and casually rests his arm along the back of my chair. We're soon joined at the table by some other couples, mostly older than Cole and me. They greet him familiarly, and Cole introduces me as his colleague, which isn't really true. He probably says it to ensure people don't think I'm his date, or, God forbid, his girlfriend. The final couple joins the table, and although there's no obvious physical reaction from Cole, I swear tension seems to roll off him as they sit opposite us. His greeting seems pleasant enough, however, as he nods in their direction.
Jessica? Tom?
The couple seems about Cole's age. The blandly good-looking man reminds me of a Ken doll, and the woman is a complete knockout. She's blonde, tall, and curvy, and her black dress shows off every single one of those curves. Her pale blue eyes fix on Cole. "I wasn't sure you were coming tonight," she says to him. "You usually let me know."
Roman originally accepted the invitation, but he has other business to attend to.
He doesn't say anything about why he didn't let her know he was coming, and what does that mean anyway? Surely she's not his girlfriend, considering they're both here with other people. I look at Cole, but he keeps his attention fixed on Jessica. She shifts in her chair, her gaze briefly flicking to me. "Who's your date tonight?"
This is Delilah. She's an architect working on the new hotel chain. I brought her to look at the Chicago site.
I smile at Jessica, and although she smiles back, it's brittle around the edges. "How convenient," she murmurs. We're spared further conversation with Jessica and her date when the MC takes to the stage to talk about the schedule for tonight, which includes numerous courses of food and a lot of mingling, followed by the silent auction and then dancing. A casual Friday night for billionaires. Once everyone is seated, the first course is brought out. It's caviar, artfully dolloped on some fancy-looking lettuce leaves. I try it because I've never had it before, then do my best not to screw up my nose. I quietly panic. Is it considered rude if I don't eat it? Cole's thigh presses against mine as he murmurs in my ear.
Don't eat it if you don't like it. It's an acquired taste.
Let me guess. I tilt my face up to his. You've acquired it? He shrugs.
I wasn't given much choice when I was a child.
I look down at the pile of shiny black fish eggs. I can't believe your parents gave this to you as a kid. I used to kick up a fuss when Mom made me eat my beans. The corners of his mouth turn up.
My brothers and I were expected to gain an appreciation for the finer things in life early on, whether we wanted to or not.
I try to picture Cole as a child, forcing down caviar at the dinner table because it was expected. A pang of sadness hits me. I don't know anything about his upbringing, so I'm probably making a huge assumption, but somehow it doesn't seem like the act of loving parents. I touch his arm. I'm sorry. That doesn't sound very nice. He looks down at my hand, then up at my face. The strange intensity in his eyes has my stomach flipping over. Then he shakes his head and gives me a tilted smile.
Only you would pity me for my childhood of eating incredibly expensive food, Delilah.
My cheeks heat, but the way he's still looking at me makes my breath catch in my throat. As I turn away, Jessica catches my attention. Her eyes are on Cole, and she's frowning. There's definitely something going on there, but what? Is she his ex? Or does she want a relationship with him, and he's not interested? I'm distracted by a server who whisks away my mostly untouched plate. It's soon replaced by something far more appetizing. A small serving of salmon ravioli with a saffron cream sauce. It's delicious, and I hum with approval as I lick the sauce from my lips. Cole leans toward me again.
Keep that up and I'll demand an answer sooner.
His low, raspy voice sends a thrill through me. I throw him a wide-eyed look. Then, and I'm not sure why I do it, I hold his gaze and deliberately lick my lips again. I almost laugh at the look on his face, but the way my body reacts to the dark, sinful expression that takes hold of his features is anything but funny. It promises retribution of the darkest, most decadent kind, and suddenly, I wonder why I'm hesitating about this. We're here for one night. I'm dressed up and looking as good as I'll ever look, and Cole is... Well, Cole is Cole. He always looks incredible. But right now he's looking at me like he wants to eat me alive, and I'm pretty sure I'm looking at him like I want him to. I lean toward him, and the flare of his pupils causes breathless excitement to radiate through me. What if I'm ready to give you my answer now? He lets out a slow, controlled breath.
Don't.
I blink, but I thought...
Don't tell me until I'm in a position to do something about it. If you tell me now, I'll pull up your skirt under the table, bury my fingers in you, and make you come in front of all these people.
A shudder racks me, and I close my eyes for a beat, because a small, hidden part of me wants him to do just that, to claim me in front of all these people. But I sink back in my chair. A fantasy is one thing. The reality would be quite different.
I'll tell you when you can answer me.
Cole says, and I nod. I'm sure my arousal must be visible to everyone at the table, and I stare fixedly at the remains of the food on my plate until that too is whisked away. 2 more courses come and go before the MC tells us there'll be a short break to allow for mingling. Cole is immediately out of his chair, taking my hand to pull me behind him. Cole, I want to talk to you about... Jessica's voice trails off behind us as Cole tugs me away from the table. I only glimpse the hard expression on her face from the corner of my eye as I try not to stumble in my heels. How do you know Jessica? I ask. Cole's hand tightens around mine, but he doesn't turn his head.
She's the daughter of one of our biggest investors.
My feet start to drag. Did you two have a relationship? Because I get the impression she's annoyed you're here with me. This time he meets my gaze over his shoulder.
I've never had a relationship with Jessica. We've spent a lot of time together at these kinds of events, though.
Tension at the base of my neck eases. She must just be annoyed that I'm monopolizing the person she would normally pass the time with. Cole leads me through a door set in the side of the ballroom. Where are we going? I ask, as the crowd noise fades behind us. Are we allowed down here?
I am,
he says, and I almost roll my eyes. He drags me into an alcove and spins me around, pressing my back against the wall and bracing his hands on either side of my shoulders.
You have something you want to tell me.
The grit in his voice has tendrils of need tightening into a hot knot inside me. He said he only wanted to hear my answer when he could do something about it. So what exactly is he planning to do here, in this semi-public place? My heart thrashes in my chest, my nipples pressing hard and tight against the thin material of my dress. Throwing caution to the wind, I tilt my head back and look him straight in the eye. Yes. He doesn't misunderstand me or ask for clarification. He knows exactly what I'm saying. His lips crash against mine as he takes possession of my mouth, and I'm consumed by the flash fire of heat that flares between us. I arch into him as one of his hands leaves the wall and smooths down my back to my ass, cupping it and jerking me toward him, so I'm pressed against the long, hard ridge in his pants. I shamelessly rub against it, making him groan deep in his throat. He inches his hand down and gathers up my dress, dragging it up my legs and bunching it in his hand until it's high enough that he can slide his fingers underneath it and into the tiny scrap of lace that makes up my thong. He pulls back to watch my face as he makes contact with my clit, already swollen and pulsing, waiting for his touch. I gasp and shudder as he rolls his thumb over it, and I know it won't be long until I'm coming apart under his touch. I should be embarrassed, but I'm not, and considering how blown his pupils are, The blue of his iris is nothing but a thin ring around the black. He doesn't mind at all that I'm already hovering on the edge. One long finger thrusts into me, and I almost cry out. But thankfully he covers my mouth with his own, muffling the desperate sound. His fingers and thumb move in tandem, and my hips roll into the movement as I race to find my release. Sparks shimmer behind my closed lids, and I'm so close. "Cole?" A female voice calls from down the hallway. "Cole, are you down here? One of the servers told me he saw you come this way." I freeze, blinking up at Cole. Anger rolls off him in icy waves, and his hand slows but doesn't stop. I'm caught, hanging on the edge. If he speeds up his movements, it will fling me over. Considering the woman calling out to Cole is coming closer, I'm not sure I want to be flung right now. The last thing I need is some stranger watching me orgasm on my employer's fingers. "Cole, I really have to talk to you about my father." The voice is closer now. For the briefest moment, Cole works his fingers faster, and I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to make me come anyway. My body tightens in involuntary pleasure, squeezing his fingers, and I widen my eyes, shaking my head. He growls, but pulls his fingers from me, reaching up and smearing them over my lips before taking my mouth in another fierce kiss.
"A little appetizer for later,"
he mutters into my ear. Then he's stepping back, and I'm frantically straightening my dress, trying to put myself back together. Apart from the dark dilation of his eyes and the flush on the arches of his cheekbones, he looks just as put together as before, although I notice his fingers still glisten with my arousal. He hasn't wiped them off, probably unwilling to smear bodily fluids onto his expensive suit or my dress. It's too late to say anything, though, because he tugs me out of the alcove, and we come face to face with Jessica. She smiles, but it stops short of her eyes. "There you are. I need to talk to you about something I overheard my father discussing." She can't be oblivious to what she interrupted, and I should be alarmed that any mention of what Cole and I were doing might get out. But at the moment, I'm just frustrated and horny. I don't know this woman, but right now I'm pretty sure I actively dislike her.
"I'm not really interested in talking business right now, Jessica. Can it wait until we're back in New York?"
She lives in New York, too? "Oh, I suppose so," she says. I wonder if it was all just an excuse to hunt down Cole and interrupt what he was doing with me. They might not have had a relationship, but it feels like she wishes they did, regardless of the man she left at the table.
"Let's get back then,"
Cole says, gesturing for Jessica to lead the way. She gives me a look that rakes over me as if it has claws of its own before heading back the way we'd come. With her back turned, Cole takes the opportunity to run his tongue over the fingers he just had inside me, holding my gaze the whole time.
"Who needs dessert?"
My stomach swoops, even more so when he takes my hand and leads me back to the main room. Interruption aside, I've just had a small taste of what I'm in for tonight, and I think I might be in trouble.
Chapter 20. Cole. I wait for as long as I can until I've bid on and won a weekend in Aspen, and then I get us out of there. I messaged our driver to tell him to meet us out the front, and he's waiting when we come out. I glance at Delilah out of the corner of my eye. Her cheeks are beautifully flushed, and it's not the heat that's causing it. She knows exactly what will happen as soon as we're in the car. After getting her so close to orgasm earlier, she's probably been feeling every bit as frustrated as I have. Fucking Jessica. I don't know what game she's playing, but I'll have to talk to her when we get back to New York. I've dismissed the signs I've noticed recently. The reluctance to leave after we finished fucking, the attempts to make me jealous. Either she's started to get attached, or she has some other ulterior motive. I need to find out which it is and address it either way. But it's not something to think about now. Not when the driver is opening the door and Delilah is sliding in, looking up at me with desire-hazed eyes. My dick is already hard and throbbing. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, since she stepped foot in my office. Before that even, in the weeks after our night together, I'd stroked one out several times, closing my eyes and remembering how fucking good it had been to make her fall apart for me. I'd even found myself searching the streets for dark hair and green eyes. It was ridiculous. I've never done that in my entire fucking life. But it was the completely irrational urge to return to the bar where we met that jolted me out of my strange obsession. Chasing after a woman, stalking her, isn't something I have ever or will ever do, so I deliberately put her out of my mind. And then she'd walked right back into it, with her long legs and her pretty smile and those cat-like eyes, and those fucking skirts she wears. Not too short, but tight enough to cup the gorgeous curve of her ass. I flex my fingers. It won't be a skirt cupping that ass tonight. I climb in behind her and the driver closes my door. Before I raise the privacy barrier, I tell him to take the scenic route to the hotel. His eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. He acknowledges me with a nod, and I press the button to raise the partition. It doesn't make the car soundproof, but it should muffle some of the sounds Delilah is about to make. Come here, I tell her. She only hesitates a second before sliding toward me. I wrap my arm around her waist and pull her onto my lap, then tug down the bodice of her dress. She's braless, and the shadow of her hard little nipples has been distracting me all night long. Now I'm going to get a taste. I bend down and take one of the tight pink peaks into my mouth, rolling my tongue over it and groaning as it immediately hardens enough that I can tease it with my teeth.
Cole.
She breathes, her hands going to my hair to hold me against her. I pinch her other nipple, enjoying her sharp gasp as her hips buck upward. I'd bet money that shot straight to her clit. After lavishing attention on her breasts, I reach for the hem of her dress and pull it high around her hips so I can slip my hand underneath. Her barely there thong is saturated, and I inhale deeply to slow myself down. We have the whole night. Right now, it's just about getting her primed and ready for what will happen when we get back to my hotel room. My knuckles drift along the seam of her sex, and she bites back a whimper. No need to be quiet, I tell her. The driver knows exactly what's going on. If you moan loud enough, you'll probably make his night. Her cheeks burn and she shakes her head at me. I give a low chuckle. Have you been on edge all night, kitten?
Yes.
She breathes. As annoyed as I am with Jessica, a part of me takes twisted joy in the fact that Delilah has been sitting next to me, desperate and needy for the last few hours. Thinking about this moment, wanting my fingers and mouth on her, my cock working its way into her. I kiss her, hard. I want her lipstick smeared over both our faces. Our tongues tangle together and she wriggles her hips. The friction of her ass against my erection makes it swell even more. With my thumb on her clit, I slide a finger inside her. Her hands drop to my shoulders and clench as she lets out a moan. Her little cunt is so wet and ready for me that I add another finger, working it into her while I increase the pressure of my thumb. I look down, drunk on the sight of her splayed out on my lap, her full breasts bared, legs parted, and my hand disappearing under her red dress. I add a third finger. She's so damn tight. I know she's feeling the stretch, but I'll stretch her more once we're back in the hotel room, so she might as well get used to it now.
Cole.
She moans louder, and her eyelids flutter shut. Look at me. I want to see it in her eyes when she comes. There'll be no hiding her pleasure from me. Her lids fly open again, and from her unfocused gaze and tightening body, I know she's close. I bend over her, taking one pink tip in my mouth again and sucking hard. Her whimpers grow louder, but I need her to give in and let go. I want that gorgeous mind of hers to shut down so she can stop thinking and start feeling. Curling my fingers and pressing against her front wall, I simultaneously stroke my thumb over her clit and bite down on her nipple.
Yes, Cole!
She cries as her pussy spasms around my hand and her arousal practically gushes out of her. I slow the movement of my hand and tease the hard peak in my mouth with my tongue to bring her back down. She breathes heavily and turns her face into my neck, trembling against me, and I'm overcome by an unexpected surge of tenderness. I fight the urge to stroke her hair away from her face and press a soft kiss to her lips. Tonight is about enjoying each other's bodies, not sharing affection. I pull my hand from her panties and bring my wet fingers to her mouth, drifting one along her soft, lush lower lip. Suck. Her eyes flash to mine, a crease marring her brow before she opens for me. I slide my fingers inside. Her tongue laps against them as she sucks, making my cock jerk under her ass. Fuck. I let her savor her own taste for a few more seconds. Then, despite my resolve from before, I pull my fingers away, cup her head, and brush a kiss against her lips. It starts out slow, but soon I'm tilting her head to get deeper, my hand tightening in her hair as I lose myself in her. When I finally ease away, she's not the only one breathing heavily. The driver's voice comes over the intercom. "We're approaching the hotel, sir. Do you want me to keep driving?" There's no doubt that even with the privacy screen up, he heard Delilah come. He probably assumes it's safe to ask the question. "You can take us back now, thank you." Delilah tries to slide off my lap, her gaze suddenly dipping away from mine. I grab her chin. You said you were mine for the night, which means you do what I want, and what I want is for you to stay right where you are. She swallows.
Okay.
The word is little more than a faint breath, and I smile. If Delilah thinks our first encounter is an indication of what will happen tonight, she's wrong. She was a virgin then. I'm not a complete asshole, so I didn't push any major boundaries. But she's not a virgin anymore. She's been with another man. My muscles tense at the thought. I shrug my shoulders to loosen them, dismissing my reaction. I'm not someone who's ever cared whether a woman's been with someone else. I only care that Delilah's with me right now, and I have no plans to take it easy on her. As soon as the car pulls up outside the hotel, I'm hustling her out and up to my room. Even as the door swings shut behind us, my hands are cupping her ass, and I'm taking her mouth again. I can't seem to stop. The way she moans has me deepening the kiss. She tastes so sweet. If I were any other man, I might get addicted. I lift her and press her against the wall, rocking into her, pressing my cock against her pussy. She whimpers and bucks against me. Her dress is pushed up and she wraps her legs around my hips. My need to devour her flames higher as her nails dig into me, holding me close. If she's worried I'm going somewhere she shouldn't be, there's nowhere else I want to be. I lower her to the floor, letting the silky material of her dress fall around her legs. All the way down, I growl as I unzip my pants and pull myself out. She looks at where my fingers are wrapped around my aching shaft, and understanding flares across her face, as does something else. Want. Her eyes rise to meet mine, and I'm lost in their green depths, my heart thundering an erratic rhythm in my chest. She breaks the spell by dropping to her knees, the red dress pooling around her on the floor. I'm not sure I've seen anything sexier than Delilah looking up at me with pink-stained cheeks, her full lips a mere inch from my already leaking dick. I press my thumb into her mouth, a fierce tension building low and deep inside me when she sucks on it. I let myself enjoy the sensation for a few seconds before tugging her jaw open and sliding the swollen crown of my cock onto her tongue. When I release her, it's only to tangle my hand in her hair. Show me how much you can take. Without breaking eye contact, her lips wrap around me, and she slowly sinks down until I hit the back of her throat. She laps at the underside of my shaft, sending flames scorching across my skin, but I want more from her. I want to push her past her comfort zone. I stroke my thumb across her cheek. I'm going to go deeper, kitten. Breathe through your nose for me. She nods, and I use my hand in her hair to hold her still as I drive myself deeper, only stopping when she gags, and her eyes begin to water, tears beating on her lower lashes. She hasn't taken all of me, but the way her throat reflexively tightens around the head of my cock triggers an almost unbearable pleasure. Cupping her jaw, I angle her face up to mine, admiring what a pretty picture she makes. I rub my thumb over her cheek again. Such a good fucking girl, swallowing my cock so well, I murmur. Her lashes flutter, and as her moan vibrates through me, I jerk in her mouth, swelling even more. Fuck. The sensation is so intense that a warning flare shoots up my spine, and my abdominal muscles clench. I'm too damn close already. I breathe deep, holding on to my fraying restraint and resisting the urge to pump my hips and fuck her mouth until I spill down her throat. I'll save that for later. When I come this time, I want to be buried deep inside the pussy I've been craving for way too long. I pull out, taking in her beautifully disheveled face, her cheeks damp and her lips red and swollen. As soon as I help her to her feet, I'm shoving my fingers into her hair and tilting her head back so I can lick and nip my way along her jaw. I'm going to fuck you now, Delilah. Take off that dress and get on your hands and knees on the bed. Her eyes widen at the demand in my tone, but I'm too impatient to wait any longer. Go, I growl. She takes a few steps away from me, then stops and looks over her shoulder, her lower lip caught between her teeth. God, she's still so fucking inexperienced when it comes to sex, and I know I shouldn't, but I fucking love it. At least Paul did one thing right, for my purposes anyway. There's no way that asshole did a damn thing to satisfy her needs or help her explore the latent sensuality that emanates from her with every look and movement and touch. Instead, I'm the one who gets to do it, even if it's only for one night. Delilah faces forward again and reaches behind her to unzip her dress. After she slips the straps off her shoulders, she does a little shimmy and lets it fall, leaving her in nothing but her thong and heels. I press my hand against my cock to ease the ache, but only sinking into her will help me now. I hope you're not attached to that tiny scrap of lace you're wearing, I say, because I'm about to rip it off so I can taste you again. She freezes, and a shiver visibly works its way through her. Then she keeps going, crawling onto the bed and stopping on her hands and knees just the way I commanded. After stripping out of my clothes, I stalk toward her. I can't take my eyes off her ass, the material of her saturated thong, a thin line between her cheeks. It's still too much covering her, and I hook my fingers in the fabric at her hip and twist, snapping it. Delilah gasps, and I do the same with the other side, crumpling the fabric in my hand. I'll be keeping these, but for now, I let them flutter to the ground by the side of the bed. I run a finger up the seam of her sex. She's wet, dripping, and when I slip the tip into her opening, my greedy girl clenches around me. I lean down and run my tongue from her clit all the way to the tight rosette of her ass. She jolts forward, but I don't let her go, wrapping my arm around the top of her thighs to keep her still as I do it again and again.
Cole!
She cries out as I lap at her and spear my tongue into her pussy. God, she tastes fucking incredible. I rear back, stroking my erection from root to crown. Do you want me? I ask.
Yes.
It's a breathless gasp. You want me to fill that perfect little cunt of yours with my cock? She shudders again.
Yes.
Beg for it. She twists her head to look at me over her shoulder, the arousal in her eyes shadowed by doubt.
God, Cole, you can't. I can't.
I stroke my hand up and down her back. It's okay to like it, beautiful. This isn't about humiliating you. You begging for my cock doesn't change how I see you, but it does turn me the fuck on, and I slick a finger through her wetness, which is practically dripping down her thighs. I think it turns you on too. So stop thinking and do whatever the hell makes you feel good. The tension in her body eases under my touch, and she nods. I grip my erection again, sliding the head between her soaked folds until it nudges her clit. She lets out a moan, rocking on her hands and knees to force me to keep moving. Beg me. I push her to take the step. She licks her lips.
Please, Cole.
Her voice breaks on my name.
I need your cock. I need you to fuck me. I need you to make me come.
Music to my fucking ears. I quickly roll on a condom, then grip her ass and flex my fingers. I'm torn. I want to fuck her this way, but I also want to look into her eyes the first time I take her again. The sheer strength of that uncharacteristic urge makes me resist it. Instead, I slide my cock between her legs one more time to coat myself in her arousal, then wrap my hands around her hips. With one hard thrust, I bury myself to the hilt.
Oh my God.
She cries as her body seizes around me. Blood pounds in my ears as her pussy grips me so tightly I can barely move. I grit my teeth and pull back before pumping into her again, fucking her with long, sure strokes. Her internal muscles clutch my cock and she's moaning now, clawing at the sheets and pushing back against me. I grip her ass cheeks and spread them so I can watch the way she's stretched around me as I drive into her. The tight ring of muscle between her cheeks captures my attention, and I can't resist the urge to press my thumb against it. Delilah sucks in a sharp breath and turns her head, her startled gaze meeting mine. Judging by her reaction, she's never been touched here before. I swipe my thumb through her wetness and use it to let me press a little deeper. Her eyes widen.
Cole?
Tell me it feels bad and I'll stop. She hesitates briefly, then shakes her head.
It doesn't feel bad.
To reward her, I slide my hand around to her front and tease the swollen bundle of nerves between her legs. The added sensation makes her clench even tighter around me, and my balls draw up. Fuck, I won't last long this first round. Luckily, this is only the first of many tonight. With my fingers working her clit and my thumb pushing a little deeper into her ass with every thrust of my hips, I give Delilah no choice but to come. Her body goes rigid and she lets out a cry as she clamps down hard around me. My fight to hold back is over. I slam into her, closing my eyes and throwing back my head with a low groan as fire races from my balls along my shaft and erupts from me. My hips continue to work and I can't seem to stop coming. When I finally stop pumping into her, my chest is heaving and even my fingertips are tingling. Delilah West just fucking wrecked me.
Chapter 21. Delilah. The limo pulls up outside my apartment, and I look over at Cole. He's been distant throughout our return trip, and I'm not sure why. It's not like I've been a chatterbox, but that's because I'm not used to this type of casual affair, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what comes next. Nights like last night must be familiar territory to someone like Cole. It had been hard for me to slip out of his bed in the early hours of this morning. Harder than I thought it would have been. I probably should have left after he gave me my 5th orgasm of the night, but I'd been so relaxed, filled with the gentle hum of residual pleasure, that I'd fallen asleep with my body still draped over his. When I'd woken up a few hours later, I'd been shocked to find myself on my back with Cole's hands spread over my stomach as he slept next to me. I expected he would have woken me and told me to go back to my own room. I really didn't want to have that conversation, so I slipped out of the bed, put on my dress, and quietly left, sans panties, of course. Heat suffuses my skin as I remember the way Cole ripped off my thong last night. But I'd take that hit of lust, package it in a little box in my mind, and file it safely away under things I'll never forget. Since Cole still hasn't spoken and appears to be deep in thought, a line etched between his brows, I guess it's up to me to end this. Well, thank you for the opportunity to, visit the site and the gala and... God, could I be any more awkward? Do I thank him for all the orgasms? Pretend it never happened? His eyes are on me now, and I'm not sure if the glimmer I see in them is amusement or something else.
You're welcome, Miss West.
Miss West? I guess we're going with the pretend it didn't happen option. I try to ignore the disappointment that wells in my chest. I knew what this was when I agreed to it. I nod and put my hand on the door handle.
I'm not finished with you, Delilah,
he says in a low voice. I'm sorry, I say. Do you have something you want to talk about before the team meeting on Friday? He nods.
I do.
His gaze moves slowly over my face, dipping down to my breasts, then back up.
I want you again.
My lips part, and I blink at him. What?
I want to fuck you again. I thought last night would get this out of my system, but there are still things I haven't had a chance to do to you yet.
Considering what he's done already, I'm not sure what else he has in mind. But considering how my pulse has accelerated, my body really wants to find out. So you want us to do this again? Another night? He doesn't reply for a moment, just stares at me, a muscle pulsing in his jaw.
More than one night.
I take in a shuddery breath, trying to get my head around what he's suggesting. You want to date me? I wince at the small snort that escapes him.
I don't date, but I don't want last night to be it. I want us to work this thing out of our systems, and that takes however long it takes.
I shake my head, unsure whether to be offended or flattered. He doesn't want to date me, but apparently 2 nights aren't enough. I can't deny a large part of me wants more too. More of what we did last night. More of how he made my body come to life. More orgasms. But it's not just the sex. He intrigues me. Most of the time he comes across as an arrogant asshole. But then there are those rare flashes of humanity. A glimpse of the man behind the cold-hearted billionaire persona. The man who told me my passion was beautiful, who made me feel more seen in a few words than Paul had in the months we were together. But I know better than to romanticize this situation. Cole isn't the kind of man to let people in. I need to be okay with that if I decide to go ahead with this arrangement. I can't read more into it, not like Mom did with Dad. What would that mean for our working relationship? I find myself asking.
It doesn't mean anything for our relationship at work. We'll remain professional.
Professional? I eye him as the memory of being pressed against his office door and made to come flows through me. I see the memory hit him too, a small smile curving his lips. He dips his head and looks up at me through his lashes, suddenly appearing far younger than he is.
Exactly as professional as we've been so far.
His playful expression is so unexpected that a laugh escapes me, and for a second we're smiling at each other as if whatever this is between us is the start of something sweet and beautiful, not an office fling where my boss gets to fuck me out of his system. The same thought must occur to him, because his expression sobers.
Do you have an answer for me?
There's a sudden tension in his voice, a snap to his tone that sets my teeth on edge. I wonder about it coming so soon after that moment of boyishness on his part. Does he regret letting me see that side of him? That glimpse pushes my decision over the line. I need some assurances from him, though. I won't be blind to what this arrangement entails. I have some stipulations. Satisfaction flares in his eyes as he realizes what my statement means, but his only reaction is to lean back against his seat, his seeming relaxation offset by the way his hands curl into fists where they rest on his thighs. He inclines his head for me to continue. I know this is casual and temporary, but it has to be exclusive. If you decide you're done, you need to tell me before you move on to someone else. Understanding flits across his face.
The same goes for you. I don't want you letting another man touch you while you're mine.
There's the barest hint of gravel in his voice, and those words and that tone cause heat to curl low in my stomach and my nipples to tighten. Crossing my arms will only draw his attention to my physical reaction, so I will him to remain blind to the way they're pushing against the thin material of my shirt. It's useless, though. Cole's eyes drop to my chest and narrow before rising to focus on my face.
So we're agreed,
he says, and the gravel that was barely there before is in full force now. I swallow, wondering if I really have any clue what I'm doing, but I nod anyway. Apparently a night of incredible sex has made me reckless. Cole works his jaw from side to side.
Come here.
I move toward him, a gasp falling from my lips as he hooks his arm around my waist and hauls me to him so that my knees are on the seat and I'm straddling him. What are you?
Sealing the deal,
He growls, and the next moment, his lips are on mine in a rough and demanding kiss, his teeth tugging on my lower lip, tongue thrusting deep to claim my mouth. I moan as his hands find my hips and he drags me down until I'm centered over the hard ridge of his cock. My eyelids flutter shut as he uses his hold on me to rock me against him. Little sparks of pleasure ricochet out from my core. Too soon he pulls back, his lips curving up at the little sound of protest I make.
As much as I would love to have you ride me right now, kitten, I don't want Jonathan hearing you scream.
You didn't mind the driver last night. I don't know why I'm arguing the point, since I'm not particularly comfortable with Jonathan hearing me either.
You'll never see the driver from last night again. I don't want Jonathan thinking about how you sound when you come every time he looks at you.
I bite my lip to hide my smile. It's not exactly the most romantic thing to say, but somehow it still makes my heart flutter. I climb off him and straighten my clothes, so what I've just been doing isn't obvious. I watch him from under my lashes, but his expression is unreadable again. Once I'm a bit more put together, I clear my throat, completely unsure how to proceed. So, I'll see you next week?
Yes,
He says, and his voice has lost the heat that filled it only a few minutes before. I guess that's that, then. I nod and open the door, but before I can get out, he stops me.
Delilah.
I turn back to him.
I'm looking forward to it.
I smile. Me too.
Chapter 22, Cole. First thing Monday morning, Roman asks me to come to his office. I drop into one of the chairs on the other side of his desk and grab a chocolate chip muffin from the tray his assistant lays out for him every morning. He never eats any of it. I'm assuming you want to know how the trip to Chicago went? I say when he doesn't look up from the papers in front of him. It's a classic Roman power play that he learned from Dad. I became immune to it long ago. He finally looks up. Among other things, yes. The site is good, I say. Delilah had some thoughts on maximizing the view. His cool gray eyes take me in. She did she? I meet his gaze unflinchingly. Yes, she's a very talented architect. I'm sure it's her architectural talents you're interested in. I won't confirm I'm sleeping with her even if he suspects it, but I won't let him disparage her skills either. She's excellent at what she does, and you'd know that if you bothered to look at any of the plans. He looks down at his paperwork. I don't need to anymore. That's your job, and I trust you to do it well. I don't think... I stop when what he said sinks in. I never thought I'd hear those words from my older brother. Just make sure you're thinking with the right head on this one, Cole. We can't afford any mistakes, and we can't afford to lose investors. Not unless we want to be the ones saying the company went down on our watch. He pierces me with his gaze. That's more like the Roman I know. Still, I can't help but question myself. Delilah already has me doing things I wouldn't normally do. Am I letting myself get distracted from ensuring the company remains strong? No, I have everything under control. Delilah and I are on the same page. There's nothing to stop us from enjoying each other's bodies while still focusing on doing our jobs. And I'm not just saying that because I can't wait to get her alone again. I understand your concerns, but you have nothing to worry about. He studies me for a few seconds longer, then nods. There's something else. We need to bring the timeline for submission forward by 2 weeks. Why? He leans back in his chair and rubs a hand over his eyes. I've just heard from legal. There are new requirements for environmental impact studies which will affect the Dallas and Phoenix sites. I don't want to announce a delay if we apply and then need to make adjustments post-application, so we apply early and get feedback with enough time to make adjustments and still resubmit in time to make our original timeline. Roman nods. Can you do it? The team is good. I have no doubt they can pull it off. I'll call a meeting this morning and let them know. I don't anticipate a problem. Good. Let me know if any issues crop up, he says. I stand, straightening my cuffs as I do. Don't forget there's the Manhattan Philanthropy Gala the weekend after next. It wouldn't hurt to turn up with Jessica. There'll be a lot of press there, and being seen with Barrington's daughter will send a message to anyone harboring concerns about the company's stability. If he's worried I'll turn up with Delilah on my arm, he should know better. The past weekend aside, what she and I are doing will remain strictly behind closed doors. I know what's required, I say. Then I stride toward the door, leaving his office and returning to mine. I stop off at Sampson's desk and ask him to organize a meeting with the architects. Then I sit at my desk to start addressing various issues that flared up while I was gone. 5 minutes later, Sampson buzzes me to let me know he's scheduled the meeting for after lunch. While I wait for a call from our UK office, I take a second to think about seeing Delilah today. I hadn't planned to. The last thing I want is to set up an expectation that this is anything more than a casual physical relationship. And yet, I can't deny that the thought doesn't exactly make me unhappy. Visions of Friday night and Saturday morning invade my head, and arousal simmers in my blood. Luckily, my phone rings, distracting me. As I pick up, I have a smile on my face, and it's not in anticipation of talking about market conditions in Europe. I've got a lot planned for Delilah over the next few weeks. I hope she's prepared. As I flick through the messages Sampson forwarded to me, I sense Delilah entering the meeting room. I glance up to see her gorgeous green eyes land on me. She looks as sexy as hell in a white silk blouse that's unbuttoned just enough to reveal a hint of cleavage, and a pencil skirt that emphasizes her slender waist and the curve of her hips. Her lips tip up before her attention darts away, as if worried someone will catch her smiling at me. Paul walks in next and decides to sit next to her. My eyes narrow. Delilah doesn't look at him and deliberately angles her body away. I sweep the room and find Bruce, Elite's new project liaison, sitting at the end of the table. Luckily for Paul, he did what he promised, and Philippa quietly disappeared from the office. I was half expecting to get a call from one of Elite's senior partners about the request, but none came, so he must have thought of a convincing enough reason for her removal. I would have thought he was smart enough to leave Delilah alone, though. I don't know why he thinks sitting next to her is a good idea. Surely he doesn't think he can win her back. The idea of him trying should make me laugh. After all, Delilah is far too smart to give him any more chances. And yet, as he shifts closer to her, my fingers tighten around my pen, and I have a sudden urge to stalk over there, rip him out of his chair, and throw him out of the room. See him try to explain that to his senior partners. Where the hell are those irrational thoughts coming from? I shake my head. I need to concentrate on this meeting, not the strangeness of my reactions when it comes to Delilah. I clear my throat and all conversation at the table dies. I start the meeting, updating everyone on the revised project timeline. Looking directly at Paul, I mention the visit Delilah and I made to the Chicago site on Friday. By the way his jaw clenches, I get the feeling he suspects something more than work went on during the trip. He's right, of course, but I don't give a fuck if he suspects something. There's nothing he can do about it except regret his actions. I just give him a cool smile that makes his fist clench on the table before he looks down at his legal pad and picks up his pen as if he's taking notes. After I get a rundown from everyone on their plans for the week ahead, I open the floor to questions. Once that's wrapped up, I end the meeting and stand, making my way to the door as the team gathers their notes and follows me out. Using the excuse of pausing to fire off a quick email to Roman on my phone, I wait for Delilah to exit the room. When she emerges with Paul walking next to her, his head bent to talk directly in her ear, my muscles tense. I'm not sure what he's saying to her, but from the stiff expression on her face, she doesn't seem happy about it. I resist the urge to intervene. After all, despite my new and disconcerting feelings of possessiveness, Delilah is more than capable of looking after herself. She stops and faces him, putting a hand up and pushing against his chest, forcing him to give her some space. I can't see what she's saying, but her chin is up, her delicate jaw firm as she talks. Paul scowls and rubs his hand over his mouth, but he nods and takes a step back. Delilah continues toward the elevator. "Miss West, can I see you in my office?" I say. She looks startled, as if she hadn't even noticed me standing there, but she nods and changes course. My eyes meet Paul's, and I can tell by the anger simmering there that he knows, or at least strongly suspects, that I'm fucking her. It shouldn't give me so much pleasure, but it does, and I let it show on my face. I'm still smirking as I turn my back on him and follow Delilah to my office. I can almost feel the daggers he's shooting into my back, but I couldn't give a fuck if he's pissed or not. He screwed up with Delilah. Twice. He doesn't deserve her. I catch up with her as she stops outside my door.
"What do you want to—"
"Inside," I say, pushing the door open and ushering her in with a hand on her back. I don't bother to check whether Paul is still watching. As soon as I close the door, I turn and press her against it, swallowing her gasp as my hands roam over her curves.
"Cole, what are you doing?"
She breathes as my lips skim over the smooth skin of her neck. I wrap her hair around my fist and tilt her head so she's looking up at me. "What was Paul saying to you?" She blinks.
"He asked what happened while we were in Chicago."
"What did you tell him?" She presses her full lips together.
"I told him that considering he didn't think I had a right to know he was sleeping with Philippa when we were together, he doesn't have a right to know who I'm sleeping with when we're not."
"That's my girl." I tug her head back and brush my lips over the pulse point fluttering at the base of her throat. "What time are you finishing today?"
"I'll probably work until 6.
"Come home with me tonight." I wince even as I hear myself say the words. I don't take women back to my penthouse. It's my private sanctuary. But now that I've said it, I can't take it back. If I take her to the hotel where we shared our first night, she'll have questions. Turns out I don't have to worry about that, though.
"I can't tonight. I'm having dinner with Alex. I'm going there straight from work."
She's blowing me off to have dinner with another man? Who's Alex? Even to me, my voice sounds rougher than usual.
"My roommate. We have a standing dinner date every Monday. She's missing her fiancé, so I don't want to skip it."
I didn't know my muscles had tightened, but they relax now. Although I'm not particularly happy that I won't have her tonight, it's the visceral response I had to the thought of her having dinner with another man that's concerning. Even though I agreed with her stipulation to keep this arrangement exclusive, I wasn't expecting to be bothered by who she spent her time with. "Okay," I say curtly, letting her go and making my way to my desk. She's still standing by the door when I sit down. She's tucked in her blouse and looks put together again. As gorgeous as she is, I prefer seeing her with signs of my touch all over her.
"I'm free tomorrow night,"
she says, her head tilted as she studies me. I have plans. It's true. It's also something I could reorganize, but my irrationally possessive reactions, coupled with Roman's earlier words of warning, have me suddenly needing to rein in my desire for her, to prove to myself that I have this thing under control. She stands there for a moment, watching me, and even now I'm fighting the urge to go over there, shove my hand up her skirt, and push my fingers into slick heat.
"I have to go."
"Okay." She hesitates another second, but when I don't say more, she turns and slips out the door. I lean back in my chair and pinch the bridge of my nose. What the hell is going on with me?
Chapter 23. Delilah. Alex puts down her wine glass. You turned down a night in a billionaire's penthouse for me. I'm flattered, but you shouldn't have. Yes, I should, I say, taking a sip of my wine. He's very overwhelming, you know? I mean, doing something like this in the first place is not like me. I can't let myself get completely sucked in by him, because he'll just chew me up and spit me out. I also really can't afford to screw up this job. Alex's brow crinkles. Then why are you doing it? I run my finger around the rim of my glass and let out a sigh. I'm not sure. I've never felt anything like this. You know, I've never been swept away by anything or anyone. I've always done the smart thing. I've spent my life achieving one goal after another, but there's a price for that level of commitment. One, I wasn't sure I'd thought twice about paying until the first night Cole touched me. He showed me another side to life I'd been missing in my single-minded drive to secure financial futures for my mother and myself. Yeah, I get that. You've been so focused on work ever since I met you, so I don't hate the idea of you doing something that gets you out of the office. But, I brace myself. But what? As hot as he is, and as much as I've been pro having the sexy billionaire give you multiple orgasms, I can't help but wish someone other than him had swept you off your feet. After everything you've said, he doesn't sound like the most emotionally available man around. If it's just a casual fling, does it matter if he's emotionally available? Alex's smile is gentle. If I thought it would stay just a casual fling, I'd agree with you. But you know how these things go. Usually someone catches feelings, and from what you've told me, it doesn't sound like it's going to be Cole. I pause as the waiter brings out our meals, placing the pasta-filled dishes in front of us. As delicious as it looks, I don't dig in straight away. I was with Paul for months, and I didn't fall for him. Alex swallows the mouthful she's already taken and raises her brows at me. I wouldn't exactly compare Paul to Cole. I laugh. Good point. Alex reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. As long as you're having fun and guarding your heart. I squeeze back. I am. I'm doing both things. Good. She goes back to eating. So, what's the plan? You've turned him down for tonight. Will you accept his next offer, or maybe you should go into his office tomorrow, lock the door, and take him for a ride? I snort. That might be a bit more advanced than I'm capable of at the moment. Learn by doing, Dee. Learn by doing. I swirl strands of spaghetti around my fork. I might work my way up to that lesson. Fair enough. She raises her wine glass with a smile. Well, here's to having fun with a hot, hung billionaire. I laugh again and clink my glass against hers. Cheers to that, and to living life more fully than I ever have before. The next morning, I'm putting the finishing touches on a revised exterior 3D visual when Paul saunters up. He places one hand on my desk and leans over me.
We need to talk.
I look up at the face that I used to find handsome. Is this about work?
Of course. Those were your instructions, weren't they?
I don't like the snide tone of his voice, but he's still my project manager, and I need to be mature about this. Okay, I say, standing and smoothing my skirt down my thighs. He leads me to his office, which is in the corner of the otherwise open office space. He ushers me in and I take a seat. Instead of sitting at his desk, he leans against it and crosses his arms, looking down at me.
What are you playing at, Delilah?
I frown. What are you talking about?
Cole King. Are you crazy, or is this just your way of getting revenge?
I stand in a rush. I thought you said this was about work.
It is. If you're screwing the biggest client this firm has ever had, you're risking our reputation, and that means you're risking your job.
My mouth drops open. Is that a threat?
No, it's not a threat. I'm just saying it's not like you to make such reckless decisions.
Well, maybe it's about time I started making reckless decisions.
It sounds like you've been making those since the first time we broke up. For God's sake, Delilah, you screwed some random at a bar. Maybe if you'd given me what you gave him, we wouldn't be in this situation.
I'm shaking with anger. What situation are you talking about? The one where you're an asshole who cheated on me and now can't stand the thought that I might have moved on with someone 100 times better than you? How is Philippa, by the way? I was surprised when Bruce took over the role. He clears his throat.
I decided it would be better if she weren't here, and she was due for some leave anyway.
His tone changes, becoming softer.
I was thinking of you, Delilah. I didn't want to hurt you any more than I already have. Can't you see? I'm sorry for what I did. It was a terrible mistake and I regret it. Don't risk your job just to get back at me. You know the type of man Cole is. He'll break your heart worse than I ever could. All I want is a second chance with you, to show you how I've changed.
You already had a second chance, after you broke up with me because I didn't jump into bed with you.
You didn't have trouble jumping into bed with someone else, though, did you? Does Cole know you're the type of woman to go out to bars and pick up strange men?
I'm so angry, I almost blurt out that Cole knows very well that I'm that kind of woman, and he definitely didn't have a problem with it. But I refuse to be as unprofessional as Paul. Instead, I ask the burning question, is that why you cheated on me? Because I slept with someone else after you ended it with me? Was it supposed to be some kind of punishment? He crosses his arms and looks out the window for a moment, and at least he has the grace to look embarrassed. You owe me the truth. He turns back to me and his shoulders sag.
It didn't start out that way, to punish you.
So what, then?
When I was in the London office, Philippa and I hooked up. It was only ever meant to be casual, and it ended when I came back home. Then you and I started dating. But when she came over from the UK, she let me know she wanted to continue our relationship. I'd hoped things would progress between you and me, but obviously they didn't. Since Philippa made it clear she wanted us to pick up where we left off, I decided breaking up with you was the best thing to do.
So, while we were broken up, you and Philippa...
Yes, but Delilah, what Philippa and I had was only physical. After you and I split up, I missed you.
I crossed my arms over my chest, and that's when you decided to apologize and ask me to take you back? And what? You just forgot to let Philippa know?
No.
He scrubs his hand over his face.
I broke it off with her, but then you told me you'd slept with someone else while we were apart, and...
He shrugs helplessly.
I tried to be okay with it, I really did, but I was angry. Philippa and I were working late one night and... Well, you know how things like that can happen.
No, I don't know how things like that can happen, because I would never cheat on someone. He scowls.
Of course not. You just screw your company's client. How very conscientious of you.
I've had enough of his pettiness. I have an answer about what happened, and I don't want to look at his face anymore. I push my way past him and into the main office, only to grind to a halt when I see the figure standing by my desk. What is Cole doing here? Paul follows me out of his office, and obviously not expecting me to have stopped just outside of it, he runs into me, grabbing my hips to steady us both. Cole's eyes drop to Paul's hands, and it's as if every muscle in his body draws tight, like a predatory cat that's about to strike. I step forward, pulling out of Paul's hold. When I shoot a glance at him over my shoulder, I can see he's trying to stare Cole down. This isn't good. I walk briskly to my desk. Mr. King, can I help you with something? He's staring over my head at Paul, but at my words, he looks down at me. His eyes narrow slightly.
I came to see how the new plans for the Chicago build are tracking.
I'm not sure if I believe him. This is the first time he's come down to the office since we've been here. Normally, we're summoned if we're needed. A part of me is ridiculously thrilled at the idea he might have come down here just to see me. The other part is nervous about how it might look to everyone else in the office. Still, I smile at him, hoping to ease the tension around his eyes. Of course, I have them here if you'd like to see them. He gives a curt nod. and I shuffle through the pile of plans on my desk until I find the ones I'm modifying. Cole stands beside me, his arm brushing mine. Paul loiters nearby, but when he catches my gaze on him, he scowls and returns to his office. The rest of the team sneak glances, but no one is openly staring. As I point out the changes, there's a light brush of fingertips against the back of my thigh. I suck in a breath, my voice faltering for a moment. Luckily, my desk is against a wall and my computer screens block the view from the office.
Continue,
He says, and I clear my throat and talk about the structural changes I've made to the building so it can bear the green roof's extra weight, as well as the modifications I'd suggested during our trip to Chicago. And as I do, his hand slides under my skirt, his knuckles brushing across my panties. Cole, I whisper. Even as his fingers slip under the material, I let out a shuddery breath.
What were you doing with Paul?
Before I can answer, he spears a finger inside me, and it takes everything I have to hold in the gasp that rises to my lips. My gaze flies around the room, and I'm relieved to see everyone's gone back to their work, and no one is looking at Cole and me. I close my eyes for a second, wondering if it's wrong that I should enjoy what he's doing to me in an office full of my colleagues, especially since I can hear the thread of accusation winding through his words. His finger moves in and out of me as we stare down at the plans in front of us. I struggle to form words. He was, wanting to know why I would be reckless enough to sleep with you, and then... I let out a little whimper as he adds a second finger.
And then what, kitten?
His tone is dark, seductive, and then I asked him to explain why he cheated on me.
Did he give you a good reason?
I narrow my eyes at him. Is there ever a good reason? He doesn't answer the question, only studies me, his eyes dipping to my lips.
Are you looking for an excuse to take him back?
I start to straighten, but he pushes his fingers into me, and I'm forced to brace my hands on the desk. No, of course not. His fingers stop moving inside me, and he leans closer.
Good, because I'm not done with this sweet little pussy yet.
He leans a little closer.
And I have plans for her.
He pulls his fingers out, smoothing the material of my panties over me.
Can you show me the estimates?
He asks, as if he wasn't just knuckle-deep inside me. With shaky hands, I pull out the sheet and place it on top of the plans, but he doesn't care about the cost. It's just an excuse for him to bend down and murmur in my ear.
You're coming back to my place tonight. Stay late. We'll leave straight from work.
I thought you had plans tonight.
I did. Now I don't.
What about work tomorrow? I ask. He chuckles darkly.
Don't worry. I won't keep you out too late on a school night.
Well, that answers the question I didn't ask. I obviously won't be staying the night. And while I can't help the instinctual hurt I feel because he only wants me for one thing, I'm well aware that's what I signed up for. Not to mention, I'm still tingling from the illicit feeling of having his fingers inside me in front of my coworkers, and I need him to finish what he started.
Say yes,
He mutters in my ear as another feather-light touch grazes my thigh. Yes, Cole. I glance at him in time to see the corners of his lips twitch up, his eyes glittering, sending a delicious shiver down my spine. He's not using me. We're using each other. And who knew it could feel so good?